Hello guys, welcome to MindMajix, your skill partner. I am Subhash and I am here with an insightful step-by-step video tutorial on the most promising career opportunity, Power BI. What's so special about Power BI? 18,000 companies use Power BI for its business analytics. Demand for certified Power BI professionals is increasing year after year. An average salary of a Power BI professional is around $10,000 US per annum for a beginner level. Apart from these key points to choose Power BI as a career, it is also considered as one of the top 10 IT career opportunities with its market presence and anticipated growth for the years ahead. We have got the whole Power BI video tutorial for free, which will give you a complete understanding on the tool and its usage in handling data and analytics. Before we begin, let's look at the agenda of the video tutorial. We will start with the introduction to Power BI, in which we will learn about the Power BI architecture, installation, roles and data perspectives. And then we shall traverse through connecting and shaping the data to see how Power BI Query Editor works and explore table transformations, followed by creating data models to learn what is Power Pivot and relationships. And next, we will explore DAX functions like sum, max, count, etc. along with the filters and time-intelligent functions. We then learn how to build reports using different types of charts, tables, maps and layouts. And then explore Power BI services like direct connectivity and establish data connection to set schedule refresh. We shall also compare the Power BI with its competitor Tableau, differentiating key features and functionalities. Once we are done with the Power BI tutorial, we will have a final session about Power BI interview questions and answers to understand where we are in clearing an interview. MindMajix provides Power BI training by the experts, allowing users to work on real-time use cases. Check out the link in caption to enroll. Like and share the video with your friends and career aspirants. We together might be a part of someone's incredible career. Now, let's get started with the first topic.
We understand what is BI, and then let us understand what is a Power BI. Power BI is a contemporary BI tool, as I said. It is owned by Microsoft, so it's Microsoft Power BI. The Power BI desktop, which we are going to use as a development platform, is absolutely free. So this platform is intelligent enough and user friendly enough so that a non-technical user, a non-technical business user can also do their analysis and visualization and share the data with others. So that's why it is being highly preferred in the current market, that it is free, number one point, and the second is it is easy enough. You don't need to write a lot of code or any technical prerequisites knowledge is needed. So even if a non-technical user like be a business analyst or like a your account professional like HR professional, they can also deal with Power BI with some limited knowledge on the data. Then next, this is one of the another USP or unique selling point of Power BI is it connects to hundreds of data sources. There is absolutely no limitation. So Power BI can connect to hundreds of data sources, and on which you can prepare the data, do the sampling and create the visualization based on those type of data. So the list of the data sources available in the market which Power BI can connect, I have listed that in this link. Okay, so you can go through it, and the product, it's produced beautiful report, then publish them to your organizations to consume on the web and across the mobile. So Power BI has a cloud deployment platform as well as an enterprise version of deployment platform. After you create the beautiful reports, you can create the reports by using Power BI desktop, and you can deploy the reports for the availability of the end user to Power BI service, which is a cloud-based server, or Power BI on-premises server, and then The dashboard can also be accessed through web-based browser at the end user end, or end user can also access the dashboard through the mobile device. If they have the server details, they can access to your Power BI dashboard through Power BI mobile app as well. Now, let us understand the architecture of Power BI. So, look at this picture, and here in the left side, we have various type of data sources, and in the right side, we have the outcome or byproduct of the Power BI. Now, from the left side here, we do have various type of data. For example, on-premises data sources, right? On-premises data sources I can call like SQL Server, Oracle, IBM DB2, SAP. So whichever the database you have, there is absolutely no problem with Power BI to connect. Then SharePoint database, on-premises files like Excel, your Notepad, CSV file, that all can be connected with Power BI. Then cloud-based data sources. Suppose you have Excel file which is in Google, OneDrive, in Microsoft OneDrive, that can also be accessed. Any databases which is in Google Drive, that's also can be accessed. Azure sources, any SQL Server or any other database which is in Azure cloud, that also can be accessed to Power BI. And then all these data sources which you can see in the left side can be connected to the Power BI desktop. Is basically the environment from which we have to start our activity, and then as an input, the SQL Server analysis service. This is a cube. Basically, the cube or data mart of a SQL Server can also be act as an input to the Power BI data source. So we have to use all these data sources in the Power BI desktop, and once we develop the dashboard, we have to connect to here. This is Power BI service. So as you can see, this is a cloud basically, and this particular framework has three different components. One which we have is a Power BI desktop, and we have to deploy it to the server. This is a server environment where the dashboard reports, database and datasheet and dashboards, all three components will be uploaded to the Power BI server, which is a cloud-based platform. It is showing in the architecture. Now finally, once it is being uploaded, the dashboard can be accessed from all these end terminals, like Power BI dashboard in the browser. It can be accessed through browser, then Power BI iPad app, Power BI Windows Mobile, and Power BI iPhone or Android mobile phone as well. So this is the outcome through which the user can be able to see the visualization in this platform. So this blue color line is basically the visualization data flow. The user will be able to see your visualization from here, and he can interact to the Power BI dashboard, give the request to the Power BI server to see the data to its mobile or laptop browser. So this is all about the Power BI architecture. This is how from the data discovery till the deployment of the dashboard, and till we get the outcome in the end user portion we understood. So let us understand the perspective of data, how the data was in past, what is the present scenario, and what is the expected outcome for future, and how Power BI is fulfilling all our these three requirements in the current era. So data are in three different states actually. First, what happened means the decision or the question may come that how the sales was there in my last 30 days. That means what happened. This is basically exploring the data of past. Okay. exploring the past data, which is basically this portion. So it is basically reactive reporting. Reactive reporting means when we ask, you have to react, and then provide us the trend, past trend, and provide us the experience of the past data storage in the database. Based on that, we are creating the dashboard, which is happening normally or commonly in most of the companies. Now, what is in the present scenario? Present scenario means live and instant data or the data of the current position or the current scenario, like KPIs. KPIs means it will show what is the total sales. That means it's a total sales as on date or as of now. This is the total data. Streaming analysis. Now, if something is streaming, like how many steels has been, how what was the production of the steel plant, how was the emission of the carbon dioxide, how was the you know plate rollout in the meal. So those are all the streaming informations which you can see in the dashboard, and that can be possible in the live database connectivity to Power BI. So this is the data can be catered through the present analysis. Here we can say what is happening. Then Power BI is showing all these informations. Now then the last and the more advanced section is analytics and its future. Futuristic analysis. What will happen? If someone will ask you based on the data which I have, what will happen in the future? I just want to see the prediction. This is what we call as a futuristic analysis. In other sense, we call it as what will happen. It will show you the predict based data or trend based on the previous data or the present data. Okay, suppose we have those data of 5 years, data trend of 5 years, basically the sales data. I just want to foresee or I just want to predict the data of next 6 months or next 1 year. This is what we call as a forecasting or a prediction. And then understand what is the impact, what will be the impact if you do so and so changes in the input. That is what we call as a what if analysis. Suppose I do have so this I'm applied the discount to my system is 15%. If I'll increase the discount to 20%, what will be the impact on my sale? If I'll reduce the discount to the 10%, what will be the impact on my sale? Maybe the profit would be increased, but sales might be less. So maybe the revenue might be reduced, or profit might be increased, but number of sales could be less. If I increase the discount, maybe profit is getting a little bit less, but the number of sales will be high. So in that case, we have to see the total revenue of our system. This is what we call as a what if analysis. So data are highly or on a high level is visualized in these three different perspectives. These are the perspectives of the data, and all three perspectives can be fulfilled by the Power BI. So how it will be fulfilled? As I given a high level idea that Power BI has a desktop which is a development platform. So here it goes. Power BI desktop is a window-based or installable component in the system which is absolutely free. It's free to download, and you can start your Power BI experience on your system with minimal hardware resources. So Power BI is just like MSBI. You can simply install it. There is no such tricks. You can get it downloaded from powerbi.com, and it is not an end user tool but a power user and a designer tool. That means Power BI is not a browser. So browser can be called as an end user tool. So it is a designer tool basically, where you can do data extraction, data modeling, and data visualizations. And on top of those, various type of transformations, various type of searching of the data, various type of scriptings, you can do everything here in Power BI. So this is a powerful tool. So can be used to match, model, and design and engaging the experience, the data. So as I said, you can do the data mashup or data collections, extraction, data modeling, design of the data, and visualizing the data. All these experience can be taken care of by the Power BI. And you can do the transform and cleansing of the data. And once transformation is done, you can after design you can view the data anywhere. That means you can share your Power BI desktop or desktop based Power BI desktop based dashboard with anyone. Whoever is having the Power BI desktop, he can be able to access it through his laptop or desktop. Okay, so this is a window based interface. Now coming up to next, this is how the Power BI desktop looks like. It is a beautiful and very clean tool which can be installed in your system. Here you can see the different visualizations. These are the data fields, and this is the portion where we will do the designing of the graphical objects. This is how the simple Power BI dashboards looks like. So it's a collection of various objects I can see on the screen. This is how the Power BI desktop looks like, and this is the example of the Power BI dashboard which I'm showing on the screen. I will of course take you through the Power BI desktop with the live, example. So this is Power BI report server. As I said, Power BI report server interface is a web-based interface. It is available in both the flavors in Power BI Cloud and Power BI on-premises edition. But its interface is a web-based interface. So Power BI report servers give you environment or a hosted platform where the dashboard can be hosted and located centrally for accessibility of n number of users. When I say n number of users, the user can be anonymous for me. Any user who has provided this link of the dashboard or credential of the dashboard, they can be able to access my dashboard without having Power BI desktop. It is just a web-based or Ajax-based browser they need, an internet connection they need. They can be able to see my dashboard across the world. So it's a cloud-based service, access to all the data wherever it may be in the live environment. Share insights across web, mobile, and embedded within your own applications. So when you deploy your dashboard, the dashboard is available in the Power BI web-based interface where it can be available in the Power BI web browser and Power BI mobile browser, and a third component is called as a Power BI embedded. So Power BI embedded is one of the beautiful feature of Power BI through which you can embed your particular object in your external website. That is what we call as a Power BI. Now here we have a Power BI mobile. So it's basically an end user tool. Through Power BI mobile, you can access your dashboard through Microsoft mobile platform, Android platform, and iOS platform. You can access your dashboard through tablet, through iPad, through mobile, with some additional graphical and animated features. That's the inbuilt features of the Power BI mobile interface. And last but not least, Power BI embedded, what we can call as is a API. It's just act as a API. So Power BI API can be embed with any third-party applications and can show your data, can be able to show your data in any third-party application. So when your dashboard is hosted in the server as a derived element, this Power BI embedded will work on a particular object or a particular page. You can create an embed URL that can be embedded in a third-party applications. So say for example, I do have a website and my Power BI dashboard is in somewhere else. It is hosted in the Power BI server. So Power BI is hosted in a separate server, and from the server I have taken one summary portion or a particular chart as an embed, API, and that API can be integrated in my website, which is a different platform. So there is no connectivity of my website to the Power BI server directly, but it is the embed API who will interact with the Power BI server and get the statistical information in my website. So user will get a seamless experience in my website. They will be able to see how many data, what was the statistics being taken care of in the Power BI server. So that information will be flawlessly derived and visible in my website. Okay, now let us see the roles of Power BI professionals in an organization. You can also understand when you learn the Power BI, what will be your role, what responsibility you will play in a specific organization. Okay, the one is a data layer, the second is a semantic layer, third is a presentation layer. So you can be specify your responsibility into a specific layer here. First activity is a data layer, which is the responsibility of the DBA, which will create or assist with providing the company's enterprise data. Then IT administrator tax with server administration, including Power BI enterprise gateway. So basically, IT administrator will help you to set up the server administration and help you to install the Power BI enterprise gateway. So these are the prerequisite software which IT administrator or system administrator will do in the Power BI server. Then semantic layer, the data modeler. In the semantic layer, the data modeler means organizing, cleaning, and contribute to transform the data into a business. That means you have to connect to the data source and then fetch the data, clean the data, transform the data, and create the data in a representable format. So Power BI architect are also there who will do the task scheduling and understand the business, the data and the data and the questions. The basically they will foresee the requirement and the dashboard how it will perform, and they will try to map the requirement with the Power BI dashboard. And finally, the main designers, the Power BI users who will do the designing of the dashboard will be acting upon here. They will do the advanced Power BI report creations, and the Power BI user who will have the authorizations, he will be focusing on the department focus Power BI report creation, and the consumer who will see the data finally in the end user screen. So these are the various users or roles of the employees who are involved for development of a Power BI dashboard. We cannot omit or we cannot exclude any user's responsibility out of this activity. So it's a team activity, it's a teamwork. So everybody has to take care of the responsibility in their specific domains. Now finally, let us see the flow from the data discovery to the deployment. So how the task started? The task started from the discovery of the data. Discovery means we have to search, we have to explore where the data is, where the information is, on which we can see, we can take the three different perspective, like what happened, what is happening, and what will happen, on which we will take these three different perspective and discover the data. So what questions are to be answered, what is the natural workflow of this role, what is the nature of this data. So these are all the questions come into mind when you are discovering the data from the data source. Then designing. In the designing, you have to select the data, and after that you have to do the dimensional data model. With the fact and dimension concept, you have to create the data model and then do the data flow, and after that you have to create the and design the dashboard in the Power BI report. Then develop the data model, and within the Power BI desktop, develop the Power BI report, validate the data. This is the development part. And finally, you have to deploy the data to availability of your dashboard to end user. So deployment will be happen after all these three activities done. You have to create the report and you have to deploy it in the powerbi.com and assign the appropriate right to multiple users who can see, consume and manage your informations from the dashboard. So after deployment, they can be able to see their data on the cloud platform. So this is the flow or the workflow from the data discovery till the deployment of your dashboard with the Power BI server. So I hope you would have understood that the basics of the Power BI, how it came into market, and what is the unique selling point, and what is the objective of the Power BI, and what is the outcome of the Power BI. So this was the basic understanding, theoretical understanding of the Power BI. Then now I will just take you through the live Power BI application. So before that, let us have a look and let us have an idea that how the Power BI can be accessed from the powerbi.com, and then how it can be downloaded. We have to also set up the Power BI environment, do the lab setup, then go into the Power BI development. I will just go to powerbi.com. I have to download the Power BI desktop first. I have to install the Power BI desktop and I have to set up the development environment. I have to see what data is available with us. I have to go to the dashboard. Okay, so now I will show you have the powerbi.microsoft.com, and here there's a desktop. So this URL will help you to download Power BI desktop, powerbi.com, powerbi.microsoft.com, and here you can download the Power BI. Okay, so once you download this, it will be available with you, and it's as simple as that. You have the Power BI desktop, you have downloaded, and just double click it and to install it. Since I do have the Power BI is already in place in my system, I just would like to show you the Power BI desktop from my system. So from here you can download and install the Power BI desktop. It's as simple as that. There is no critical or technicality to go with the installations. Once this exe file is getting downloaded to your system, you have to just double click and follow the next step. That's it, and the installation is completed. Finally, let us look into the dashboard or the Power BI desktop which is installed in my system. So when you open the Power BI, it takes a little time, probably 30 seconds, to initialize in memory, and it gets open. Now my Power BI desktop is opening. I will take you through live example or a live dashboard overview. How does it looks like, and how in the succeeding sessions we can be, what would be our journey in the Power BI development. So here it goes. I can see this is basically a pop-off. You can see it's a modal pop-off. Without closing it, you cannot go back beyond the screen. And before I just take you through the Power BI desktop and understand different features of the Power BI, I will just take you through a sample dashboard so that you will have a fair idea on how the Power BI dashboard looks like and what are the criticality and what are the features it has. So let us take a look at some of my dashboard. Okay, this section is basically the list of the visualizations available in the Power BI, and these are the data which is derived from the database, and it is been organized in various tables. Now I can see this is a geographical analysis we do have, and I can see the different police station wise the crime rate. So this is how the Power BI dashboard looks like. I'm just giving you a glimpse of some of my dashboards which is already created in the system, and here I do have a various type of tabs which is segregated to different analysis, or which is specific to the different analysis. Now this is a dashboard. Here in this dashboard I do have a list of the navigations or buttons to take me to the different visualizations. So this is the landing page or the first page where user will be initially landed. That's why we call it as a landing page. Suppose I'll just click on this dashboard page, and it will take me to this dashboard page, which is common dashboard for all the different kind of the users. Suppose say many users are accessing to this dashboard based on the provision or based on the authorization. I'm just showing multiple users to multiple dashboards, but this dashboard page is going to be common because here all the data are collected and showing over here. It's not properly loading. Yeah, this is good one. Here we have different KPIs, and these KPIs, like this is a line chart. I just make it a stepped look, looking nice, and this is also a kind of line or area chart. This is a multi-dimensional line chart, we can say. This is a stacked bar chart. It's a multi-dimensional bar chart which is having order month as well as different weeks. Okay, different week is represented in different colors. This is a line chart, or we can say area chart. Here in Power BI, both line or area chart are a single object which is visualized for same scenario or for same type of requirement. And these are the KPIs which shows me high level statistics of my dashboard. This is on menu navigation I've just created from the sales analysis to revenue analysis. Suppose I would like to navigate, I'll just select this revenue analysis and click here, and it will take me to revenue analysis. So same way we do have the different KPI objects here. KPI objects means which will show me high level statistics without any further grouping. So it's showing me unit price, the total price of my order, and total number of order or count of orders, total count of customers, that means total customers, and here it is total invoice amount is 2 million, and here it is region wise different data representations we have. Region wise representation, region with multiple sub region. I think we do have a sub region with 3 different colors. Say for North America we do have a sub region, the Americas and South America and Central America. These are the 3 sub regions, and they are represented in multiple colors. Okay, now let us understand this dashboard. Here also we have the KPIs. So majorly whenever we are creating a dashboard, we just specify this dashboard in left menu, which is a common, top menu, which is a common section, and this portion you are able to see majorly changing in dashboard to dashboard. So And this is the normal standard for every dashboarding tool, and I can see this is a single dimensional bar chart, single dimensional pie chart. Majorly in pie chart, what type of scenario we should use? In pie chart, if you want to see the progress, sorry, not in progress, if you want to see the percentage, then you must use the pie chart in that sense. Here also it's showing the percentage, but it is having a two-dimensional, it's a two-dimensional pie chart, we can say. So, first dimension is year, as you can see, from year 2011 to 10 to 2015 is there, and then there are 4 quarters which has been segregated: Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So every color represent each year, and each color has been segregated to 4 different quarters. So this is how they are visualizing. This is a beautiful chart, and this is a donut chart. Same way, it's quite similar to pie chart. Here also we represent the data with percentage. In this dashboard, we have used this we call as a tree map in Power BI. In some other tool, it is also called as a block chart. Okay. Here, this is a single dimensional tree map with a distinct colors of dimension, and this is multi-dimensional tree map. Here, first is a region. There are 4 regions we have, or 4 5 regions we have, and there are multiple countries. Those are belongs to multiple regions. So based on the region, these color blocks are defined, and in one region we have multiple countries. So that has been defined here in this block, and from higher to lower, the size of the data has been defined. Higher is the bigger one box, and lower is the smaller box. And coming to this demographic analysis, here in the demographic analysis, we do have a Power BI map where country-wise populations I'm showing. Of course, all this development, all this going to be described practically in the development sections. Just to give you a high-level idea how the Power BI dashboard looks like, this is how the geographical analysis is done through Power BI. This is also another type of geographical analysis. It's not actually a symbol map, it is a field map. The entire country in the map is filled with some linear color. Now I can just see this is a report. This is a textual report with some threshold color we have applied. We can call as a threshold color based on the different conditions and the conditional, based on the conditional scenarios. This color has been defined. We also call in the Power BI this is as conditional coloring. And this is what we have a gauge chart. Gauge will be shown based on a different month or different customers based on the selection of the data. This your data will be showing. Suppose I'm choosing March, so the volume of the data will be added accordingly. All right. This is a matrix. Here we have a list of the customers, list of the customers and their sales. I can just see in different years. So against the sales and customers in both way, the data has been shown in a matrix report. There are multiple conditional analysis or conditional statements, conditional measures, conditional dimensions we can create in Power BI. We do have a formula formula making method in Power BI is called as a DAX, that we also call as a dimension access script, DAX. This is quite similar to the DAX scripting of Excel, but there are a lot of advanced features are there in Power BI that we will learn in the upcoming sessions. Various scenario based DAX scripting we will create and try to understand. This type of feature is called as a trend analysis. Here I can see the yearly trend of my data. Whenever I'm in dilemma to understand that whether our data, my business is in growing state or down state, in that case I can enable the trend line. So this trend is inclined, this dotted line is inclined, which give me an indication that the data is growing. And one of the powerful feature of the Power BI is what I just showed in the presentation is what will happen. What will happen means forecasting or doing the prediction in Power BI. So this is how this prediction looks like based on the previous data availability we have in the system. Power BI is predicting us to the future. So what will be the futuristic analysis? What will be the growth or downfall of your business in the upcoming 3-4 years? So this is one of the beautiful feature of Power BI. We must everything. No, we must do it. Now this is what we call as a reference line analysis. Whenever we are in dilemma to find out which is the bigger data and smaller data, this analysis will help you to find out the maximum line, minimum line, and average line. Based on this line, you can see the data. So there are a lot of analysis is available in Power BI. So we will be able to see this in the upcoming practical sessions. Some of the animated features are also available. This is what we call as a word cloud. This is a race chart, which is going to give me the graph, animated, bar chart basically. So this is all about one of the example of my dashboard, what I shown you. Now let us understand the Power BI desktop features. So this is basically the features of my Power BI desktop. This is how the dashboard is, and every dashboard or Power BI desktop is divided into three segments here. We do have this chart window where all these visualizations will be available and the UI will be available. And here it is the data window. Here I can see the data window, what we can say as a data manager. Here I can create multiple DAX expressions. I can see the attributes and the data of the tables in textual data of the tables here, and I can do the necessary joinings, manage. I can do manage the relationship, add a new column, create a new table, and blah 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 in this window. And this is what we call as a data model viewer, or what we call as a data model. Wherever the data is associated to each other, and they can be visualized here in this window in this graphical format. As you can see, I'm just showing this relationship of this table, the graphical form in the graphical way. The data is showing over here. All these tables are interrelated to each other beautifully. They are connected to each other. Okay, this is how the relationship is created in Power BI. So all the tables are associated to each other, or we can say connected to each other. Say for example, I do have, this is order table, I do have a customer table. So customer table is connected with this you know order table. Order table, it seems to be my central table basically, because all the tables are associated with this. So customer table is a master table which keeps the customer informations, its KYC informations of the customer, and customer is also connected to region table and by means of its country field. As you can see, the relationship is formed based on the country field. Whenever I'm hovering the mouse on the relationship, I can be able to see what all attributes are responsible to make the relationship. Here, country is a field which is making the relationship. So it's basically one to many. That means this section, this side it is showing one, and star means it is showing, it is an indication of many. So if we understood the SQL concept, whenever we are doing a joining of two tables, there are cardinality or concept of the proportion is followed. So one to many means one country is being used by multiple customers. Correct? Suppose I have United States is one country in the country table region table. Against United States state, I might have hundreds of customer in the customer table. So that's why this is one to many relationship. Against Brazil, I might have 10 customers. Against India, I might have 50 customers. So like that, if we have India one time in the region, then that India is repeatedly be present in the customer table. So that's why it is called as a one to many relationship. Same way here, this region and this country is also responsible for survey. So in the survey table, this country is multiple time used, so that's why it is a one to many relationship. Same way, one customer is having multiple orders in the order table. So if you see the relationship, customer ID is the field which is used for making the relationship. Whenever I'm hovering this, it is in the customer ID. So by means of this, we can take the conclusion that this your field is used for joining the tables. Now this is many to many. That means suppose I do have 1,000 orders in the order table, I do have 1,000 customers in the customer table. That means completely one to one. Like you see, not sorry, it's not many to many, actually it's one to one. That means suppose I do have 100 customers or 100 orders in order table. That means against those 100 orders, I do have 100 invoices. Naturally, it's really happen also. I do have 100 invoices. So in that case, it is one to one. Okay, this side one and this side one. This is one and star means many. Okay, this is one and star means many. So one order may have multiple products, or may have multiple order details. Okay, and one order detail, in one order detail, one type of product name has been used multiple times. Say pizza might have been used in multiple order details. History might have been used in multiple order details. So this is the master data of the order table, and that data has been used multiple times in the order detail page or order detail table. This is one to many relationship. Same way, this is also one to many relationship, and this is how the complete data model looks like in the Power BI. Okay. Now this data model is having a graphical interface, so it is one of the beautiful feature of Power BI, an intuitive feature of Power BI, which can make any non-technical user understand about the Power BI data model and the relationship and the flow of the data between one table to another table. Correct? This is what we call as a data model of Power BI. And the middle one is the data manager, where I can see the all the tables names and their field names, and I can do the additions or deletion or the necessary transformations over here. And this is finally the graphical interface or the design interface, where the design will be followed or dashboards will be created. So I have to create multiple dashboards by creating like this. I will just simply click on this new page, and the page will be created at the last sequence. So based on these pages, I can create and delete a page right away here, or If I want to derive one page from another page, I can just have to make it duplicate. Instead of creating from the scratch, I can make it duplicate page. So that will create another page by copying the existing or original page. This is going to create the duplicate page. And one more powerful concept of Power BI or powerful interface of Power BI is Power Query Editor, or we can also say as editor, where it can be used as a transformation for the transformation of the data. So here we can do the ETL of the data. We have to first connect to the data source, and then you have to do the transformations like a ETL tool. Like, what is ETL? Extract, transform, and load, right? So in the Power BI also we are capable enough to do the such kind of functionality, that is extract, transform, and load. This is what the ETL process is. We are extracting the data. Here we will have a list of tables, and what type of transformations we will do. For example, we do have this employee table. Employee name is this. I just want to segregate employee name to first name and last name. For example, I see this. I am capable enough to split the table field, one table field to multiple fields, right? So employee name is only showing, which is the first name and last name. I can pretty well capable to make it split it to multiple tables, or sorry, multiple fields. Okay, employee first name and last name, that's also possible. This is what we call as a Power Query Editor. So through this Power Query Editor, I can do the various type of transformations, and I can cleanse the data basically, remove the unnecessary field, and do the derivation of the data as per our requirement, and I can just update the data which can be fed into the Power BI designer. So this is a query editor, and that other interface is the Power BI designer, where the dashboard will be created. So all these features we will be learning one by one in our upcoming sessions. So it was just to give you a high level idea of how the Power BI looks like, what was the perspective, what is the Power BI tool, and what was the easiness of the Power BI, and how will be the outcome of the Power BI. So I gave you a high level informations of the overall journey of our training from the first day to till date. So this is what the Power BI desktop is, and Power BI overview of the Power BI is. So I hope you would have liked the sessions. So let's see. I do have Power BI desktop. So by the time it's open, like, we will have to create a dashboard from the scratch today, and we will understand the data which is available with us, and then we will try to make the connectivity from the Power BI desktop to the data sources. So for this exercise, in the Power BI, we have to create a dashboard from the scratch, and I will try to make the connectivity of the Power BI data from the SQL Server. To initialize, it is taking little time, but once it is open, then creating a new dashboard or new page is not take much time. So by the time our Power BI is open, we will also connect to SQL Server database, which is there with us. I have SQL Server. I have to open the SQL Server Management Studio. Then this is the Power BI desktop. The first look of the Power BI desktop. We have to create a new dashboard. Okay. So whenever I need to create a new dashboard, I just don't want to open any specific dashboard first. I will just close this one, and this is create a untitled dashboard. I have to first save it. So for this, I will create project. Say here, I'll just create a project folder. I'll just keep my dashboard. Okay, so just copy this folder path, and here I will just save it. Save this dashboard to that particular location, and the dashboard name I will give as say retail dashboard. Okay, because I have the retail data in place with me, so we will use it. This is a blank dashboard. So let us first understand the features of the Power BI. As I say, this your filter panel. This is all the visualizations, and these are the fields or the data which is needed. Because now you see here, there is no data or fields available. It is evident that we have not connected to any data source as of now. So in order to start with, I have to connect with a new data source. So before we connect to new data source and do the necessary transformations, let us go back to the SQL Server and understand what are the tables available with us. We have to first understand the data structure, the tables, the relationships, and then here in Power BI we can make a connectivity to those data. So let's go to SQL Server, which I have opened parallelly here. Database. SQL Server is a relational database management system. When you need to connect to SQL Server, you have to give the host name of the system. Username is default installation username is SA, and password is the password which we have set at the time of installation. So these are the listed databases available with us. I do have this order database, where I have various tables over here. I can see the list of the tables available with me. Now let us understand the table structure. This is a customer table. Whenever you need to see the data of this table, just right click over here and select top 1000 rows. So these are the table data of customer table. Here customer table contain the customer related information or the basic information of the customer. The primary key or the unique column of this table is a customer ID. So this is the primary key or the unique column. In other fields, the data might be repeated, like division, it is a repetitive data, and company name also can be repeated. There is a probability, but the customer ID never be repeated because this is a unique ID. So against this customer ID, all the customer information is available. Same way, other tables are also interconnected to each other. I will just take a here. This is order table, and just trying to search the data of the order table. Now you will see in the order table we have a unique ID of the order table is order ID, whereas we do have a customer ID which is also present in this table. Okay, so how come customer ID is present with this order table? Because this customer ID is a foreign key or the reference key of the customer in the order table. This key field of customer ID is going to be helpful for connecting customer table with order table. By means of this customer ID, since there's a reference of the customer customer ID is present in this table called customer ID. So this data, both the data of these tables are common. So based on this field, we can make a connectivity. Now the same way, other tables are also interrelated. Order table having order ID, whereas in order detail also you would find one order ID is there. So this field is a relationship field to the order table. So order detail table is also connected to order table by means of this order ID field. So I'm not going to with all the field or tables and the fields, because I know all the tables are same way interconnected. You see employee ID over here. From order table, employee ID is a unique key field of employee table, which makes this two table employee and order relation. Same way customer ID making a relationship to customer table, and product ID making a relationship to here. We have a product ID in the product table, and in the order detail table also we have a product ID. So that means the order detail table is connected to product table. Alright, so this way these tables are relational, we understood. Now it's time to make a connectivity from Power BI to SQL Server. So now I'll go to Power BI. First of all, very first activity I will have is to connect Power BI with my data source. So we have various approach to connect. Right from the field you can get data and add data to your report. Right from here also you can connect to this, or else you can go to this, get data, and from here you can connect to SQL Server. So right click and make a relationship to SQL Server. So I'm going to connect this to SQL Server. It is just asking me the option, the server name. So remember, when I have connected to SQL Server, in the SQL Server also it asks me the host name of my laptop. Now SQL Server is installed in my local machine. That's why I had to give the host name. And otherwise I can also give the host name which is localhost, which is a generic name. If I'll give localhost, that will by default mean to my host local host name. So database name I can give, or else it is optional, so you can leave it as it is. Now data connectivity mode, what is a direct query and input. So if you want to make a direct query, you have to put a query here, query for views or store procedure, and then the data will be fetched from the Power BI. But I have to import the data tables to Power BI, and in the front end I will make the relationship. So these are all the optional parameters. I will just go with this import. Now one more difference is I will also tell you the direct query and import means. In import, the data will be connected from Power BI to SQL Server in a disconnected approach. Like one of the offline data source will be created in import case. So every time we do any filtration and all, that will be imported, that will be visible from that Power BI data source file. Whereas direct query means it will always be act as a live connections. So it will be always depending on the data source. So that's not a good approach. I will just make it import. So I have made it, and order DB I have selected, and list of the tables I can choose. So I will write from here, I will list out the tables which I want it to the Power BI. These are all the tables. Now I can go to directly load, or I can go to transform data. So all these tables are selected, before I load them to the Power BI, I have to go to transform the data, because Power BI is also act as a somewhat ETL mechanism. ETL in ETL phenomenon also it works. So when the data is loaded, this process we call as extraction. So we have extracted this data from the data source. This is what we have the extraction is. Now the next approach is the transformations. So we have to do the transformations of the data, that Power BI Power Query section. So we have an option called a Power Query, to which we can do the necessary transformations on the data. So but in this particular session we will give emphasis on the Power Query section. After transformations, we have to load the data to the front end layer. That is what we call as a data visualization layer. So, as I said, data extraction, data transformations, and data loading, all three activity is going to be performed in the Power BI. That's why it is also working on the ETL phenomenon. So, including all these selected tables, I will just take these tables to the transformation window called Power Query Editor. So as you see this editor in the title, it is listed as Power Query Editor. Preview may be up to 48 days old. So I've just loaded this data. I will just refresh it. That means the data will be refreshed from the database, and here it will be act as a ETL tool. Here we have a necessary transformations, and we will apply those transformations on these tables. So before I go for visualizations, I have to do the necessary transformations with this Power Query Editor. So this Power Query Editor is different from the Power BI designer, UI designer. So this is not a UI designer part, this is the backend activity which we have to perform. So the necessary backend activity we will perform is, say we will start with each table. Say we do have a customer table, and in the customer table what changes I can do? Company name, I can simply change this name of this field to customer name, customer, contact name, contact person. So you see, whatever the changes we are applying on this, it is just creating a applied state or creating a log on this. So I can also go back to the previous state if I don't want to perform these changes or commit these changes. Address, city, customer. So what I'll do, I'll just sequence the field. This customer ID is in the mid of this table. I'll just take it to the first column. So remember, whatever the changes we are doing in this Power BI Power Query Editor, it is doing changes to the Power BI data source, which is a logical data source created in the Power BI front end. This is no more be impacted to the physical data source of our SQL server. Okay, this is very crucial. Country division we have. I'll just take and keep this data sequentially. Say first contact person, then division name. I'll simply name it as division. Country, then state we have also state province. State data is not for all the countries, but anyway, I'll just keep it over here. Say division, country, state. Instead of province, I'll simply use a state, city, address, and other fields. So here I have to define or decide that what all fields might not be necessary for me for visualization. So I can just remove them. I'll simply choose this column. I don't want this facts column to be displayed anywhere in my report. So I'll simply remove it, remove column. So you see, the column has been removed. Now, whatever the changes I did, it is the reorder, rename, reorder, etc. Finally, remove the column. So there is all activity are being recorded here in this applied state. If you want to go back, simply remove it, and you will get your fact column back. Alright, so postal code, division ID, this is also not there because division itself is in there in our table. So, so in order to make our data sheet or data source of Power BI, lightweight, I will just apply those fields which is really required for the analytics. Okay, customer names, see this customer names, unit cap, that's fine, alright. Okay, same way employee, in the employee table, I have employee first name, last name, name. The name would be changing to employee. Last name, I will remove it. First name, I will remove. Hire date, this date has to be formatted as per the analytics. Now you see this date format is not proper. So I'll just click here. Now right click on this, and here you can format it. So these are the necessary transformations. So transform to quarter, month, week, etc. etc. So I'll just text transformations. I'll give date only, not time. Now you see this data seems to be proper. Okay. Now earlier this data source, in our data source we do have our date and time, and this format is also not user friendly format, like year, month and date is defined over here. What I have done, I simply click on this, right click on this, and transform and made it to only date. And I can also change it to in a different way, like change type to date time as well, and only time also. If you see only time, that has been also shown. So I will just change it to date. Okay. So now this is proper date format. All right. Now what all changes we have done here is hire date and modified. Same way resignation date also. I will do the changes on this. Right click, transform, and date only. Perfectly created. Year salary, I'll just make it you know, salary. Okay. Small steps. So this is title. I'll just change it to designation. These are the fields. Now you see the data type of these fields are also indicated in the icons. Now the icon you see 1, 2, 3 is the icon of numeric data. Calendar is the icon of the date type. ABC is for the textual data, and currency symbol $sign is for the money type of data. So this data is with showing us money. Alright, so this is good. Now moving on to invoice. So same way I will do the necessary transformations. Going forward, I will transform date only, and this is date only. Fine. This is shipment date. I'll make it date only. This is our detail table. Now I do have this quantity, order ID, and unit price. I'll just make it as a price, simply price. Date employee ID here, I'll select this order date, and in this order date also would be transform as date only. Shipper ID no more required because shipper is there in the table itself. So what I can do here, I will just make a duplicate of this order table. So right click and duplicate. See, I just want to name this table as shipper. Okay, and shipper I will keep it here. It's a shipper table. All right. Now on this table I will remove all these fields except this shipper informations because shipper ID was by default added in the order table. So what I'll do, I'll select all these columns, remove columns, and I have shipper ID and shipper is maintained over here. And in the order table, I will not keep this shipper remove column. Only shipper ID is there. So this will be a relationship to shipper table. In shipper table, we do have shipper ID and shipper name. So what changes I did? I just make a duplicate. This is also a type of transformations. I have removed the column from the shipper column from the order table and make another table for making relationship to order. Now here you see one thing I'm noticing here. There are duplicate shippers. Okay, this is also one type of transformation I am showing you. Here shipper ID is 33333. There are many threes are there because it is primary key is going to be the primary key of this table. I should not have repetitive data in the table. So whereas I can notice, I am noticing the repetitive data in this table. What I can do, I will just select this corner, right corner. I don't want to select a particular column. So here there is a transformations called remove duplicates. Because we have 3, 5, all those are duplicates as well as the shipper names are duplicate, and make it remove duplicate. So since I have removed the duplicate fields, I can notice that I have only 5 shippers in my table. One is quick shipping, no universal shipper export, and these are all the shipper names. Fine. So very easily I could create one more table called as a shipper. Okay. Now moving on to next in the order table, we had in the order detail table, right? It was a shipper in the order table. Yeah, shipper ID and the shipper ID will make a relationship. Okay, now coming to product table, product ID is there, product table fields are there. Okay, unit of measurement. UOM is unit of measurement. I will just name it as unit for understanding. Status is invoiced. So now how many status are there? Only invoiced is there. There is no other status is also defined. Now salesperson. Salesperson is also an employee, actually an employee. So what I can do, salesperson, sales title. So I'll simply name it as. Now let's let it be sales title. Otherwise, that would be connected. That might be connected with that other table, employee table. Okay. So these are the tables. These are the tables being sales employee sales ID, salesperson. Now, actually, one relationship has been created. This is employee ID in the order table, and which makes the relationship to employee table. And this is employee sales ID, which is actually the salesperson ID. So what I can do, I'll just take it, and in the salesperson table, I will rename this field actually. So this will make a relationship to this table, employee salesperson ID. So here employee and salesperson are become different for me. Alright, so this data is proper. Now let's see what other changes we can make here. I can see in the discount there is some unusual data is also showing. So what I can do, I will change type to percentage. But if I'm making percentage, it is becoming too unusual. So I'll simply change this to remove back and change type to so I can see some of the discounts after say 5.0 115 and there is an E plus 13 some garbage data is being added. So what I can do, I just have to make it transform. So let's do one thing. After three character 1 2 3, the rest of the data will be removed. So what I can do, so here I just want to keep this data perfect, not with this garbage data. So I should be I want this 5 here this should be 5.0. Okay, not this E. I want this should be 2.0 like that. So right click here. There is an option called as split column transformation. So the split column transformations will separate the garbage data and keep our data filter in this column. So click on this and I want to split this column with the delimiter. No, by number of characters. Yes, by number of characters. By position. Okay. So say example I will just change it to delimiter. Okay, so after delimiter it will be removed, so I don't want the delimiter should be there, so it should be dot comma each occurrence of the delimiter, leftmost delimiter, not comma, it should be say colon space tab sign. So I just make it dot. Okay, after dot all the data will be removed. Also delimiter it is E. Okay, after E whatever the data is there it will remove. I think it was not properly work. I'll just remove this column and the discount column again. I will just split it by dot custom and dot. After dot, this will be removed. I think this has to be converted to string first. So here, change type to instead of whole number, make it text. Okay, so this data is actually text data. Discount is showing like this 50%, 10%. Okay, so now what I can do, I will just keep two characters and remove other data. So split column by number of characters. I'll keep it two characters once as far left as possible. Now you see Now see, this data has been properly transformed. 25%, 50%, this is 50% and all. Now this has been split it. Now I can just remove this column. I no more record this. So this field which is discount, now I can just change it to numeric. Okay. So change this to change type to, this has become whole number now. That's fine. Okay. Whole number. 25%, 15%, 10%. That's a perfectly has been transformed. So this was really helpful for me. This is quantity. This is product ID, shipment and price. Now one more column I may need. Alright, so let us transform this and we will add the columns in the DAX scripting. So what I can do, this is fine now, and same way in the order table. Let's see what left for the transformations. Product names are capital. Okay, that's fine. So all these product names are too long. What I can do, I can just make a standard length of this product names. Say for example, so let's make it 18 characters or 15 characters length of each product. Okay, let's make it 20 characters because minimum length I can see the 20 characters of the products. So this product name should not be too lengthy. What I can do, I can just apply this transformation, split column again by length, number of characters, right? So if you want, I have shown you to split the column by delimiter because in the last discount field we have applied by delimiter, and here I want to make it 20 character length and rest of the data will be discarded. So what I can do, what do you mean by this split once as far as left as possible, as far left as possible, once as far right as possible? From right it will be selected 20, then left data will be discarded. Or if it is repetitive, then if you have 100 character data, it will be 5, 20, 20, 20, it will be 5 columns. So I want only left data will be there as far as possible. So 20 character will be kept and rest of the data will be discarded. Means it will be formed as a second column. Yellow was not worked actually. Alright, so let me just consider two more characters. Right click, or else you can just select here split column by character, 22 character, not repetitive. Just choose this and that's fine for me. Now all the data are replaced. Okay, this is just for example actually, just to showing you how we can split by delimiter, how we can split by specific length. So I really don't have intention to remove it because the product name should be there as it is, otherwise there will not be meaningful data. Alright, just to understand, salespersons. Suppose you want to create one more column with first name of the salesperson. Okay, salesperson name is there. You can just make a duplicate column, and from here split the column by delimiter here, not by position, not by anything else. Split by delimiter space. Leftmost delimiter, that means the first name will be taken up and other will be discarded. Okay, leftmost data has been created to the first column and rightmost data is added to the second column. We can make it first name, last name. Okay, like this. Split it by space. because space is the one delimiter. Like this, I can just create the salesperson first name, salesperson last name. Same way from the employee also, I have just you know this remove those columns, but I can keep it as well. Fine. So this is what we have is the basic features. The features, most of the features we have covered up in this our query editor. Now, I just also want to add some more data to our data source. Before that, let me just save it actually. So apply, save. If you want to apply, then it will be applied. If you want to close and apply, then also you can close and apply it. So just apply. Don't I'm not closing it. So once I applied it, you see there's a load statement is running. What this load statement is doing behind the scenes, it is storing this change data to the Power BI data source file or Power BI data source, which is a logical entity and shaped in the front end only. So this is not going to be impacted to our real data set, real database tables. Every time you do any changes, this would be so it's detecting the relationship. As you can see, it was loaded and then imported, and now it is detecting the relationship. Now, in addition to the SQL Server data, we will also add few more data which is there in Excel sheet as well. So, I do have one other data in the Excels as well. Say here, data sources. So, how I can add some more tables to this? So, just go to new source, Excel. One. Choose the Excel workbook and selected this, and here it is about to extract the data to Power BI. Now here we have two column tables, region and survey. So this also we will take it to Power BI. Okay. So now you see in this data we have got region, which is okay. Something to notice here, region, and this is survey. Now this data I have fetched it from the Excel sheet. In Excel, sometime what happen, the data which is the first row or first, which is the column name is identified as the first row of the table, which is not correct, right? The field name of this table is region, sub-region as and country. Whereas, instead of making these fields as attribute name, it has been by default taken to the data. So I just want to make these three data, region, sub-region and country as a field name of this table or the column name of this table. How I can do it? So there is a transformation available here in the Power BI is called as a use first row as header. Click on this. When you click on this, use first row as a header, this will be treated as a header. Okay, header. For reverse, you have also option use header as a first row. Okay, so I have done it. Now region is available, sub regions is available, and country names are also available. So this country can be make a relationship with the country of customer table. Some of the country might name might be same, so the relationship can be formed in the survey table, in the region table. Okay, so what next? I can see some of the data is having some of the country is having dots, right, in this. So I can just do the transformations like this is a. I just want to remove those data. Select this, delimiter, leftmost, and then comma. So this data are removed, and this field is in fine tune. So this is properly transformed now. So right in the survey table, same way here also we will remove because this field names was supposed to be same in both the cases. Split column by delimiter, leftmost delimiter, comma. Okay, this field also being removed, and this name is now country. Okay, so they're all fine. So the necessary transformations I will do is the changing of the field name, transmit railways, passenger cars. So survey data has to be useful for us. This mobile phone subscribers. So this is the category has been defined: transmit and mobile phone subscribers. That is fine. Internet users, mortality, mortality under health expenditure. All right. So mortality is 1, health expenditure per capita. So these fields I don't other fields health expenditure total. I can just remove this. I don't want population, total population. This one field is called as population urban population, and I think it's rural. Okay, population birth rate, life expectancy. Okay, this will be there. Population between age, you know, this is the percentage of the population, percentage of the total. So this data can be useful for us for making, your pie charts. All right. So this has been created. So we have got proper data for us. Now it's time to just save our data, close and apply. So I'll simply click on this. Now we've got Excel data in place and we have got SQL Server data in place with us. So now you see the data which has been added to our data model is now readily available. So in our data model, these are the customer table with the proper data, because customer ID, customer contact person, etc., we have made the sequence as per our requirement. The order table, say order ID was supposed to be there in the first. So if you want to do the changes, you cannot simply take the order ID to the first column, right? So you have to go back to the Power Query editor. So here is the Power Query editor. Go to customer, go to order table. Now if you want to do the changes, so I do have this order ID is is the primary key of my table. So I have to keep it first, right? Key invoice and invoice table. Order weight is a field, will be useful for us. Order weight. Say this is this much kg. Okay. Order weight 7000 kg means 7 ton. So all our data are perfectly done and applied to the Power BI. If you want to do the changes, because I only did changes in the order table, so the changes has been applied to our Power BI data source file. Now you see the relationship. Let us understand the relationship which is being created behind the scenes automatically, beautifully. The relationship is created in the Power BI. Let's have a look into this. All the tables are now relational or and interrelated to each other. Okay. Okay, why not these two tables are connected with the order table? My relation expectation was there to connect a reason table and server table like this. Say, for example, I will connect this country with this table. I just want to make a relationship. Okay, now here customer tables country field and region tables country field. So I'll just make it okay. The relationship has been formed, and then this country will be related to survey table based on country and country. That's fine. So all these tables of the data are connected to each other. This is how the Power Query editor works and how useful it is, and this way we could get the data model of it. And so let's see. So I've just connected to my database, and I've got all these tables. What I can do, I need to do some necessary transformations on this data to the Power Query editor. So click on this. You will go to the Power Query editor. So need to see like what other transformations we can use on this. We have already created a split column, use first row, remove column, you know, many things we have created. Suppose this is address field. I would also like to show you the merge columns. So what I can do, say country, state, city, address, and postal code. So these all fields will be merged together and created a new field called address instead of having all this data. Or say I'll just make it duplicate. Right click. I'll just have to make it duplicate, because if I will apply the merge transformations on this, it will be say duplicate column. So it's creating one more country column. Then uh, then we have also say state column here. So I will as well make it duplicate column. So I have to make it one by one. City, make it duplicate 2, then address, duplicate column, postal code, also duplicate column. Now going forward, Okay, I just want to make, I just want to, avoid the duplicate records here. Say for example, duplicate records are year and month and all. So duplicate records, I will just, there's one concept in Power BI called as a group by. So how I can apply group by on this data? I'll just choose year, which is has a high level, low granularity, and this data in the high level. So what I can do, group by rows in the table based on the values in the currently selected columns. Click on this currently selected column. Specify the number of the columns to group by and desired output. Okay. The basic. This is one. The basic is okay. This is order year. Then the column you can define, and if you want to have more, I think here I can have other groupings also. So more groupings will be there. Say for example, I will go with advanced as well as basic. Okay, fine. So first of all, I would like to make a grouping. So instead of creating on this table, I will make a duplicate table. How I can duplicate this entire table? Thus that provision is also there in Power BI in the query editor. So it will simply be a duplicate table. I want to apply this grouping on a separate table, so I will just make a duplicate of this order table. Right click on this, copy and paste. So when you paste it, you would see this data is there. Now I want year wise statistics on this. So for example 2000, this order year is there. I will just make a group by option in Power BI. I'll choose first, I will show the basic, then I will show the advanced as well. So group by order year, group by order month, whatever you want. So then now the number of column you wanted to have it here is, say, group by orders, count of rows, count of rows. Okay, against this particular year, how many rows are there? So this is a very basic function. There is no aggregation function we have. It's basically count. There is no advanced aggregation functions we have. We have only, so say for example count of rows. If you make it rows, then there's no specific column here. If you make a distinct row, also there's no specific column here. So okay, that's fine. So count of rows, order here, number of orders, number of orders. So it's a basic group by functions we have in Power BI. Now it's become a very simple table which is having year wise number of orders. So this is grouping feature. So group by year. Secondly, I will create one more function, one more advanced concept of this group by. I'll simply copy this and paste it. Now I will choose again the month and year. So choose this column, group by, and it should be advanced. This time I will take advanced. So add multiple groupings, add multiple groupings. So when we have order year, then I will add order month. Okay, order month, and then I'll also have order quarter, then order month. Okay, so all three groupings items will be there here. Then the attributes, the measures which I want should be number of orders. So count of rows again. If you want to have multiple measures here, again that's also possible. Number of orders, order weight. There's one field called order weight. So sum of order weight, total order weight by year. So order weight be sum of what? Sum of, there's a field called order weight. I'll just choose this one. So I've got two options. First is a basic grouping in Power Query, where I can simply choose one dimension and one measure. Okay, one dimension which I chosen in the last table is order year, and then the measure is number of rows. Same way, in the advanced we have a little more feature, that is you can have multiple columns or dimensions. You can create in this, and you can create multiple measures. So first measure I have created here, number of order, which is count of rows basically, and order weight is the sum of order weight. Let me find out if I can get any more other data. ID, no other dates are there, so I can just remove it, delete. No other measures can be they are in this table. So I just have these two measures. Alright, so let's see how it looks like. It will be represented very nicely. Here I do have 5 years of data, 2010 to 2015 probably, yes, and their quarters. So say for example 2010, so I've got 2010. If I'll select 2010 only, I have 4 quarters of data. 2010, 1 quarter data is not there, and then these are the months of data which I have it here. In 2013 I'm having complete set of data, so I'm getting 2013 quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4. All 4 quarters data are there. So I can just, and then month January to this thing is there, sort ascending. I will make it sort ascending. So okay, alphabetically it has been sorted. So I do have January, Feb, and all these data are there. Okay, so 12 data are there. So this is what we have, the standard, basic and advanced grouping feature in Power BI. So I can just make it as group by quarter and alright. So this data are having two measures, number of orders exactly for all the months, and then the weight, the sum of weight of all the months. So this is the aggregated data we have. Okay, fine. So okay, one more concept is there in Power BI is called as a parameter. Then I'm going to show you how you can create a parameter. Now what is the use of this parameter? Parameter is act as a variable, and whenever you create any calculated column or conditional column, this is like this. I have created a conditional column, and wherever you create any conditional column, as per your selection, the data will be keep on changing. The calculation will be keep on changing. Say for example, I would create a GST is a value which is going to be our input for calculation, and my total order price will be quantity into price, and this price will be GST. Suppose for example, I'm creating one more column, add custom column. Here formula you can apply here. Say for example, quantity into price will be there. Okay, this will be the custom column, and the column name is total price, order price. Okay, order price. So very easily I could create a custom column which is the order price. Now you see this is say two quantities are there, and this value is price is 2500. So if you multiply this with 2, then you will get this. This is the order price. So you may go to any shop and order multiple item against one item. Suppose its price is 10 rupees, and you have ordered 5 uh, item in that particular product, then it will be 50 rupees. Same way, we have the quantity of each product uh, and the price which is listed over here. Quantity of each item and the price is there. So if you multiply that, I'm getting this order price. Now I just need to create one more field with the parameterized control. What I can do, first of all, I have to create a parameter. I will create a parameter, and I will show you how we can create a list of an array of values, and those values will be invoked in a conditional column in the Power BI. So whenever you will change the parameter value in the front end, the data in the calculate column will be keep on changing. So this is what we can achieve through a parameter. So it's exactly act like a variable, but variable can be a single value. Here in parameter we can have a single as well as a list of or array of values. So manage parameter, go to manage parameter and create a new parameter. It's very a powerful feature of Power BI. I will just give this parameter name as PRM. For a prefix to identify a parameter, I will give as PRM, GST or tax. Simple tax. Okay, PRM tax. I can have a single value as well have a multiple values. So type would be any. What type of value is this? It would be numeric or a decimal number or text or a date. I will just make it as a decimal number. That means numeric value can be there or a decimal value can be there. It can be 10, it can be 10.5, it can be 15.5, like that. Also tax. Now the tax will not be a single value. I just want to have a list of values here. So first percentage of the tax will be say 5%. Second would be 7, then 10%, 12.5, 15%, 17, 17.5, and 20% like this, and 22.5, then 25%, up to this 25% the tax will be applied. Okay, now this is the default value which you can choose. Say for 5 and then 7.5 would be like this. So in 2.5 threshold I am just incrementing 5, then 2.5, then up 2.5, 10, then 10, 12.5 is 2.5 increment, then 15, 17.5. So in this 2.5 threshold or increment value, my tax is getting defined. All right. So default value of my tax say would be 10%. Okay, 10% will be the default value, and current value also I will choose 10%. All right. Now this is become a parameter. Whenever you want to change a value in the parameter, according to the parameter your data in the column will be keep on changing. Now this parameter is created and the default value which is visible is 10%. All right, in this table, order price table, I am going to add one more column which will be indicating the inclusion of tax on top of the order price. So order price is the price which is quantity into price multiplication, and on top of the order price I will have inclusion of the tax percentage. Okay, so 10% of this will be showing in another column. So let's create it. I just want to have a add custom column, not conditional column, it's a custom column. Conditional column I have also shown you how to create a conditional column. So multiple conditions can be defined over here, and this column has been created, and this is what I can do is a custom column. In the column name I'm going to give is order price tax, order price inclusive of tax. So I just want to show it here is order price plus order price 10%. Okay, into point, this is PRM taxes here. So this will be the calculation here. Whatever the order price into 0.10% will be 10 divided by 100. So this will be our calculation. See this PRM tax, the parameter tax, I am not giving a static value because this default value is 10 here. Now it will be 10 divided by 100 is 0.1, or this will be the calculation. Like suppose the order price is 200, then 200 into 10 divided by 100 will be basically 20. Okay, and order price is 200, so the total price inclusive of order will be 220. Same way this calculation will be created. Now I've created this column called as order price. Now you see, say for example this one 3912 is the value. The 12%, 10% of this is 4303. Just wanted to check. Say for example 3912 into 0.1. Sorry, yes, plus 3912 is how much? Is 4303. The total is a 4303. Perfect. So this is the total value. This is the total value 3912, and this is the additional tax is 390, which is 10% of this 3912, and this total amount is becoming this much. So formula is 3912 into, for example, 10 divided by 100 is this much is the formula, and how we have calculated in the parameter is also same, exactly like this. Okay, all right. So this is how we have created the parameterized conditional column. The conditional column which we have created is this one. This is basically the custom column. This is the conditional column. Custom column also we have added the parameterized value. So for example, 4303 is a value over here. Just wanted to check if I'm changing the parameter value whether it is going to be changed or not. Suppose I'm going to change the parameter value to 15%. Now let's see, is it changing? 3912 was the earlier value, now it is changed to 15%, so it's become 4498. If I'll reduce it, if I'll reduce the 10% to 5%, let's see what's happening. I'll go to the parameter, current value is this one, so I'll change it to 5%. Yes. It's also changing. Earlier it was 3912 and it was 43 something, and it is reduced to 4107. So it's very nicely calculating the values in the conditional column by using the parameters. If I change the parameter value to 25%, then it will be drastically increasing, and you would see the changes over here. 3912 was there earlier, now it is become 4890. Earlier it was 41 something, okay, 4100 something, and this has become 4800. Okay, this has become more. So this is how we can create a Power BI conditional column using a parameter in the Power BI. So this is also very useful concept in Power BI by using the parameter. All right. So we have created a conditional column, and custom column and column with the parameterized data. Here in the order table, we wanted to have something. Here I just use this data. So we have seen how to create a group by concept in Power BI. Basically, this is basically what we call as a pivot. Okay, power pivot and power on pivot. Using this pivot functions, I've just pivoted the data to clubbed or group by feature. And I would also like to show some few more tricks over here. This price which is showing, which is having a double dot, okay, I would just like to change its data type. So data type is this drop down. Here you can change the data type of the data and make it more simplified. Suppose here it is having double dot, double decimal values. I would like to make it rounded off. So just click on this price and then change the data type from money to something else. So this is having data type with fixed decimal number. What I can do is whole number. If I make it whole number, then it will not have this value. So it's become a whole number. 1, 2, 3 means it is a whole number. It will not have any decimal values. If you change to decimal values, then it will be different. So for example, this DAX as well. So data type simply selected as any. I'll just change it to decimal number. This become 2 decimal. Now what is the difference between decimal and a fixed decimal? Now the fixed decimal looks more beautiful and more intuitive to understand. It has a decimal value, but fixed means it will have this thousand or comma separators. So whenever you want to evaluate or enumerate any long length data or a numeric value with a long length, in that case it's better to choose this decimal. Data type can be a fixed decimal number. You would have like this. It is having 1000 separator to easily understand a value. Price also I can also give. So it would be simply, when it's a simple number, it is not being identical between this order ID and this price. So you can simply see this order ID is also a numeric value. This is also a numeric value. Or this might cause an impression. You might have an impression that it is a key field from other table. So when you just make it to fixed decimal value, you can have a decimal value, but when you say fixed decimal value, it will be like this. It will have 1000 separator. So it will be clearly understood that these values are price, not anything else. This price, in between this price, I will not keep this order volume. I can just keep it to the left side of this. So I can do it pretty easily from here. Okay, that's fine. This is way I have just changed this data type of this, and here also the dates. This is basically date type of data. Now okay, let it be this format. Okay, let's see what all transformations we can apply on this. Same here, same way here also number of mobile phone subscribers. It will not be a currency, so it will be like this. That's fine. Modality is this, and suppose I'd like to create a percentage of this data. For example, there's percentage. I think this percentage calculation was wrong. It should be percentage of total actually. Okay, so it is not evaluating properly. And here in this table, if you want to just show this data on a transform, sorted way, because table the data is not a properly sorted way. Suppose in that case you can also make it transform by sorted way. So this is 2007 and all. So suppose you want to keep this data in the employee table not by employee ID but by uh, you know employees from higher to lower, higher date, or old employees to new employees, because in this ID they're not able to understand which employee is a new employee or which employee is a old employee. So this data are not properly sorted. So I can just select this and sort ascending. If you make it sort ascending, so starting from year 2007 to 2009, then 10, and blah blah blah, and coming into at last it's of 2015. That means the data is now properly sorted in the table. One more tricks I would just like to show here. Say for example, conditional column. One is say employee, if employee ID is equals to select column report 2. If report 2, then select column employee. Now let's see how does it looks like. Say for example, reporting authority. There's one column I have added over here. What's happening? Enter a number value. Employee ID is report 2. Of course, employee ID is a number and report 2 is also number. Let me look back. Employee ID is a number. Okay, report 2 is become ABC. Its data type is become ABC, means it is become a character. So first of all, in order to make it comparison, I do have to make a this attribute as numeric. So okay, why this data type is not being okay. I just selected this, the text data type. I'll just change it to whole number. It's become a number. Now I will just add a conditional column and say employee ID. Say report 2 is equal to column employee ID, then select column employee name. That means my intention here is to show, because it has IDs, right? Here IDs, you see here employee ID, and this is the report 2. That means this is the employee Eric is highest ranked employee in this company. Why? Because it has a reporting authority is 0. And see, there's one person who is this Helena is report to Eric, means Eric employee ID is 1 and Helena is reporting officer is 1, and this person is also having 1. So they are both report to this particular person Eric. So my intention is to create one more column which will give their reporting authority names. Say against Helena, I should be able to show Eric is the reporting officer. Alright, so I think it's not able to match. We need to find out some other approach. This is the way it actually matches the data and shows the expected data. But I think this is not able to find out or compare due to some inconsistency. Alright, so this is how these topics are. These are the different type of transformations we have seen. What is a power pivot and what is power on pivot in Power BI? Pivot is something like converting rows to column and columns to row in Power BI. This is very generic word. Suppose in Excel I'm having seen this type of data. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. In Excel, say month, product 1, product 2, and so on. So suppose I've got 10 number of product in my table. This is my data. And month. Suppose I will have, say, this is my data. Okay. Now I would just like to make a pivot table from this. What I can do is copy this, transpose. Suppose I'm copying and pasting like this. Vertical to horizontal and horizontal to vertical is basically a transfer here. This is how we wanted the Power BI as well. This type of data, your matrix, your data in the table will be normally represented in rows, wherein in Power BI I want this to be represented in columns. So, and against this product one, suppose you want this is month versus product versus month. So what I'll do, I'll just try to correlate the data by product and month. In that case, suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever the data I want, it would be act like a matrix. So the same way, how we can create this in Power BI? Let's see. Suppose I do have an order table. We do have say years. I do have 10 number of years and 12 months. Okay, and I just made it to transpose a group by like this. So what I can do, I'll just make a duplicate table, copy and paste again, and then I will remove all those columns. Order ID may be there, and at least all this data will be removed. Order year is there, quarter will be removed, and then only month will be there. Okay, so I've got how many columns? 3 columns, right? Order ID, order year, and order month. I just want to have the concept called as a pivot column. What I can do, I'll just choose this month and value, order ID, and order year. So actually, this is creating some other way. Here we have a matrix object. This type of data can be represented on this. So just apply and save, and I can just choose this as a matrix object, and I can represent this data. Click on this matrix object, choose this table, and here I've got years will be rows, month will be columns, and value will be this count of order ID. So this is become a matrix completely. Here it is showing years, and these are the months. This data has been represented year-wise data, or by order year, and there's a total over here. Okay, so again go to the transform, and before we go to the transform data, I would also like to show the data source settings. Let's explore and understand what are the properties are there in the data source. I've got 2 type of data source. In the data source setting, you can get it. I've got Excel sheet, World Bank survey, as well as I've got this order database, order DB, SQL Server in the data source setting. Selected data source in the current file. So whatever the data has been used, export PBIS. PBIS means what? PBIS is our BI data source. This will be a file which will be generated. Say, let me export it to this. I've just already exported. This Power BI file has been exported. Let me just quickly go to that particular file and understand. I'll go to that particular folder and try to explore the data which is there in our PBIS Power BI data source file. Let's see. So let me just close it and open once again. Close this and I try to open it. Let's see. The data source which is created, data source file which is created separately. How does it looks like? Here, one more Power BI desktop file has been created, and with the same data source, you can correlate and you can connect to multiple data. See, the data model that connection data source has been saved actually. Power BI data source. Go to Power Query setting. Go to this Power Query editor. Here, data source setting, export, and you can just with the permission you can send this to edit permission. What the permission has been set on this credential local data, privacy label, public, okay, and export. So it can be exported like this, Power BI data source file. Alright, so that file can be reused with other application. Now I'll just go to the data model. In our data model, what are the changes can be made in our data model, we will also see, and we will try to show you those features. So far we have created the necessary transformations in the Power Query editor. Now we are moving on to the data model and understand the different features of our data model. Now this is what, first of all, what is our understanding from a data model? Data model is a connection of multiple tables in Power BI, and in fact that is public to, that is a generic term you can say in all the BIs or platforms. The data models are created. Now the data model, as you can see, when I say a table is a collection of rows and columns, and when I add multiple table to data in Power BI, we should have to connect those tables or some relational table to form a analytics. As you can see, all the tables are interconnected to each other. This is what we call as a data model. The benefit of making a data model is we can correlate data of multiple table to form a relationship and to form analytics. Suppose we have a product table, and from product table there's a order table is connected, order detail is connected, and order detail to order table is connected. First of all, this is order table, it has order detail and then product. So I can also gauge the informations from order table against how many product has been sold. Against each product, what was the order value? Okay. Against a particular month, how many products are sold? I can also see it. So although this table, this order and product are not directly connected, but they are indirectly connected to this order detail. So this way the data model is created. Now, and in the Power BI, when we add tables to Power BI, it will be automatically connected if there is a common key field between two tables. For example, I will add one table which is having any field name same to any of this table's field. That means it can act as a key field, and that key field will be automatically connected with Power BI. This is called as a relationship. The relationship can be in different type in Power BI: one to one, one to many, many to many, okay, and many to one. So let us have understanding on this type of relationship. As you can see here, there's a customer table. We do have a customer table here. Where it is? Yes, this is customer table. So what do you mean by one to many relationship? That means customer table is a one master table. One customer may have multiple orders in the order table. So that's why it is forming one to many relationship. How can we identify one to many relationship? In the customer table, whenever I click on this customer, whenever I'm hovering this line, the relationship, it is showing me the fields or the common key fields associated from two different tables. That is what this relationship. Same way, here we can also say against one customer there are multiple orders. Okay, so one and star in the left side here, this one is one and this side is star. Star means always indicates to many and one means indicate to one. So one to many relationship means customer against one customer there can have multiple orders in the order table. Naturally, suppose customer is ABC group and ABC group has placed multiple orders, hundreds of order in the order table. So against all those hundreds of order, the customer must be ABC group. So this is how the relationship is formed, one to many relationship. You can see something called as a many to many here. Means there are multiple surveys and multiple countries. This also, like in the left side we have a country to country relationship. Like there are many countries are there in the left side and many countries are there in the right side. So it is a kind of a many to many relationship. Some countries are having a relationship with region table, or some country may not have. Those countries are there in the customer table. Same way, in the region table, some country might be there additionally, which would not be related to customer table, but they are additionally found in the region table. Out of which some country may be there, those are having a commonality between region and customer. So this way the data are found. That's why Power BI could automatically identify that these are many to many relationship. And you would also find one to one relationship means this one invoice. That means suppose I have 6,500 orders in the order table. Against each order there are one invoices. Suppose there are 1,000 orders, there are 1,000 invoice against each order. See invoice ID. So naturally, if an order is getting placed and in order to close that order, we must be having the invoice and the invoice amount to be received from the customer. So that's why it is one to one. There is no one against many. One order cannot have multiple invoices, or one invoice cannot have multiple orders. I mean, one order cannot have multiple invoice, or one invoice cannot be tagged with multiple orders. So it is always one to one. So that's why we have seen different type of relationship like many to one. This is like many to one or one to many. Many order IDs are tagged with one product. That's many to one. One to many means one product is tagged with multiple order IDs naturally. That is many to one or one to many. This is one to one relationship and this is many to many. So this is how the different type of relationship we understood in the data model. So in this data model, as you can see, many tables are related to each other. Suppose it's for example, order table is related to order detail based on this order ID. Now, what we can understand this as a relationship attribute. In the order table, this order ID is primary key. Primary key is a column which is uniquely find each record in this order table. I'll just go to this order table here. Here we have order ID. I'll just take it this order ID to here. In order to do the permanent sequencing of this, I'll just have to go back to this, query editor. Anyway, this order ID is placed in the middle of this table. So this order ID is the primary key of order table. That means each record in this order table is uniquely identified by this order ID because other data can be repetitive. As you can see, order quarter, month, sales ID, employee ID, many things can be repeated. However, this order ID cannot be repeated because it is unique in this particular order table. So this is going to be this is can be considered as a or this is a primary key of this table. So primary key in data modeling is a concept called as a key field which uniquely identify each record in the table. Now this order ID in this order table, if it is called as a primary key, the same order ID in the order detail table can be called as a foreign key. How come? This order ID is not belongs to originally or natively not belongs to this order detail table. This has been referred from this order table. So that's why these two tables are connected with each other. If we don't have any field within these two tables, which is common, then this table cannot be connected. So this table are connected by means of one common key field, which is order ID. Order ID in this order table is a primary key, whereas order ID is in the order detail table is a foreign key. For example, why it is called as a foreign key? Why it is so? For example, I'm a citizen of India, so I have a unique Aadhaar number or PAN number or passport number, which is giving me a unique identity in India. It can be considered as my primary key. However, if I will go to other country, any other country, say US. So in US, I'll be called as a foreigner because I am an Indian citizen. If US person is coming to India, they are also being treated as foreigner. Means we are not having the primary identity from this country. We are identified primarily from an Indian city as an Indian citizen, and we are representing our country in other countries. So in order to get my references or in order to get my identity in US, they should be referring to Indian database or UIDI to check my Aadhaar detail. So in order to get my unique identity or my credibility in foreign, they should be able to connect with Indian embassy or Indian government to see my details. So same way, here order ID is in the native to this order table, means it is primary key, and it's referred in this order detail table, that means it is a foreign key in this order detail table. Okay, so let's go to the data model and edit the relationship. So how can we edit the relationship? Suppose I want to make the relationship like this. This is a survey to country region table. So in order to edit the relationship, I have to go to manage relationship in the tables. Sometimes what happen, if you want to make a relationship and the tables might not be, if you want to do the remove the relationship from survey to country, just uncheck this relationship and close it. Now see, this relationship is active relationship and this relationship is become an inactive relationship. That means it has a country data, but now this data has been removed. Since Power BI is automatically detecting them, but the relationship is not active now. It is being deactive. If you want to refer the data from country to survey, then you cannot refer because the relationship is Power BI is identifying, but we have intentionally deactivated the relationship. So go to manage relationship. If you want to delete the relationship itself, just click on this, and instead of making a deactivating the relationship, you can simply delete. That means both the tables are isolated now. You cannot correlate the data between these two tables. One is activating, deactivating. Second is deleting the relationship. That means the relationship will no more be active. The relationship will no more be referred. So these two tables are isolated now. You cannot get any survey related information by customer. Suppose the customer is belongs to X country, and I also get this country from this relationship. And by country, if you want to show this customer has what is, if you want to show the survey information of this customer's country, then you cannot get it because the tables are isolated now. They will not be able to connect it automatically here or not. So if you want to make the relationship, you have to go for the manage relationship. Sometimes what happen, see Power BI has a unique powerful feature. Powerful Power BI automatically detects the tables and automatically makes this relationship. All the above table which you can see are automatically connected to each other. I have not explicitly created. Why and how? Because Power BI could automatically find that these two fields are common. Correct? These two fields are common, even though the data in these two fields, suppose here we have country, here also we have a country, so both the fields are common here. Now it will not be automatically connected, and both the fields are common. When you load these two tables, they will be automatically connected. But assume that I'm creating one table which will not have a same key field with the region. Suppose I'm loading a survey table which has a country field, but country, it is in the name of country 1. So if it is country 1 and if this is country, the Power BI cannot automatically correlate this field because their data name, because their field names are separate. So it has to be common if you want to make an automatic relationship. If there is a constraint that the relationship cannot be formed and these two tables, if there is a constraint that these two table fields are to be different, but still they need to be connected, in that case we have to do our manual intervention. Assume that in survey table we have country field as country 1, and in region table we have a country. Now definitely Power BI cannot automatically locate relationship and cannot associate them, cannot join them. So here our manual intervention must be required. How come? You go and select this manual relationship. There is that table is not there now with me. You have to first select this table region, then manage relationship. So that region and survey is not enlisted here. What I can do, I will just make a new. Click on new. Here I have to choose one table called survey. Second table I have to choose with which with whom I need to make a relationship. That is region. I choose the region. So it will automatically find that we have country is this, and this we have country over here in the survey as well. So cardinality of this table will be automatically detected, but now why it is not automatically detecting? That's a, so let me just create new region. First I'm giving region. Second I'm choosing survey. Okay. So now these two tables countries, yeah. How I did it? I first select this one and then this one. I'm come again. I'm showing it once again here. First, you have to go to new relationship, create, choose any table. Say, for example, survey. Then choose here region. So both the tables are there automatically. It will not show. You have to select explicitly here. First, I have to select country is a key field. Selected. Since I'm selected, this will be turned into gray. Then I have to select the country field of this table. Since I'm selected the country field of this table as well, both the gray fields I've selected. Here the cardinality is automatically being found. This cardinality here we have is many to one, one to one, one to many, and many to many. Just like we have a joins concept. So here many to one, just like explained before. Now since it is automatically detecting many to one, you should make the relationship enable. Now make this relationship active. If you don't want to make the relationship active, just uncheck this and click OK. The relationship is added, but unchecked. This has been unchecked. This is also an active relationship. So relationship is created, but the data flow will not properly happen as long as it is not being checked to active relationship. So check this. Go to manage relationship and edit the relationship, or check this, simply make it active relationship. So let us understand the different type of cardinality here also by definition. So by default it has been automatically detected in Power BI that it is a many-to-many relationship. Now you see what it says, this relationship has a cardinality many-to-many. This should only be used if it is expected that neither column country and country contain unique values, and that is significantly different behavior of many-to-many relationship is understood. Means in this table we also have many tables, many data which is not unique. In this table also we have many data which is not unique. So that's why it is become many to many. Suppose in region we would have unique data, and in country and this survey table we would have repeated data. In that case, it would have been one to many. But here it is found something differently. In region table also we do not have unique records. We have also various records, and in survey table also we have various records. So that's why it is being found as many to many relationship, and it is become active. Now it's active relationship now. So you can just make it refresh. So if you are refreshing the data model, so the relationship which has been formed is based on that it's fetching the data from the latest database. In the database If there would be any latest record would have been entered, this refreshing will be fetching the data from the latest database and will keep updating in this Power BI data source. So it took little time to load the latest data from a Power BI from a database to Power BI frontend. So Power BI has, suppose once we are refreshing, where this data are being come from and where it is being stored. The answer is the data has come from database, Excel file, SQL Server, and where it has been stored. The answer is Power BI has an in-memory analysis. It has also in-memory analysis. Even if your SQL Server file or Excel file will be removed or deleted for the time being, but still the data in this Power BI data model will be remain unchanged, and it will be remain unchanged up to that extent until we have not refreshed this. If we will refresh, then if the data is not exist physically, then there is a chance of losing the existing data in the data model. So the layout which I have created, and I just tried to place them manually. It has been manually also the layout I have placed, and then this option is what we call as a reset layout. If you click on this, the entire layout will be resetted as per the Power BI, and you can see the entire layout. This is reset. In order to make the layout bigger, just click on this kind of, it's act like a magnifier, and if you click this fit to screen, the entire layout will be fit to screen like this. Even if you change it, the layout is going to make it small, but still if you click on this, it will automatically take to its default layout. This is default or reset layout of the data model. And if you even if you make it more bigger and you see the data explicitly or clearly, and if you click this button fit to screen, this will give you the entire screen preview of your data model. So this is the use of these two buttons, reset layout and fit to screen. How to create DAX formulas in Power BI. DAX means dimension access script. So this is a native language in Power BI. You can use this DAX functions or formulas to create custom columns or custom measures. So let's see, I'm here in Power BI. I just wanted to create the DAX function. So what type of DAX we will use today? Let's see. So here it is employee table. What I'm going to do is I will create some DAX functions by using this hire date. By using this dates. Okay. So what I'll do from this date here in this employee table, let's go to this site. Say okay, invoice date. Okay, we'll use this invoice date. All right. So here in the invoice table, I have invoice date. The date is basically is normal format. I just want to create some calculated fields from this date. For example, year, month, quarter, week, weekdays, and date. And then I can have a multiple, other date time functions here in this Power BI. Let's see. So you can choose this column and then click this button. Write a DAX expression that create a new column in the selected table. So the table which we have selected is invoice table, and based on the column invoice date, we are going to create a DAX expression. Click on this button. The column name I am giving is a invoice year equal to use year function invoice, pass the invoice date into this. That's it. Click on this tick mark. It will generate a field which will extract year from invoice date. Got it? Same way, we will also create multiple fields. Click on this, and this will be quarter. Quarter. Pass the invoice date. Then you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this, it will generate. But I want QTR1 and QTR2 like this. So in that case, I can use like this. So it's become order quarter. Then month. It will give you Jan, Feb, March like this. Or the month we will have 12 months. Then I'll use weekday, which is the next level of information, or week. Ampersand is a concatenation operator. Week number is a function. If your weekday start from Sunday to Saturday or Monday to Sunday, I'll use 2, then it will be Monday to Sunday. So this is the week. Then I want weekdays. Weekday function. And same way, weekday, Monday to Sunday will be our week. Then I can give it Here we have used month function. I'll just discard this, and month I can also take up this way, which is showing 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 12. Instead of that, I can simply use invoice date.month like this as well. Change the field name as month. Okay, this we have got some basic functions, month functions. Now, I would also like to show some concept called as a hierarchy in Power BI. So what is hierarchy? Hierarchy is basically used to create drill down charts in Power BI. So by using these dimensions which I have created, year, month, quarter, week, and then weekday also I can create. I can then use this, fields in the hierarchy. Okay, these all fields I've got. I can just create a hierarchy here. Suppose year, which is the invoice year, is the first attribute. Create a hierarchy. So these are the multi-dimensional analysis. By using hierarchy, we can add multiple fields into hierarchy, and then I can use them in the visualizations to see the drill down charts. Here in the hierarchy, I've got our invoice year, then month, add to hierarchy, same hierarchy I have to use. I can name it as timestamp. Inside this, I can also add a quarter. Quarter was there, yes. Add to timestamp. So I have to add the items in a sequence. After quarter, month was supposed to be there. So I can just add the month after quarter. Quarter, month, and then week, weekday, and finally invoice date. So in this timestamp drop down list, in drill down, I've got lot of attributes in a single dimension. Okay, I'll show you how to add this or how to use this in the visualization subsequently. Okay, moving on to next, let's see other date functions here in this invoice table. Say for example, I would like to show something called as the duration between invoice date to payment date. Okay, there are two dates here in this table. One is invoice date, another is payment date. So when suppose invoice date is on 20th July, say it's 2nd July, payment is on 2nd July only. So on the same date it has been paid. Suppose it is 17th June and the payment invoice is 17th June and payment has been made on 25th of August. So it took a lot of time, right? So in that case, just wanted to know what is the days gap, two dates, how many days it took to get the payment or the payment received. So this is basically the lead time between payment invoice date and the payment date. So I'll just create a DAX function here to see the lead time or the gap between two dates. The days gap between 2 days. For this, I have a function in the Power BI. There's a function called means date difference function. I can use invoice date. Second date I can use payment date. And what is the interval I want? Interval in form of day, hour, minute, second, week, or year, or month. I want the number of days in between these two periods. So I'll just click tick mark this and you will see the number of days between these two dates. So between this date to this date, between invoice date, so 17th May, 18th June. So how many days it took? 32 days. Same way, 17th June, 25th August. it took 62 days. And same way, I can see all the other dates. Where there is 0, that means the payment received on the same date. Where there is -1, that means the payment received in the advance. That is also a possibility. Payment is done one day before and the invoice has been done later on. There might be a possibility. Like here is 31st August 2010, and it is 13th September 2010. It's 13 days gap. So this is how we just use this date diff function. This is employee table. We will also apply some of the more DAX functions or more date time intelligent functions here in this employee table. In DAX, there are various type of functions available. I'll take you through one of my document. There are various type of functions. Logical function. Logical means and, if, else, not, switch. All these type of functions are available. Then we have text functions. Here we can combine text, concatenate, find, fixed format, length, and all. There are various type of functions are available. Substitute, trim, etc. Then the functions which you are seeing right now is a date and time functions. Here I have used date functions. Now I'm going to show you date value function. What is date value function? Means whenever you create any field in the Power BI, say suppose employee table, I'll create a field called promotion date. Date is say okay 1st December 2012. Now this is basically string type of data. You see the data types are visible here in Power BI. This is when you're selecting this date, you're getting the data type is date. When you're selecting this resignation date, you're getting the data type is also date. So if it is a date type of function or column, then you can have the change of its format to any date format. Like this resignation date, its format can be changed like this because it is a date type of data. Correct. I'm just changing its format. But if you see the promotion date, I've simply added this as a text, right? In the double quote, I have given as text. What is the data type it's showing? It's showing the text. And can this be transformations? Can the format of this date be transformed? No, because it is a text type of data. Now, how I can just convert its data type to from text data type to date? So there is a method in the DAX called DATEVALUE. Use this as DATEVALUE. So when you use DATEVALUE, the string can be converted to a date. Now you see this function convert date in form of a text to a datetime format. The date which is in text format, it will be converted to datetime format. Now see the data type of this field has been changed. If you click on this, you see what's the date time, what's a data type now, promotion date, it's become date time. It's not now a text field. Now I can just change its format. Its format is too long, date and time is also showing. I can just change it to this way, only date. Since its format has been changed from text to date, and in the date whatever type of the different format is available, it has been set on this field. For example, hire date. You can change the format of this date like this. Now what next? Day, end date, your date, hour, minute. Now okay, now is a function in in Power BI through which we can get the today's date. Okay, today's data. So click on new column. Now function. Just click on this. You would see today's data. Now it shows date and time. So now it shows today's data. Now if you want to show yesterday's data, how would you do? Yesterday. So I'll use now -1. So it's yesterday, which is today -1. Now -1. Same way, you can also give +1 for tomorrow. Now suppose I want to show the date. Say this is higher date. Okay, I want to show 15 days minus to this higher date. I mean the date before 15 days back, or 45 days back to this higher date. In that case, there is a function called add date function. By using add date function, you can have say 45 days back of higher date. Higher date. In data function, use the date, say higher date. Suppose this employee probation date is up to 6 months. Okay, so I can give this as a confirmation date. This higher date or joining date is this one, and confirmation date is 6 months later to this particular days, right? So employee date slash number of interval 6 slash month dot month. So from this date, it will exactly show you the date after 6 months. Now this is confirmation date, and it is showing the date, say 1st 11 2010, right? And it is 1st May 2010. So it's showing exactly 6 months after to this particular date. This is how the add date function works. Now you want to show, say 45 days back to today's date. Add date, minus 45. Minus 45 means, and here there is a unit by which you want to see the differences or intervals. You want to see by days, or by 45 months, or by 45 quarters, or 45 years. I want to show 45 days only. In that case, 45 days back. So if you want to see 45 days later, in that case, you don't need to give plus 45. You simply give 45. I think there's a problem here. So I'll go to order table. I'll click there because it has all many dates. So minus 15 day. So there's a field I have added. Say order date is say order date is 29th December. It is showing 14th December 2013. It's showing 11 September. It's showing 28th August. So that's good. So it's completely 15 days backdate. This add date function can be used for creating any date with the interval of positive or negative. Okay, negative means it will go to past, positive means it will go to future. Okay, so what are the dates I can see? Different date formats. Suppose here this is 15 days back date I have created. This is 15 days back date. Now I just want to make a format of this date. How, in which format I have changed it? In the code I should apply this. Okay, there's a format function in Power BI, and here I can apply the value. Say 15 order 15 days back date plus format. Here I have to give that it should be either dd hyphen mm hyphen yy. Now you see how this is changing the format, how this field is changing a format. This simple date, which is having the time functions also, is changing the format like this. Now I would like to change the format to, say, instead of double M, I would like to give triple M. Let's see what's happening. It will give you the dates in long format. 16th September 2013, 4th September 2013, whereas it is 4th 9 2013. So I prefer these dates are more intuitive and understandable. Now if you give instead of 3 M's, instead of 3M, if you are giving 4M, then what will happen? It will show you the date in this long format. 3M means short format. It will give you 3 length date. It will give you length of the month in 3 digits. But now if you give it 4, then 4M, then it's showing the complete length of the month. Okay. Now, what are the difference other formats? Say you want to create a date key. In that case, you should use this YYYY dd. So it will create date as a key like this. So this format will give you the data in the standard date format. You can give either a slash or hyphen. This will give you same output to me. That's a format function in DAX. Now, how to create a calendar? So I do have, I want a table which will give me a complete set of date from a series, because order date is there in the table, but order date is not a contiguous date in the table. Suppose out of 30 days, you might have 10 days where order has been placed, and remaining 20 days would not have any dates in the order table. Okay, so if you want to show contiguous calendar table which will give you a contiguous date from x date to y date, or from a starting range to ending range, in that case you should use this function here. In Power BI, we can create a table, not specific to any date. I can just create a just go to data model, and there I can add a table. Let's go to this transform data, which is a power. So here you can just create a new table by using DAX. When you're hovering it, you see it will give you dynamically. Also, you can create a new table. Write a DAX expression to create a new table. So suppose date island is a table. Calendar is a function where you can use pass the date from pass a series of the dates. So for example, 2020 to 2021 complete date you will have. Execute this, you will see complete two dates will be there. Now what it is showing, it cannot convert this, which is okay. Actually, I just given a mistake here. Now you see a complete set of date from 1st of January 2020 to December 2021. Every date is available, so I can just create this as a contiguous date calendar and correlate this table with the other table. This is what we call as a calendar object. Now here you would see in our data island, I've just got data model. I have upgraded another field called data island, another table called data island where I have a date field here. So I'm just trying to add function called add columns, by using which I can add multiple columns to a single table, multiple dynamic columns to a single table. This is how it works. In the order table, I just could add two other field called as a order ID and weight. Now, after this topic, I would like to show some of the simple aggregation functions of Power BI. So when I say simple aggregation functions, they are like sum, average, minimum, maximum, count, distinct count. So these are all the frequently used functions or aggregation functions in the Power BI. So let us just see. We do have this data, order data. Now I would like to find out a value which is the max value of this data. So let's first just create a field with sum of this value. So remember, whenever we are going to create any measure or a fact, it should always contain an aggregation function. Either it may be sum, average, minimum, maximum, whatever it is. So if I'm going to create a new measure, here click on this. So if I'm going to create a new measure, I'll just create a new, click on this table, and we have to, in this case, we have to always use aggregation function here. So our aggregation functions may be sum of any column. So sum will be used where? Sum will be used if you want to enumerate a numeric value. Sum cannot be used if you need to enumerate a list of countries or list of employees, right? So for enumerations of price, say for example, price or price is the column where we use a sum of. So if whenever you are using a measure, always has to use the sum like this. And this is one. Second, if I'll just add this to here. So whenever I have added this order price, this it's not actually order. This order price sum you will have here in this measure. This is the order price. So whatever the data it will come in this column, the same is also will be populating over here. Now this is all about the sum function. So whenever you use any measure, you have to use a aggregation functions like sum or average and all. So this is what the sum is. Now I would like to show one more function which is average. Okay, average column name same way. So average will be the total sum all the data divided by the total number of data. Total price of all the orders divided by the number of orders, right? So this is what the average. I'm getting this average. The same way, max. This is what the average function is. Max function you can use. Max means max and mean. So these functions are also used very effectively to calculate a list of the values, which is out of which where we have the maximum value. Now where the count function is used basically, count function is used whenever you require to count list of employees, list of countries, like that you can use. So count, not order price, say product ID. Okay, the count function will be used like that. This is how the count work in Power BI. Alright, so these are all some functions and calculations which is shown in the DAX functionality of the Power BI. Now the next is count function. Where do we use a count function? Suppose I want to create a chart, a simple chart with count of orders. So whenever there is a character type of data or dimension is there or a text type of value is there, and if you want to create this as a measure, in that case we can use count. Normally like salary, your quantity, in this case other functions can be used. However, count function will be used like name, order ID, and other fields like employees. Okay, suppose I'm using a chart here, simple bar chart, and I would like to just show customer wise orders. So I can simply use the dimension as customer, and here if it is order I will just count the order ID. Okay, so order ID I'll just use this as the value, and here it will be, there are multiple aggregation functions are there, so I can use count. So now it is showing count of order IDs, list of the order IDs over here. Now this is what the count is. Now if I'll use a sum here, this will not be appropriate because this data is not for sum. So in this case, this calculation is not correct because order ID should not be sum. So in this type of scenario, the count is appropriate function to use. So count of order ID. Now this is count function. So whenever you want to aggregate the data and those data are not need to be sum of, like here it is order ID. If I will just try to change this to something different, customer wise say salespersons. Okay, salesperson, I'll simply drag it. So this will be always a salesperson will be a count. In that case, we cannot use sum. Okay. Now, one more thing I would like to show here. One function we have is a count. Another is distinct count. What is distinct count? The distinct count is something which will uniquely count the repetitive data. For example, if we have like 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are few data, right? So here, if you will use a count function here, it will give you the output as 8. Total output is 8. Whereas if you use the distinct count here, what do you mean by distinct? Means it will uniquely count the records, uniquely count the repetitive records. So here, what are the repetitive records? Like 1, 1, the same values are repeating, 2, 2, 2 are repeating, 3 2s are there, so it is repeating, and 3, 4, 5, which is unique values. So in that case, if you use the distinct count, the count will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. So that's the difference between count. Count will be totally 8, will be 5. Okay. So we have another choice also. I can simply click here and then I can choose as a count distinct. Means it will be distinct count. If there will be any repetitive records, in that case it will be uniquely counted, so the output will give you a distinct count. So this is all about count and distinct count function in Power BI. Let us apply some filter in the Power BI. How we can apply some filter Power BI? So the next topic is filters. Here this is a simple chart, which is a bar chart, which is showing from higher to lower sort order. I'll just make it haphazard sort order like this, and the measure I'll simply show as not quantity, no calculation. Okay, so now sum of quantity. Fine. No decimal values. Okay, no decimal values I want. I'll make it 0. Now filter. Here it is showing customer. So this is the filter pane in Power BI. Whatever the filter we will apply here, it will be applicable to this chart. Now suppose customer, I would just add a filter as country to this filter pane. So again, yeah, filter on this visual. I'll just add one more field to here, add data field to here, filter on this visual. And there are here two things are there for filter. You can apply a filter and restrict this filter to particular. There are three concepts are here in this filter. Let me tell you and let me highlight this. Filters on this visual means whatever the filter is being applied to this visual, you can just filter out to show this data. I mean, these filters are going to be confined or restricted to this particular object only. If I will apply a filter in this filter on this page, I may have many other controls also. Okay, in that case, if I will apply a filter on this page, then on selection of that filter, both the controls will be selected or affected. Now the third one is filter on all pages. So this will act as a global filter. Whenever I will do any changes on this filter, the entire data set will be affected, like all the objects which is derived from this same data set will be affected by this filter. So it's ultimately applying filter to the data set. So all the objects which is being used by this field will be, suppose I'm adding country, whichever the object is having a relation to the country, they will be filtered out. Okay, so I showed you three filters. One filter is object specific, another is a page specific, and then third filter is a global filter. It will act globally on the dashboard level. So suppose I'm selecting country here, so any specific country I will select A, Argentina, Belgium, okay, Canada, Germany, Canada I've selected. So only few filters I have selected, and according to that filter you can see my data has been reduced. Okay, only few data are there, not all data are available. So this filter is applicable to my this object. Now if I will create one more object, suppose I'll create line chart. Suppose this is one more object I will create, add here, then I'll add here one more objects, any other things I will add here. Suppose order, that is order month. Order month I will select axis, and then order ID I will select value. This is actually line chart. Okay, all right. Now here I think all these months will be showing. Let it be cities. Now since I have applied this filter to this object, so if I will change anything, this will not be affecting to this second object. Okay, as you see there is no changes in the second object. If I'll just clear this filter, all this data is showing, but there is no changes to this object. However, if I will just remove this one from here and then add this country to this filter on this page level, and I will try to select few countries. Now you see both the objects are having the, they are experiencing the changes. As you see, so data are reflecting on this both the objects. Now if I will apply this filter on this third type, which is called as a filter on all the pages, so likewise if I will have multiple pages, same filter will be affected to the all the pages. So this is how the filter is working in the Power BI. Now the next topic is, see, we have applied this filter which is called as a country on this page label. Now it's showing all these filters based on this country selections. One concept is called as a all. What is all? If you just clear this, it will show you data all, right? So which is irrespective of any filter. So this is selection of all, and any specific data selected by filter will show you the data of that specific country. Now another important function which I'm going to show in Power BI is called as a calculate function. What is calculate function then? Calculate function is used to create a calculated field or a calculated measure. Normally how we create the measure, this is a measure, right? Count of order ID. Suppose I will just use this is a quantity, this is a simple measure which is showing count of, this is quantity, right? Normal measure is sum of quantity. Okay, I mean it is showing the quantity irrespective of any data. You have the total data, so from the total data, those customers quantity customers have purchased, this is a total quantity of the customer Bolero. Okay, total quantity irrespective of any selection. Now if you want to make a conditional analysis or a conditional measure, suppose I want to show here customer wise quantity of year 2012. In that case, how can I do? I can use if else condition for a dimension, but for a measure, how to do it? Okay, for measure I have to use a calculate function where I can add a measure as well as add a filter. Suppose if I will just try to correlate this with a simple SQL syntax, how do you write? Select sum of QTY quantity from order details table, right? So this may show quantity of any particular customer is say 3000. Now if I would like to make conditional measure, this is a measure, right? Sum of quantity. If you want to show conditional measure, then I have to use a where clause, where year is equal to 2012. Same way, how can I write this kind of scenario or syntax in Power BI? In that case, I have to use a calculate function. So let me just deliberate this calculate function. Here I have to use this syntax. It takes two parameters basically. Inside the calculate function, I have to use measure, then a filter, like this one, where year is equal to 2012. So I have to use year is equal to 2012, like this. So this may give you a less amount of value, maybe 200, because this is specific to year 2012. So this is how the calculate function work in Power BI, where it is very useful whenever you want to create a conditional measure. I have to use a measure, then the list of the conditions I can apply over here. Okay, so let's apply this in the Power BI. I do have this Bolero customers data, as you can see, 38269. So I'm going to create new measure in this order detail table. Say new measure. I'd like to show the data of year 2013. Okay, quantity of year 2013. QTY. Now, if I use simply sum of quantity, this will give me the data irrespective of all the years. If I would like to impose a filter or a where clause over here, in that case I have to use a calculate function. And then as you see in this IntelliSense or this tooltip, it accepting two values or two parameters. One is expression, another is filter. So expression is here my sum of quantity. This is my expression, and then the comma, filter is order year. Order year is equal to 2013. That's it. Very simple. Calculate sum of quantity. Order is this. Now click on this. Now let's try to see the data, the differences of the data. Now I am just clicking on this chart, and instead of a single value, I will try to show a multiple values. Here I will use this as a bar chart. Same column I will use quantity, and instead of here it should be customers. Okay, customer of year 2013. Okay, now what's the difference here? Same thing, quantity by customer, it is showing 23,000, and here it is showing quantity of year 2013 against same customer. Okay, maybe in the 13 this customer do not have the value. Suppose I will change it to 2012, then you might get one more value or different value. Suppose this 2012. Okay, now in this case you will get another value against it. Bolero is having quantity is 8503. Okay, and this Bolero is having the total quantity which is 38,269. Why? Because this is the same customer which is having sales, which has the sales against all the years. However, this is the same customer which has consideration of the sales on this particular year, which is year 2012. So that's why we are using conditional measure by using a calculate function. If I will use even different year also, suppose year 2011, you might get another value according to the filter. Yeah, so earlier it was 8,000, now it is become less, which is 4,000. So but the total value here is unchanged, which is as it is, right? This is how this filter calculate function work. If you want to apply one more filter, it's not only this one filter. If you want to apply, say greater than 2011 and order year is less than equal to 2013. So you can have a series of values. You can put a series of values over here. Now you see this is showing the data of year 2011 to 2013. However, this Bolero which is showing the total is showing same as it is 38269, but it is become increased 18257. It is increased. So this is how the calculate function work in the Power BI, which is very useful. Now next move on to some of the time intelligent function in Power BI. So that is very interesting. What type of time intelligent functions we can have? Let's see. Okay. So first of all, I will create today's date. Any field I will create which will give me today's date. Say I'm going to create a new table. Time intel. I'm just given as a short name. This table name is a time intelligent. Okay. One field name I want to give here is now. By default, one column will be created in this. Suppose here in the order detail, in the order table, I'm going to create. So let's create in the order table. In the order table, I will create a field, new column, and DAX by using DAX. So the field name I've given is CL now, and the expression I've written as now. If I'm adding this field to this card, what it is returning? It is returning today's date, right? Today's date and time. Always this field will take up today's date and time. If I will add now minus 1, then it will give me previous date. Now plus 1 will give me another date. So same way I have to move on. So I will just duplicate this and create multiple functions. So this card is showing completely today's date. Date and time is 24th 9 2020, and this is the time. Now same way I will create multiple cards and try to have a various type of implications of the time intelligence function. So let's see in this CL now itself, I'm going to give some format like this date which is showing date, month, year, and then the time is also coming up here with this. I would just try to apply some other different type of format. So format is a function here in Power BI. Inside this, if you pass a raw data of date, you can make it formatted as per your requirement. Suppose I'm going to format it like this: td hyphen mmm hyphen YY. What it will show me? Let's see. This is showing me a convenient way of the date, like 24, set, and 21, which is 2020 year. Right? If I will change the format like this way, little bit different, like YYYY, then what will happen? It will give me complete year, like 24 September 2021. Okay. Now on this column only, I will apply various type of time intelligence functions. So this is all about today, and I have shown you how to make it format. If you can also give like slash like this, the format will be display like this. Okay. You can also give dots like this. So if you want to show the data, a date of the date data like this, like 24/09/2021 dots, you can also apply the format in dots. All right. Now, what about yesterday? This is one. Suppose you want to display yesterday data. Okay. How do you do it? Simple way is like you can give now minus 1, which is 23rd September 2021. If you want to give tomorrow data, in that case you have to use +1, right? Tomorrow date, which will be 25th of September 2021. Okay. Now, if you want to give 7 days, previous date, say 7 days previous or 45 days previous, in that way, you can do it like minus 45 or plus 45 or plus 30 minus 30, whatever you want. Okay, it is very simple. Plus or minus you can do, and give a date range. Now, what if you want last 6 months of data? What if you want last 3 years of data? What if you want last uh, you know 5 years of data? The date before last 3 years. How you will get it? So another approach is we have to use this function, add date function. So this function name is called as a date add. So next function I am going to show you is a date add function. By using date add function, what you can do, you can go back to previous, your past or future with certain interval. Not only minus and plus with days, you can also make it intervals of years, interval of month, interval of time also. Okay. So here you want to show, say for example, today's date is say shipment date. Here it needs actually dates, not but like now or today you cannot give. You have to give a database field name. In the data function, you have to give now and today will not work here. Say for example, I will give order date. Order date. Now, comma, then interval. I want to show the data of last 6 months. And in that case, you have to give minus 6. month. Okay, minus 6. Here then, what type of interval you want? You want a day. If you want to make a day, then it will take you to 6 day back. If you want a month, it will take you 6 month back. If you want a year, then it will show you the data of last 6 year. Now I want to make it month. So what will happen? So this is not a single row, right? It needs to be shown in a field. So what I can do, I can simply drag this and put it over here. I will show the order date as well, just to differentiate. Like order date. I'll first add the order date to this table. Then I'll add the custom date field which I have created. So I have added this order date, and then the field which I have created is column now. The custom field, I'll just start this one. Okay. There are fields. Okay. So this data, it is showing the data which is exist in our table. Like we have in our table, we have the order date is 11/4/2012, right? It is taking me to 6 months back, right? 11 October 2011. So this data, if it is available in the table, it will retrieve from the table. So I'm just showing the last 6 months of data. Now, same way, if I will just change this to 45, 45 month you will not get. Suppose you want to show 45 days. Day, okay. So it will give me the date of last 45 days. For example, this is April, 13th of April. It is showing me 28th of Feb, which is 45 days. It is 15th of April 2012, and it is showing me 1st March 2012, and which is this is 45 days later, and this is 45 days back. So this is how this add date functions is used in the Power BI. You can go back and future. If you want to show future, you simply show like 3 days. It will show you the date of next 3 days. Like this is 12 and this is 15. Yes, exactly next 3 days. Why here there is a blank? Because if it is 7, it must be 10th of April, but there is no record in our database which is having which order date is 10th of April. So that's why it is showing blank. Okay, so this is all about the time intelligent function. So I do have multiple, other factors, other options also to show in the time intelligent functions. Which one we have added, which is the date add. So this is all about the date add function, where which is used to just show the date of future or past based on the interval you set. Okay, so this is all about the date add function. I can also use another object called as a KPI object. Now what this KPI object is, this is also needed an indicator. like order detail, quantity. I will take, say, a quantity. Trend line if needed. Trend line I can take up, say, year. Okay. So what does it make sense? It is little different from card. Card is a simple field which shows the data, but this KPI shows the total of data with a trend line. Means starting of the year, like I have 5 years of data, 2010 to 2015. So from the starting of the year around 2013, we have the highest record, and then there was a fall. So this is an indication. This can be shown or analyzed like that. Stock, and name it as stock trend. Indicator unit, if I'll make it on a specific figure, this will be showing the total value. Total value. If I'll make it auto, then it will multiplied by divided by 1000, and it is showing 65,000. Okay, so this is more or less looking like the same card and this your KPI objects. I'm just switching on these borders. So let's start creating the various you know charts over here. So since this is landing page, main page, here I would like to show first of all major pie charts and do not charts I would like to show here. Small pie charts for representation. So first of all, say customer wise, month wise sales. Okay, customer will be very heavy. Say division wise, division is a legend, and number of customers. Even division wise, number of customers. So here, in order to create a pie chart, I have just added the pie chart, and here one attribute, one property is called as a legend, and another property is value. So when I've added this any dimension to this legend, it differentiates the colors. When I added a value, count of customer ID, say I will just change it to count of customer ID or distinct count of customer ID, which is same now. So the values will be showing over here. Now you can show the legend. Legend is up to you. You may show it or you may not show it. Colors are showing, detailed label, data value and percentage. If you don't want to show the value and percentage, if you want to show only percentage of total, it will show you percent of total. If you want to show only data value, this will show you the value like this, the number of customers. If you want to show both, value and percentage of total. This will show you like this. So for me, I would like to show the data value for all. That's fine. Then title. So I have to give the proper nomenclature to this title. So division wise customers. This is one object being created. Same way, I have to create multiple high level charts. Copy, paste. I'm copying and pasting it multiple times so that I can avoid, repetition. Great. Go format. Distribute horizontally. Okay. Now all my objects are created. So here I'll just make a small variations. So this is division, and say here I would like to show year wise. Once I've added year, then year wise number of orders means my sales. Just can change it. Title, year wise sales. Same way I can just give a little variation to this. Product, product wise stocks, which is quantity. Okay, product wise stock. I can same way change the title, and same way I will just say instead of this um, pie chart, I'll just change it to do not chart. So same thing has been changed to do not chart. Let it be do not chart. There's no variations between pi and do not. All the properties are same. The only thing is representation. So I'll change this to a little different. Say year wise revenue. I'll represent in the pi. Order year wise invoices. Invoice is my say revenue. Okay, invoice amount. And then employee is there, employee list. So year wise expense also I will track. This is employee salary. Okay, So this is year wise salary. So these are all my statistics which I wanted to show in my dashboard, high level statistics. Fine. Now same way I will go through the other charts, and when user will be landed, he will be able to see without any filtration. They should be able to see this data. So what this is, year wise revenue. I'll just change the title, and this is year wise expense, year wise expense, and the same way year wise. So as a businessman, they would be definitely would like to see this. Now, moving forward, I would like to start with bar graph. So in Power BI, we do have stack. So this is a bar chart. Like this is a horizontal orientation. This is vertical orientation. I will start from the left to right and try to cover all the visual objects which is provided by the Power BI. So I have to double click in order to get this object to the dashboard. I can add preferably three objects over here. So this is a bar graph. It needs minimum one dimension and one measure to create. Now, when I say dimension and measure, what do you mean by dimension? Dimensions are normally the data which can be used for grouping in the x-axis, like year, quarter, month, city, country, employees, designations, etc. etc. We cannot say dimension is purely a character type of data or purely a numeric type of data. You can use dimension, character type of data as a dimension, and numeric data is also as a dimension. For example, same way, the measure also be created with a character type of data like employee, roll number, employee ID. Those can be a character also. So in that case, the measure will be created by using the aggregation function count, and other data like your salary, expense, earning. These are the numeric data which can be used as a measure. So we will use this bar graph and try to create the dimensions and measures. So let me just click on this and then go to the order year. Order year, I'll simply drag it. As you can see, order year is a numeric data, but I can also use it as a dimension. So whatever the dimension is, I'll have to add it in the axis. This is axis. Then year wise number of cells I would try to highlight over here. Order ID is a number of order will be treated as my cells. So count of order ID, I can make it count or distinct count as well. Then what another features I have to create here, like I'll go to this and on this data label, switch on the data label, you can see this data label, and title. In the title you have to change the title that year wise cells. Okay, year wise cells, and the data color, here we have legend. So years, in the year I can simply add this order year to the legend so that each of your years will be differently colored, right? All my years are differently colored. And then legends, which is showing over here, I don't want the legend over here, I can switch off this, but that's fine. Data label is showing in 1000. It's divided by 1000. So I just want to show the exact figure of the data label. So don't make it auto, it just make it none. So come to the data label property and make the display unit as none. So you can see the data. And this position, if you make it auto, then it should be taken inside this segment, inside end, inside center. All right. So this is a bar graph, and in the y-axis it's count of order ID. I will just have to change the measure here. If I'll double click and change it here, then it will be changed it as number of orders. Same way, order year, order year. Okay. So this is my simple bar chart which I have created. Now the second approach of creating a bar chart is this one. So say it is a simple bar chart. It is also saying you can also create this as a stacked bar chart. Stacked. This is one dimensional bar chart. So I will try to also create a stacked bar chart. So this chart and this chart, both these are same. This is just a horizontal orientation. This is a vertical orientation. I will create a stacked bar chart by using the vertical orientation. So let's see. I can just use this and I will try to add month-wise cells. Okay, so this is month, and here I would not take number of orders. I would just try to so the quantity is sold. Okay, so quantity I'll just try to add it. So now this data has been showing the order, month, and quantity. Okay, so what actions I have to take on this? First I just have to change the colors. Okay, that's fine. The color I will add for other attribute. First of all, I will sort it. It should not be sorted by numeric value like it's showing higher to lower. I just want to sort it alphabetically, not by numeric. How I can change the sort order? Right here in this three dots, you can see there's an option called as a more options. So when you click on this more options, you will get this sort ascending, sort descending, both of these two options you will be getting, and sort by month or sort by quantity. So it is now if defined as a sort by quantity by default. I'll just change it to sort by order month. So what it happens, sort by ascending. So when I sort by ascending, this month of the data has been sorted in this way. And then next action is I have to enable the data label. Okay, this is the data label which I have enabled. Quantity should not be auto, it should be like this, none. So the total values of the quantity will be displayed. Then title. So in the title, okay, I will change the title later on. Order month, quantity, fine. Now this is become a single bar chart with a single dimension and single measure. Okay, dimension is month and measure is quantity. Now, in order to make this simple bar chart as a stacked bar chart, I do have to add a second dimension over here. So what second dimension I'll add? I have to check that whatever the data is more granular than this order month, that data can be added. So when I say granularity or granular, what do you mean by granular? Granular informations means, if you see a crystal, one piece of crystal has been broken into small pieces. Okay, that's medium pieces, and then medium pieces is broken into small pieces, and then small pieces is broken into powders. So if you say a powder, then that would be more granular. If it is a piece of sugar, that would be less granular. So like that. So here, if you correlate that example with the data, like in our case, time dimension has a various granularity. For example, year, I do have 5 years of data. So in my entire 1,000 records in the table, there are 5 different types of data for year, which is 2010 to 2015. Only 5 distinct data you will get: 2010, 11, 12, 13, and 14, 15. But when you just break them into multiple quarters, then 2010 first quarter, 2010 second quarter, and so on. And then when you break them to a month, you will get 12 months. Then when you break each month to weeks, you will get 52 weeks in a year. So same way, the granularity of the data is becoming small. So the bigger data, I mean the small pieces of the data are more granular in nature. So we'll get to hear this nomenclature many time in the BI domain, just for your reference. So I will just add a second dimension to this. Whatever I am showing is, this is an example of a stacked bar chart. The first example I shown you is a simple one-dimensional bar chart with a horizontal orientation. This one, stacked bar chart, but it is not a stack, a simple bar chart with a horizontal orientation. This is going to be a stacked bar chart with a vertical orientation. So order table, I will just take up the data, which is weekday. Weekday means it is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and so on. So if you'll add these to weekday, for each month you will get 6 days. Like there are 6 days in a week, so you will get, like, here it is. Weekday 1, 2, 3, 4 is showing. Okay, it should have shown other way. Okay, fine. So these are the data, months of the data I have. I can see every month is being divided into weeks, and there are 1 to 52 weeks in a year. So this is what we call as a stacked bar chart. I can just, this color represent a week 1 to week 52, and so on. So I don't need this legend to be shown. Time on the hover, I can see this. Very intense. When I just change this to decimal value, so the total label, it is showing the individual labels, right? Total data label is switch up now. If I just make it total label, so total label is, you're getting the total label of the data, which is 77, which is higher in nature, and then they are been broken into multiple pieces. So you're getting four, captions over here: order month, order week, quantity, and then total. Total is fixed for this bar. All right. So now I can just name this data as month and week wise stock, isn't it? This is month and week wise stock. Month and week wise stock. So these are two different bar charts. Now another type of bar chart is also available, which is called as a 100% stack bar chart. What is 100% stack bar chart? Means it is this bar graph. It is showing the number of the quantity, or the total quantity. But this 100% bar graph will show the percentage of the quantity out of the total quantity. Okay, out of the total quantity of the month of, say, August, it will be showing. See, this is showing 17,000 this much, and 17,000 is contributing how much percentage from the 77,000 it will be showing. Okay, in percentage. So let's see. I will just recreate. I will try to create one more dashboard. That dashboard will be a sales analysis. There I would only focus on the sales dimensions and measures, sales measures and dimensions could be different. So as I said, as per our DAR methodology, first page is a dashboard, second and subsequent pages will be the analysis page, then we will have the reporting page. So I will just copy it. I will duplicate this. Instead of creating a new dashboard from the scratch, I will just make it duplicate. Okay, well, that's fine. I just wanted to create a shadow effect, but I feel border is good. Giving border is good because shadow is not fitting well on this screen. Fine. So let me create subsequent pages. So instead of creating subsequent pages from the scratch, I will just make it duplicate and try to create a new page. Duplicate, and this page is created. I will name it as sales analysis. Sales analysis. So here I will just remove all these portions. New objects I'll be placing it. The top part will be remain unchanged. I will just try to add the data from this middle portion, and this left side I will use it for the slicers or filters. Okay, so what I'll do here, now moving on to the next object, before we moving on to the next visual object, I would show slicers, how we can create the slicer object here in the Power BI. What do you mean by slicers? Why it is being used? Slicer are used for slicing and dicing, means filtering the data on various selection criteria or various input criteria. So if I will just double click on this, it will be fitting on this location, this space. And what I can use it here, I can add multiple, you know, attributes. So first of all, I will add customer to this, then I will add country. So instead of adding from the individual objects, if I'll add individual, multiple of attributes in a single slicer object, then this will be showing like this type of drill down. So I don't want this drill down. I can create one more slicer like this. Okay, customer, then product, major attributes I can just show. So whenever I'm adding a multiple attributes, so add a product to this, and the same way I will start multiple slicers. Whichever the data is more often get used for selections, I can just use this year. Okay, year is showing something like this. Since it is numeric data, I can simply drag this here. So instead of okay, fine. This is another type of slicer. Since it is numeric value, it is showing like this. And on selection of this slicer, the data are changing. Same way, order month I will add. I will take it up as quarter. Okay, alright. So these are my standard filters I have applied for the dashboard. So whenever I will create subsequent pages, I'll just have to create this filters for other pages. I'll just copy and paste it. Okay, fine. So these are all the slicer objects. Power BI service. This does not require any physical environment in the client machine. It it is basically a subscription based product. It requires some licenses with certain use for certain users and for certain durations. And rest other hassles will be taken care of by the Power BI. You don't need to think of to purchase a server, purchase a public IP address. You don't need to think about the disaster recovery, data backup, and all those. server related activity. So Power BI will take care of all these things. Your data will remain in the Power BI environment. So this is the only point where people are getting reluctant. See, in case some government organizations, if other organizations whose data is very crucial, they may not allow to store their data in the Power BI cloud, where cloud is a third party application for them. But in that case, the choice should be the enterprise server. And if organization is small and they or medium or intermediate, they're open to share the data to the Power BI server, then they can just purchase this Power BI service license. It will be a subscription base, and it will be your data and the dashboard will be hosted to the cloud environment. So I do have a Power BI service credential. So what I'll do, I'll just try to connect my dashboard and to host my application or the dashboard which we have created to the Power BI service, which is a cloud based Power BI server. Okay, so let's start. I actually connected to the Power BI service so far. So basically, whenever you would like to post your dashboard, you just simply have to publish. Okay. So before that, before I publish, let us go and let us understand the Power BI service and the various utilities available in the Power BI service environment. Okay. So let's explore the Power BI server, Power BI service login from here. What I'll do, I will try to see it's asking for buy now also. You can start right from here, you can buy now. Otherwise, if you have the license, you can simply logging in, and it basically provides the some days of trials to the corporate email addresses. Okay, so it's basically asking for me to verify the identity by a text message or call message. So I would prefer for the text message. Now I should be getting an SMS which I need to authenticate. Okay, so I got SMS and I will just connect to my Power BI service by using the authentication SMS. Here we go. Don't choose this option, don't show this again. I won't. It's asking for that. Do you do this to reduce number of times you ask for the sign in? So it's asking that stay sign in. You want your session token will be alive unless until you don't forcefully log out. So if you say yes, then it will not log out. It will keep you signed in for an infinite period. Yes. Okay. All right. So we are here on the Power BI service, which is my Power BI server environment. So let us explore the different components of the Power BI service. So starting from this right here, I do have my email address. I do have, this is a free account. Of course, there are some limitations of the free account, because when you just start creating the Power BI portfolio in the Power BI service, it will give you 30 days trial period where you can enjoy the complete flavor, the complete feature of the Power BI service. However, beyond 30 days, it will not, restrict you to log in. Rather, this will allow you to log in just like me, and it will be converted to a free account. At any time, you can just buy Pro now, and you can convert to a Power BI professional account or Power BI service. So, what's the difference between the Power BI Pro and the Power BI Free Edition? The major difference, what I feel, is in the free edition, you can do anything. You can do deployment of your database, deployment of your dashboard to the Power BI portfolio, but only restriction is you cannot do the scheduling. You cannot schedule refresh of your data. As you see in the screen, it is by using this Power BI Pro, you can schedule the data refresh. But if you use a free version, although you can upload the data, although you can upload the dashboard, for the time being your dashboard is latest, but In a due course of time, the dashboard and the data and the informations will be obsolete, and your dashboard will no more be worthful, so that it should be refreshed. So it is giving me an opportunity to convert the free account to a 60 days pro trial. So let's try. I hope it might give, or I don't know. You are all the videos of it. Okay, great license. Okay, great. So I think I've got a full feature access to the Power BI service. It's a pro actually. It is having the features of the complete Power BI environment till 60 days. So we can enjoy all the functionalities. So let's start here. This is the license type is pro. The trial version remaining 59 days is there. Okay, all right. Now what's here? This is setting, notification, downloads features. So let's start with the setting. My personal storage, admin portal, manage gateway settings and all. So let us explore all these features one by one. So here in a pro, it will give you access of 10 GB. This is basically a pro trial user, right? A pro trial user, it's giving me 60 days access, but maybe in the pro it will give you more space, as long as it is required by your organization, provided that might be some additional costing. So these are the additional component which is requires to be downloaded. It providing the Power BI desktop, Power BI data gateway, paginated report builder, Power BI for mobile, and analyze in Excel update. So I can add a different components. So Power BI data gateway, I'll just take it off, this one. I'll tell you subsequently what is Power BI data gateway. Gateway is basically used to connect to my on-premises data with the Power BI. Okay, moving on to next, we do have the Power BI paginated report. I have also Power BI paginated report viewer, Power BI paginated report builder. So I do have the Power BI report builder. Okay, so I don't need to download this. Power BI for mobile, I can get this. I'll do it later. Okay, coming to this point. So now I've got all these informations of Power BI gateway and Power BI. So this gateway I can just delete. Now let's move on to see the other objects, other features. Here we have this menu which provides apps, streams, add-in. Okay, so what is stream? Your filter is expired. Okay, stream is basically kind of a logical repository which will give you complete environment access. So in a single portfolio, you can have a production stream and UAT stream, like that. So I'll go here now. I do have this, so home, and I can upload a new image, a new you know dashboard. So recent, create new data. So these are the data sheets, workspace. So there can be multiple workspaces. I do have my workspace. It is being created. So I can also create one more workspace. Now what is workspace? Workspace is one workspace is created is called as my workspace. Another workspace I can create is workspace. As a self name is self-explanatory. So this is unique in the world. So that's why it is checking for the availability. Amit workspace is available. This will be kind of a subdomain where your dashboard will be hosted. So your workspace is completely isolated entity from another workspace. Whatever you will do, that will be confined to that workspace only. Okay, save. There's access option is given. So you can also provide the access to here. You can have multiple users access. So I just wanted to add one more user. This is invalid user. So this is not going to allow me to create invitation to user who are in Gmail or any free email. It is basically asking me for to add any other user who is part of your organizations. So my organizations, I cannot give email address of any other users. So just this is how this, just want to tell you, this is how the user are created. I can give any other user email address, and what type of user is that? He's admin, member, contributor, or viewer. So viewer to admin, based on that he has a highest privilege, and viewer is the reverse. Okay, from admin to viewer, highest to moderate, moderate to lower, and then lowest privileges are there. Okay, fine. So now my workspace is created. Workspace name is Amit Workspace. I am here in the Amit Workspace. I can move on to, I can go inside other workspace also to see the data is available over here. So I am publicly can see this in the my workspace. I do have two dashboards and the different databases. So if I go to one more workspace, Amit workspace, there is certainly no content over here. So absolutely no content. New report, paginated report, dashboard, data flow and all. So this is basically here you can also upload the dashboard. Otherwise, right from the Power BI desktop, you can host your dashboard to Amit Workspace. So this is a web-based environment. What I'll do now, I will go to the Power BI desktop. Right from there, I will try to connect to Power BI service and explore this Amit Workspace here from the Power BI desktop and try to upload a main dashboard, which is retail dashboard, to this particular workspace. Okay, so whatever access I will provide to particular workspace, that would be limited to that workspace only. In this workspace, I will create one user. That user will be confined to this particular workspace only. In another workspace, I can create one more user and can give privilege to that particular workspace, say my workspace. So then that particular user would not be able to see the data of Amit workspace. So that is how the data is being segregated by Power BI security. So instead of adding the content right from here, I would like to go to the Power BI, and right from here I would like to upload it. So there is an option called as a publish. When you publish the dashboard, it is going to ask me for credentials. Since I have already logged into the Power BI desktop, my session is already persistent over here. Session is alive over here, as you can see my name over here. And so since the user session is alive over here, I might not be asked to log in. Yes, it is not asking me to log in. Rather, it is automatically explore the two different workspaces. Amit workspace and my workspace are automatically populated and synced from the server. What I'll do, I'll just log out. Okay. Now when I just sign out, you see, I have signed out from the Power BI desktop. Now my session is no more exist. So whenever I will publish, it will ask me to first connect to the Power BI service or the cloud-based server. So it is just to ensuring it is asking that you save the Power BI desktop, the dashboard. Do you want to save the changes? I said yes. Now it will ask me for email address and the password. So it validated the user. Now it is asking for password. So when I'll give the password, it will take me to verify my account. So it is again try to verify my Power BI service account. So it is giving me an SMS. When I verify this detail, I should be able to log into the Power BI server. Now you see my session is activated. You see my name is auto populated over here. As long as I'm not going to sign out, my session will be reside over here. So I can see I have created in my Power BI service, I have created two workspaces. One was earlier there, I created earlier, and this I just created today, now. So choosing this, and I'm going to select this for deployment. So now it's publishing the retail dashboard in form of PBIX, okay, retail dashboard PBIX to Power BI. So it is asking me that, did you know you can create a partial view of your report tailored from mobile phone? On the view tab, select mobile layout. Yeah. Since I have created the mobile layout for different dashboards, I can go in the view tab, I can create the mobile layout and the dashboard will be visible as per my design, as per my design preview. Okay, got it. So my dashboard is created and deployed. If I want to click on this, I should be able to open my dashboard in the web. Yeah. So my Power BI dashboard, it is having all these tabs in the left side, and this is completely full screen. I just want to make it full screen here. View, fit to page, like this. I can make it full screen. So it's giving me a complete, good preview. Even it's better than Power BI desktop. It's giving me complete preview of my dashboard. Now it will not, here it is giving me the different dashboards or sheet preview. I can write from here, I can go to any other sheet. Else I do have this navigations which I have already created. It does not require any control button to be clicked because it's a web-based interface. As I told, I'll click here. On a single click, it is taking me to this particular page. So you see this beautifully populating the data, and I can rightly go back and go forward. This is go back very easily. I can go to the back page, or else I can go forward. This way I can go, or else I can directly go to landing page. Right from here, I can click on any page where I can see the beautiful visualizations of Power BI with detailed informations. These are the different previews. Fit to width. If you make it fit to width, that means your Power BI interface will be there. The console interface will be there. The dashboard will be fully expanded by width. However, the height can be scrollable. Actual size, it will be actual size like this. High contrast colors, there are different colors are available. Yeah, it looks nice actually. For those who are having color blindness, they can use this preview. High contrast colors. This facility is actually inbuilt. This one is also black and white and white and black. Okay, so these are the different previews. Actual size, fit to page. Fit to page means it will be fit by height as well as width, and based on the complete size of a dashboard, it will be completely filled by height and width. And fit full screen means it will be completely filled across the screen. It will be filled across the screen, and the preview is very beautiful. So it was all about this Power BI service. I do have few bookmarks. I have created one bookmark over there, so I can directly go to that bookmark also. If I choose this bookmark, it is giving me, it is taking me to that particular page and giving me the exact output which I have saved it. Okay, this is what the bookmark is. Well, so this was all about a high level overview of Power BI service. In subsequent sessions, we will go more deeper into that, how to publish and schedule the dashboard refresh and all. So for now, this is all about the Power BI desktop, and we have deployed the dashboard to the Power BI service, and these are the high level features. Okay, the next one is ribbon chart. Why this is a little bit of different in Power BI? It needs axis, label, and value. So it also need a two dimension and one measure. Okay, so I will use say country is my first dimension, and then customer will be the second one, and the legend that will be added, and quantity of the item order will be taken into this values. So this chart has this property called as zoom slice. This you can add in data label. It can okay. This is a property called as a ribbon. So this looks like a ribbon. So that's why you can give the space in between spacing. This one new option is here called a zoom slicer. This can be used for slicing of the data like this. You can filter out the data, few data to be displayed on this chart. That's why it is called as a ribbon. It is not that much of frequently used object, but yes, it is provided by Power BI, so it is good to learn this one. So what I can name is quantity and country, quantity by country and customer. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the next object is waterfall chart. Now, why waterfall chart is used? In which scenario the waterfall chart is used? It is used for analysis of a duration. Waterfall means it is this nomenclature is derived from a SDLC or a software development life cycle or a methodology. Basically, we do have a different type of methodology like waterfall and agile. Waterfall, since we are focusing on this, so we will be understanding why waterfall is used and how it is used. Waterfall means output of one phase should be input of another phase of the project. Then the output of the second phase should be input of the third phase. In this way, these phases will be created. So I will just add this waterfall chart. In order to create this waterfall chart, I have to create the data in that way. So for example, we have different phases of the project. So first of all, say duration. Initiation is the project phase, then requirement analysis, design, development, testing, UAT, go live, and project closure. Okay, so these are the different phases of the project. Assume that these are the activities. One activity will be ending, then another activity will be started. So initiation, say it is taking 15 days, requirement analysis will be taking 30 days, design will be taking 45 days, development will be taking another 60 days, testing will be taking 30 days, UAT is for 10 days, go live for 7 days, and project closure is say 5 days. Okay, so these are the activity which is being created for this. Now I have to create a new table and put those data into it. Either I can just use that Excel sheet as it is. I will go to the Power Query, and here I will create a static table. The table data which I have created, I'll try to create a table here. In order to create a static table in Power BI, so there's an option called as enter data. So I will just click on this. The tables, the data which I have copied, I can just paste it here. So see how easily I could create a static table. The table name I will give as TBL timeline. This will not be related to any other table in our data model. This will be a standalone table. Okay. So this table is going to be used in our data model. So at the same time, I also shown you how to create a static table. Okay, how to create a static table in Power BI here. Okay, now just apply and close. So in my data model, these tables are going to be, the new table is going to be added, TBL timeline is going to be added. I have not connected with any external data source like Excel or SQL Server. In the Power BI itself, I have just created a static table with those static data. Okay. Now, if you want to see this data over here in this data model, you can also see this. There will be a timeline table which should have been added in our data model. So as per our this data, I can just use this TBL timeline in my visualization. So I have used this waterfall data. So in this waterfall chart, I have to use the timeline table. So there is a phase and then values, duration. So you see very easily the project duration has been mapped. Actually, the project names should be according to the alphabetical order, but it is showing something different. So what I can do, I will just go to the data and change it. Here in the data, in this timeline table, I will just go to this our query once again in order to change this data. This is initiation. I will change it to 1 hyphen initiation. So these are the phases will be treated like this, so that replace value to hyphen requirement analysis this way, 3 hyphen design. My purpose is to just show this data a proper way in the chart. 4 hyphen development, and then same way testing, 5 hyphen testing, 6 hyphen UAT, 7 hyphen, because this data will be sorted in that way. Okay, so all my data can be easily sorted now. I can just close and apply. So I will just go to the data here. Now this way the data has been changed. So you see this 1 2 3 4 are mapped like this. Now I can just make it sort by phases. So if I'll just sort by phase, now this data are properly sorted from initiation to the requirement. Now if you see this data as a in terms of the project management perspective, what was the total duration of the project? The total duration is 202 days, and requirement is 15 days duration. Initiation is 15 days, requirement analysis is 30 days, design 45, development 60, and testing 30 days, and same way UAT 10 days, and go live 7 days, and project closure is less than 5 days. So altogether it's become 202 days. So this is how the project. So this is duration by phase. I can name it as project timeline by phase. So this is how the timeline analysis is being done in the thing. And the segment colors are like this. Okay, so this is how the project timeline is created by using the waterfall chart. So the next I was supposed to add is a scatter plot. I will use this. Now why uh, what is the scenario? Why should we use a scatter plot? Where should you use scatter plot? What is the outcome of this? Let us understand. And what are the prerequisites of scatter plot? When I say prerequisites, means it is, when I say prerequisite, means it is the required input or required data. So what are the objects, what are the input data field is needed, and how many inputs are needed? So when I say input, it is dimension and measures. So for this chart, how many dimensions and how many measures are needed? One dimension and three measures. Okay. When I say three measure, means it is one is for x-axis, another is for y-axis, and the third one is for Z axis, or basically used for sizing, showing the size. So here, as you can see, details, I'll have to add this for orders. Say for order ID is going to be my this field. Now I do have thousand of orders. How can I just take the decision? What decision can I take from these orders? And then here I have the quantity, which is in the x-axis, and y-axis is price. So you see there are a lot of items, a lot of dots are added. What are those dots? Each dot represents one order. See, order ID is 6149 and quantity is this much and price is this much. So accordingly, there are many data, thousands of records, and dots. Each dot represents different quantity and different price. So this scale is quantity and this scale is price. Some orders which is having highest price, you see it is 94,000, is 95,000. It is having the highest price in all the price, cost of the product. But if you see this one, some of the in this scale, some of the quantities are very high, 675, whereas this is having only 95. So some orders are having more quantity and some orders are having expensive price, more expensive items. But we need to decide which order is a profitable order. That means in that case we have to consider any order whose price is high as well as quantity is also high. So we have to consider order whose price is high as well as quantity is high. In that case, we will get the order volume or the order total value. So I have added two measures, one dimension, but only dots is not able to give me any decision. I need to take the decision. What should be the scenario? Where can I take the decision? Which one is a profitable order? Okay. So here we have created calculated field. It is a field order volume, which is basically a multiplication of the price and uh, quantity. So if I'll add this order volume to the size, according to the it's in count of order volume, actually it should be no. I'll just create one more. This is not in order detail. I'll create a new column, and this will be my customized column. Okay, I think we have created this order price. Order price means price into quantity. This is not the individual price, it's the order price. This I can add to here in this field. So it's taking sum of order price. It is not specific product price. It is product price into the product quantity. Okay. So this is the multiplication of these two figures. So I'm getting the order price is higher. Now here we can take the decision. In the legend, we can add the order ID so that each order will be differentiated with a different color. You see, Each order are getting differentiated with a different color. Now go to this property, legend switch off. So this legend will not be showing. I can see this data. Tooltips are showing perfectly, like order ID, quantity, price, and price. So now, what is the decision over here? The decision is some of the orders are highest, having the highest order price. You see this one, highest order price, but its quantity is very less, 95. Some of the orders are having highest quantity, 675, but its price is very less, so that's why the circle is very small. But if you just compare like price versus quantity, if you see the ratio, in that case these orders are bigger orders because its quantity is 597, quite good, and price is also high. This is also moderate. This is good, this is good. So this, in this range, this is also good. It's 439, and price is also high. So these are the profitable products, profitable orders. So okay, so these orders are my profitable orders. Okay, so this is all about the scatter plot. It needs how many measures? Three measures. One I have used is a quantity, second I have used is a price, third I have used is a size. The size, x-axis, y-axis, and size. Size represents the order price, a multiplication of the quantity and price, and the dimension I have is the order ID. Okay, so what I can name it? The name of this object can be order profitable order analysis or demand analysis. So okay, this is what we call as a scatter plot. In order to analyze huge data instantly, we can use this. Here we have got more than 1000 of records, 6571 records, and out of which we are getting the profitable orders. In these segments, I can just select this one, 83,000. So this is my highest profitable order because price is very high as well as quantity is also very high, and hence the total price is highest. Okay. Now the next object we have is scatter plot, pie chart, and do not chart, which we have already covered in the in this dashboards. Yeah, these are the pie chart and the do not chart. We have already covered it. So okay, so next object we have is this map object. Okay, in order to create a map object, we have to create a new dashboard because it is going to take a lot of space over here. So first of all, I will just take up this, and in this portion, I will use this map object. All right, on this in this space, I will use this one of my map object. Okay, so now why this map object are used in the BI? There is a map. I'll just drag and drop it, and it is added to my dashboard. So, in which scenario we should use this map object? Normally, whenever we want to locate something like branch, companies, locations, ATM counters, water bodies, temples, you know, hospitals. So, various remarkable places can be shown in a table or can also be shown in this Google map. But if you just show in a map, this will be more effective correlate that this particular office or temple is exactly where in the map. So map will show you a satellite imagery on top of which your addresses, your locations will be plotted. So it is different from a normal tabular report. In the tabular report, if you represent the address or the locations of any instance, that will not be more easily identified. But if you show this in the map, anybody can easily correlate that yes, this temple is beside this location. So it will be easy to understand. So that's why these are called the geographical maps. So in order to create this geographical analysis, we should be having latitude and longitude of any location so that the data can be plotted on this. Now, latitude and longitude can be needed for those places which are not so much famous. It is needed for places those are not famous, like any shop, which is not globally acknowledged or globally identified. But a country, a state, a monument, a temple can be addressed or can be identified by Google. So let me just add a location as a country. So country is universally identified. So longitude, latitude would not be required for this. As you see, country names are itself understood by the Power BI map. This is being used as a Microsoft Bing map. So they are having a metadata which automatically correlate the country names and tries to put the circles or bubbles of the country. So USA, everybody know where the USA is. Finland, everybody know where Finland is. It's in Europe. So these countries are populated. But if you just try to so ATM counter or a school besides your home, that is not globally identified, right? So you need to have a latitude and longitude of that particular school in order to plot that on the map. So this is added. Now what I can do here, data. It's all about the locations, but what data I can have it. There's one specific data I have. I will just remove this country and I will add this country from this table. So you would get lot of countries from here because this data is a survey data and including islands also takes all the countries. Okay, so all the countries are there, including islands and other countries. Now, the measure I want here is a population. So this is field called total population. I will just add this to the size. See, now there was circles, but this now the circles are being increased. The circles are increased. Why? Because the size of China, India is more substantially more than other countries. Then third is coming out US, and then South America, and so on. Other countries are also there. So according to this chart, it says shows circles in all the countries. However, the bigger the volume of the data, the bigger the circle. Data color I can change like this or any specific color as per my preference. Map style here, map can be satellite imagery or can be this road map. So here we have the map style. This is a road map. If I'll go for aerial, it will be simply showing the satellite imagery. This is the satellite imagery. It is showing me to the deeper value. If I'll go to the road map, then it will show you the roads. So this is the map analysis. Shadow switch on. So there are various properties we have here. Now legend, if I will add the country to the legend, then all the countries will be having a different colors. So all the country is having different colors here. We will switch off this legend, then this country names with the different colors will be removed and it is showing like this. Okay, so this is all about the population, and I can see the country and then their populations are showing. If you add anything to the legend, it doesn't require to add. Circles are added. Okay, so move on to the next. If I will add a new chart for this is one. Go back to report and simply copy this, duplicate this, and I'll try to show other charts. Geographical analysis, particular to the geographical analysis. Now I have just copied this one and I will rename it geographical analysis. Here I will use this particular objects, only geographical objects. This will be one where instead of country I will use something different, because if I will try to add something else then this will not work. But let's see how I can add those. Suppose employee, okay, say customer. I'll try to add the address. Some popular address is getting, but all the address are not getting. Some popular address of USA is able to be drawn on this, but other locations are not able to be drawn. So let's see how we can prepare the data on this, and now we can just add it. I will just take off one data. I would like to add longitude and latitude on this, lat long. So I will create a sample data for this latitude and longitude and size. So there is a site called here. I will create a sample data and I'll try to add it. Okay, company names can be anything, like these are the companies, but they may not be automatically populated on the chart. Okay, so I should be having the longitude and latitude for this, then add longitude, latitude, and number of employees. Okay, so here I have added multiple rows. So first of all, I do have to number range. Okay, number range, so it should be automatic, say employees. Okay, this should be the field name, like company, and this should be number of employee, or say revenue. Range is number of employees, say 100 to okay 100 to 10,000. Now it's become number of employee. Then I want latitude and longitude. One field would be latitude, lat. Another field would be long. Okay, lat long. So this field will be needed. Now I just remove other rows. Company, number of employee, lat and long. So this will be my simple data. This will be created like this. Company name, number of employees will be like this, latitude and longitude. So generate 100 row, that's fine. Generate. So this data will be generated. This is a longitude and latitude data. Download. I have to just download this in our desktop, say company data. Now this data can be used in the Power BI. Data sources, I will just use this. Company geographical data. Now from here I will try to locate that folder. Get data. Then Excel workbook. We'll just start. All data sources, company geographical data. So this data is connected. Now it is loading. Yeah, all this data are there with me. 100 records are there. Fine. Load. Apply changes means it will be added to our data model. Okay, now this is being added to our data model. Let's see where it is added. Company's data. Now it's time to just look at this in our map. company's geographical data. I will just add this company. Now you see these companies are automatically added. How come it is added? Because it has this lat long. So I'll just try to add this lat to here and long to here. Don't summarize. You just use don't summarize. Okay, fine. So since this is a dynamically and roughly created data, some of the lat longs are plotting on other locations. But anyway, this is how the process is. If it is a real lat long collected from these company locations, they will be plotted on those particular locations. And size, it can be taken as the number of employees. So the companies whichever is having the highest employees, they will be showing the bubbles like this. This is how this geographical map is created. Now move on to the next topic, which is Gauge chart. Gauge is used to create a range to just show the position of your existence in a certain range. Suppose you are driving a car and the minimum speed of the car is 0 and maximum speed of the car is say 160 km per hour. Now when you are driving in 80 km per hour speed, then the needle of the speedometer would be 90°. If you are driving with a more speed, then it will be the angle of the needle will be changing. If it is 40 km per hour, then the needle will be on 45°. So it shows your position from the highest and lowest value range, okay, of the data. So this is how the Gantt chart works. So let's see here. Just add one Gantt chart. Now here it's a value, it's basically a measure. Count of order, minimum value and maximum value. I have to create two different measures actually. Let's say quantity. Okay, I will just take up some two fields. Other fields like this is quantity and minimum quantity, maximum quantity. I'll have to create two different measures. Minimum quantity. So I'll use this mean function qty quantity. Okay, I have created a minimum quantity. Same way, I have to create a new measure, maximum quantity. And quantity we have already taken. So mean and max, max I have added here, and mean I have added here, and quantity is is this one. Now, whenever I'm adding any product, I'm selecting any product. This quantity is showing. Just keep on changing. Quantity is showing and the data is keep on changing. So whenever I'm changing any particular data of a particular month, this data is changing. So accordingly, your minimum and maximum quantity should be high. Then this data will be plotted on this. So this is what we have as a gut chart in Power BI. To the next topic on the other objects like table and matrix. So let's see. For table object, I have to create a new sheet because this needs a good space. So I will just duplicate this page. Now once I duplicate, I can just remove this and then I will utilize this full middle space for creating a summary report. So I can name it as summary report, order summary report. Alright. So table is a simple object and widely chosen object which is used for summarizing the bottommost data or the most granular data so that detailed analysis can be performed on the table box. Okay, certain number of rows and columns can be added in the table. Here, whenever we add any field, whether it is a dimension or a measure, it all will be treated in a table as a individual columns. And then I can perform various type of analysis, various threshold analysis, various conditional analysis, conditional columns I can create. That all we'll be seeing in this tutorial. Okay, so let's move on. Now this table object needs only one field is called as a value, irrespective of a dimension or a measure. It is a value, so I have to add values into it. It can be a dimension or can be a measure. So I'll start from here. Like say customer is the one. List of the customers are being shown over here. Moving forward to here is order number, order ID. These are the order IDs, and then date of the order. So order date. See, whenever we are adding any date attribute to the table box, it may be automatically splitted into these multiple columns and can be treated as a hierarchical data. But I want a single field which is to be taken as a date field. So right click, click on this down arrow and you can simply select order date instead of selecting the date hierarchy. So whenever I'm selecting order date, I can see the complete date is over here. The next level of information I want is this line number. There was a field called line number which is there in this order detail table. Alright, it is not here. Probably I would have deleted it. Alright, no issue. So then product in the order. What are the product has been ordered? It can be added this here. Then what's the quantity? What's the unit of the product? Can be added. This is the unit. Then the time comes to add the measure. So measure is quantity which is being added over here. Then I can add the price, which is basically the unit price. Then order price. What this order price is? See here, I have to create multiple, calculated fields. So I will just, delete this, delete from model. This is unit price. So whatever the product is being ordered, say this is the order ID. This is one order. 1383 is one order. Against that, the quantity is being shown, and against individual quantity, the price is individual price is this. So, but against this particular product, there are 17 items are being ordered. So the total price will be 17 into this price, which is going to be the order price. That is what we have treated over here already. The order price column being created. So I can simply add this one. This order price is a multiplication of this price and the quantity. And the next is I have to create multiple calculated field. We will see now how how we can create multiple calculated fields, which is required for the various type of analysis. All right. Now after order price, I want a field which could be additional field. Say here, I want another field could be there, which should be 18% GST, which should be inclusive of 18% GST on top of this order price, right? This is the total price of the order. Now the 18% GST will be applicable on this price. Okay. So how we can create this? I have to create one more field through DAX, right? So I have to create a calculate column over here. Right click and create a new measure. So I can just name it as total price inclusive of GST, right? So the total price is sum of order price plus sum of order price into 0.18, right? This could be the case, or I can take like this. If it not permit, then I will do something. Let me check out this. This is basically sum of order price and then the 18% of this particular. Suppose this is 200 and then it would be 18% of 200, which is 36, and the total price would be 236, which is inclusive of GST. So let me add this total price into this. Now take up this one, this measure. So whatever this price is, say if it is 4476, in addition to this I have added 18% GST the total price has become this one. So this is what our conditional field is. Okay. Now moving into one step ahead, the conditional calculations which we have created is applied with 18% of GST. Now let us think that this 18% GST which I have hard coded here may be changed in the future, right? 18% may be changed to 15% or maybe more or maybe less. So this value should be dynamic, should not be static at all. So in order to make this input, which is 18%, is dynamic, I have to give some input parameter which should be dynamic and can be changed time to time, and by the selection of user, by the selection of the end user. It should be under the control of the end user. They should be able to change it on their requirement. Whenever they want, they can be able to change the GST, and all the values should be applicable with the GST. So how do we do it? We have to create a concept here in the Power BI. In the Power BI, we have one concept called as a parameter. Okay, that is what I am going to show you also. Let's see, since we are creating a calculated field, I would also like to create a parameter control to dynamically handle the values in a calculation. Next, one thing I would like to show, which I have not shown here, which is matrix. How matrix work. So let's just complete this one also. I'm going to create a new sheet for this in order to create a matrix report. So I'm simply selecting this. I'm now instead of creating it afresh, I would just try to remove this one and change this to matrix. If I change this to matrix, what you would get? I'm getting the customers. Matrix need basically a row and a column and then the value. So in rows, I want only customers to be there. So list of customers are added, and in the column instead of order ID values, I will just remove it. Quantity is only there, and in the column I try to keep the months. Okay, order month. So now this looks pretty nice, pretty well. Like sort ascending, sort by customers. So alphabetically they are sorted, and the list of the months of the customer are available here. So in the y-axis in the columns, I can be able to see the list of the customers are available. In the these are basically rows, and in the columns, I'm able to see the list of months which is available over here. And according to the month and customer, I can be able to see the number of orders, which is count of order ID. Sorry, it was supposed to be the month. It is supposed to be the month, and then in quantity, here I can add the order ID. That's pretty well. Month is also being alphabetically sorted over here. Now I can apply the conditional formatting here. If I will define the conditional formatting, which is a background color, it will be looks pretty nice. Rules, again the same rule I can apply. one more rule. And the final one, which is greater than 100 and less than equal to 500. Then it should be green. Okay. I think this much data is not available with us, so that's why it is showing like that. Greater than 100, less than equal to. Okay. So you see all these data are being visualized, looking pretty well. Most of the cases I'm getting red and orange. I think I don't have any customer who is having more than this volume of data. Okay, so this is what we call as a matrix. If I will add a quantity over here, I'll get something different value, which is this, then that figure will be applicable to me. Quantity looks more better because this looks really nice. This is what we have the matrix is. Like the data are represented in both the axes and the middle sections. Only the data are being visualized, which matches this to month and the customer's data. Okay, so what is a tree map? Tree map is basically it is also called as a block chart in other BI tools. It represents the data in different blocks. The block's size may vary based on the volume of the data. The bigger the volume of the data you have, the bigger the size of the blocks you will get, and according to the smaller data, the block size will be defined or it will be smaller accordingly. So let's start and creating a tree map. Okay, in this sheet, I think there are very few objects. We can create a tree map over here. This object is called as a tree map. I can simply drag it up and can use it. So this is what the tree map object is. Now it requires group and value. So the data can be used as a group. Say for example, I'll be using product by stock. So product could be the first group, and then stock is basically the quantity. We can consider quantity is a stock. Now see how beautifully it is created. It is created different blocks, right? And the block size is varying based on a volume of the data. This product's quantity is highest, 18,206, and other blocks are subsequently the size are getting smaller from left to right. So this is the smaller data and this is the bigger data, and this chart can be used in such a requirement or in such a scenario where there is requirement of finding the minimum and maximum at a glance. In a bar chart, you cannot add huge amount of data in a single chart. It will have a scrolls. But here you can see in the extreme left is a bigger one, in the extreme right is a smaller one. This is very helpful to get the bigger and smaller, extreme bigger and extreme smaller products by their quantity. Okay. Now I just tried to show you a two-dimensional chart. This is basically I can add the dimension which is a product to the details, and the value will be the quantity here. This is a one-dimensional tree map, we can say. It always shows the product and product wise the stock. Okay, moving forward to next, I would also like to show you one more concepts here. I'll simply drag this tree map again, and I'll take up this as a full window. Here I'll make a little variation of this tree map. In the first tree map, it was showing quantity by product, like all the products are showing whichever the product is having highest quantity or sales, it is showing over here. Now the same way I will also create one more chart with product in the details and values, which is quantity, to the value. Now it is showing the same chart. This chart and this chart are absolutely same, only the dimension is a little bit bigger here. Now I can add unit to the first group. Okay, what will happen? You will see two variations. Now what this is all about? First color, which is cyan color, is basically numbers. They are grouped by numbers. So all these products whose unit are in numbers, they are showing over here. So they are basically grouped, right? This to this is become one chart. Highest volume of the data with unit is number is 17,000, and lowest volume of the data is like this, 2550. Same way, there are also products available whose unit is role. Among all the products, those are role type of products. Those units are role. The highest quantity of those products is 18,000, and the lowest quantity is a reverse one. And I do also have few products. Probably one product I have whose unit is packet. Another product I have whose unit is packet. Okay, so there are two products whose unit is packet, and there is one more product available whose product is blank. Basically, it is blank, so it's not to be considered. So this is what we call as a tree map. So this is a single dimensional tree map. This is a multi-dimensional tree map. The dimensions are product and unit, and the measure is quantity. So I hope the tree map is clearly understood. We can move on to the next topic. Now the next topic is drill through. How we can create a drill through report in Power BI. We will see this. Before to succeed, let us understand what is drill through. Drill through is basically a kind of navigation from one sheet to another sheet. So these are all sheets, right? Or we can say pages, sheets, or dashboards. So this is sheet, say sales position analysis, order analysis, matrix, report. So we have got three sheets. Now I want to create such a scenario that if I will select any particular product from this list, it should take me through the next page. The page is order summary, and there I should be able to see the data with respect to that particular object which is being selected from the sheet 1. I repeat, this is sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. Okay, from sheet 1, if I will select any object, any product from this tree map, say this product is 50 watt, GU 10, whatever, etc. etc. If I will select this, it will take me to the next sheet, which is order summary report. And here we have we are showing all the products, right? Reports and products, all the products and their data. But here in this sheet, the data will be filtered with respect to that specific product which has been selected from the sheet 1. So let's get the drill through. In this sheet, here there are products. So what I will do, I have to switch on this drill through property on this particular chart. On this sheet, the cross report property I have to switch on. So what is this cross report? Allow this page to be used by other report as a drill through target. Okay, so this should be switch on the target page basically. So my target page is order summary report, where the data will be where my navigations to be there. So here I have switch on this. It says allow this page, this particular order summary report page, to be used by other reports as a drill through target. So what I will do, I have switch on this. Now what should be my database field according to which the filtration should be happen on this report? What is the common attribute? Here I can see product is the attribute which is present in this page, right? So here the common attribute is the product. Now in this particular page, I will add product as a drill through attribute. I have just added that. I want one selection of this page, product on this page. It should take me to the next page where the data will be filtered based on the selection which I made here. Okay, so earlier there was no option for drill through, but here now it is showing right click to drill through. I will just remove this. I have removed. When I hover the mouse on any product, I cannot see any option, any suggestion that right click to drill through, right? While I'm changing this, I'm adding this drill through option. That means the drill through is enabled. Now it is provisioning me to click on this any product. It is saying right click to drill through. Suppose this is 32 PVC bend. It's a pipe actually, and it is suggesting me to right click to drill through. If I will right click, it is showing this option, drill through. Okay, now drill through what? Drill through order summary report, which is my target page. And there, if I'll click on this, I have selected this particular product, 32 PVC bend, and I'll go to the drill through of this order summary report. Let's see. If I click on this, it is taking me to the next page, which is order summary report, and in the report I can only see the product which is 32 PVC bend. Are we able to see any other product apart from this? Let's check. Not at all. All the data is being filtered according to the 32 PVC bend. This is what the beauty of the drill through is. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to another level where I would like to filter out the data by orders. Okay, by orders, order ID here. In this matrix report, what the data is there? Yeah, these are the customers. Okay, these are the listed customers over here, and here in the order summary report also I can see there are customers. So what I will do, I will try to make a drill through this page, matrix report page, where customer will be my attribute for filtration. Okay, so what I will do, I'll just add the customer data over here to drill through. Cross report option we have to enable, otherwise the drill through will not work. Allow this page to be used by other reports as a drill through target. Switch on this and apply the customer name over here, and we are ready. Now this page will have the option to navigate, right click, drill through what? Through matrix report. So I've got this drill through option for matrix report. If I'll right click on this, ultimately it will select this particular customer, which is baby socks, and according to the baby socks the data will be displayed in the matrix report. Great, it's only one item I can see, and the data is showing over here. Now how can I go back? If you just click on this, there's an option here, control plus click here to go back to the previous page of this report. I have control plus click here again. I'll go back to the previous page of this report. So I will just clear this, and all the data I'll be able to see over here. Now what I do, I'll just select one more attribute from here, that is 4 SQL blue color. Right click, drill through. It will take me to the order summary report, and over here I can see only that particular product, which is 4 SQL blue. Now I will choose this customer and drill through again this customer wise data. Then it should take me to the matrix report where I can see this data by this particular customer. Yeah. Suppose here in this chart, I will use the product instead of the customer. It is showing in the list of the products. Okay, fine. And here I'm getting the product. In the matrix report, I'll drill through the product, and here I will drill through by customer. Drill through by customer, and here in this sales position analysis, I will try to, this is unit product, and I'll try to just do this. Here I will replace this product with the customer. Okay, all right. So now I'm here in the first label. I will go by customer. Then I will be able to show the data by customer over here. Then I'll go by product. Then I'll be able to show the data of the product over here in this sheet. Okay. Although I'm able to see the entire product list over here, but if I will go by this filtration through drill through, I can be able to go inside that particular item. So here I'm able to see count of orders by customer. So my customer is say this Greenwald. I'll click on this and drill through. It should show me all the data of this particular customer Greenwald. Okay, all these are the customers of this Greenwald, and I will go further detailing of this. So these are the list of the products over here. Say 10 mm, 16 mm SC where YG. Right click, drill through and matrix report. You should be able to see this 16 mm SC where. Only that particular item you will be able to see 16 mm SC where, and all the months of data you can see it's looking very beautiful, and that particular data is getting filtered out. So as I have just uncheck keep all filter option, it was by default on over there. If I switch off, then I can only get the filtration on this particular item. Whenever I want to see the total data, I will just click on this eraser button, and over here I can be able to see the entire data. Same way it is being filtered here. It is showing the filtered data, and I have disabled keep all filter option. You have to make it disabled. If you want to show all the data, then clear the filter over here, and you should be able to see the entire data. Let's go once again for drill through. As I said, drill through is an option where I should be able to get into a particular item by filtering one particular attribute. I would be able to go to the next page where I should be able to see the data based on that filtration. Champs, click on this particular customer and click on this, and you should be able to see that customer, all this customer, which is a champs. There is no other customers I can be able to see. All right, so all these customers are there, and I can click on this 1.5 mm where black. This is a large order. I'll click on this, and I should be able to see the 1.5 mm where black on the next page. All this data by all the months is being listed over here. So I have done the complete drill through filtration from step 1 to step 2 to step 3. And if you want to show the entire data, don't click on this cross button, otherwise it will remove it. You just click on this clear filtration. Now you should be able to see the entire data in the report. Here we go. If you want to go back to the previous page where we have came from, so this drill through, here there is a button which is being automatically enabled by this drill through. Press Ctrl plus click. When you press Ctrl plus click, it will take you to the first page. Take you to the previous page actually. From here I came back to this page. This was all about the drill through functionality of Power BI. Okay. One thing I would like to show you here. So far, whatever we are doing in the dashboard, this layout is only meant for a desktop window. Power BI is not automatic auto responsive. So whatever the dimensions we are following here, this is only restricted to the screen size of the desktop or laptop. But think, if we will create our dashboard for to be viewed in mobile, so before we deploy the dashboard, we have to also create the separate layout for mobile as well. We have created the dashboard. Okay, this demand analysis, stock analysis, so many analysis we have created over here. This analysis we have created over here. So whenever we would like to publish our dashboard, and if we want our dashboard will be visible in desktop as well as mobile, then you have to recreate or redesign. I would not say recreate, it is redesign, because we have created the KPIs. This KPI will be remain as it is. We have to create a separate design layout for a preview in the mobile app. So we will not create any new KPIs or new objects over there. The objects which we have already created in the wave, in this for Windows dashboard, or for to be viewed in the laptop or desktop, the same KPIs will be redesigned or reused in the mobile interface. Okay, so let's see how we can deploy. Before we deploy the dashboard, we have to design few mobile screens for individual dashboards. So for this example, this is revenue dashboard, revenue analysis. I want this dashboard to be visible in the wave, as well as my team members should be able to access it in the mobile, and it should be well previewed as per my you know design. Okay, so go to the view here. There's a view button, view tab. There is a mobile layout option available over here. Click on this mobile layout. When you click on the mobile layout, the entire dashboard screen is getting changed. There's nothing here. Okay, my dashboard which you have created has to be redesigned over here. I will not create any new KPI. The KPIs are already there. Only I will just drag and drop and recreate the design for mobile app. Now you see, this screen is a screen of a mobile. Okay, horizontal scrolls are allowed. Sorry, vertical scrolls are allowed. Horizontal scrolls are not recommended here. So my dashboard can be longer because it would be viewed in the mobile. So vertical scrolls can be allowed. I will just drag and drop the objects which has been used in the dashboard for a desktop preview. Okay, desktop preview. Now these are the objects are being used, like these are the KPIs, these are filters, and these three KPIs are there. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just drag up this logo, and I can place it over here. This is a mobile screen. It has to be designed accordingly. It should be small, and yeah, it is fitting on this. I can keep this icons. Grid line should be there. Snap to grid lock object. If you lock this object, then the object movement cannot be done. So you should not lock this object. So whichever I feel like this should be well viewed, I will just put it over there. Whichever is not well viewed, I should not put it. I will just place these three. This chart should be showing in this way, one by one. This is the one object. Second one is this one. Each page, I'll just drag and drop and create these designs. And the third one is here. I don't want filtration in mobile because that will not be too much comfortable. Now, for this dashboard, I just saved the mobile layout. Now, when I just uncheck this, unclick this, then the design will be as per our web layout. Now, if you want to see the same design, how it will look like in the mobile, then I'll click on this and you should be able to see this is completely different from the design we have in the window, right? Or maybe we can also add those API objects. It's up to our requirement. The stock analysis, here it is the stock analysis. These are the objects are there, but in the mobile there is no design found for mobile. I can just click on this and get all these objects. Here we go, the design is now ready as per the mobile fit. Okay, alright, so then other objects can be dragged quickly. The shape can be given over here, whatever the shape it is required to be best viewed in the mobile. I can just drag it up. And the same way the third object will be added. Okay, now I can see this web layout and mobile layout. Those two are varying for this subject. Okay, this is pretty well, and we understood how to create a separate layout for Windows and mobile screen of Power BI. So, same way we can create the desktop and phone layout for all the other dashboards. Whichever the page or whichever the dashboard does not have the mobile layout or phone layout, it will not be appearing in the mobile browser, you know, in the mobile app of the Power BI. So whenever we browse our dashboard from the mobile app Power BI, it should be well viewed, and for that we should design the mobile layout for each dashboard. So for example, say for this dashboard, this looks pretty well. I will just create a mobile layout for this, otherwise this dashboard will not be visible. If you will see the mobile layout, I see there is no a single preview available. So if there is no preview, then this will be not visible. Okay, this is my dashboard. So I want this KPI to be displayed on the dashboard. In order to make it responsive, it's better we can just make this, you know, arrange like this, one after another, because otherwise this information will be too small and would not be easily clickable or visible. The three charts I have just added, and there is no restriction for the height. I can just take up this object height a little bit more. So I would also show you whenever I will deploy this dashboard in the Power BI service, how it is going to be displayed. So all these objects I am adding up here. Okay, so my dashboard is ready to be viewed in the mobile. So this is completely different from the Windows layout. This one is good for you know desktop layout, and in the desktop layout also there are three different variations. One is fit to page, fit to width, and actual size. Okay, actual size is bigger, and fit to width is good. Like whatever the width is, it will scale up or scale down itself. And if you make it fit to page, then the entire page will be fitted inside the screen. The height and width will be restricted in this area. And if you make it mobile layout, then it is completely different from the web layout. So mobile layout will be, now this will be well viewed, this will be easily viewed, because all the objects are clearly visible and that can be clickable also. So this was all about the desktop and mobile layout of Power BI. So let's move on to the next topic. So instead of creating a new page from the scratch, I would just duplicate this so that I can get the new page with same skeleton. Okay, few things I would also like to show, like which has been not covered up. We have created a hierarchy. I would like to show the data, how it can be represented in a hierarchical manner. First of all, hierarchy is a phenomenon of representing the data in a group, and in that group the data or attributes are represented hierarchically. Here in the customer table I have created a hierarchy, demography. In the order table also created the hierarchy. Let me check. I haven't created any hierarchy over here. So let me quickly create a hierarchy, and I will show how I can apply a new hierarchy in a chart. Okay, and I can create a drill down chart by using a by using the Power BI hierarchy. So I'll use the order here, where we have the order here. So in the hierarchy, the data should be higher to lower, higher level to lower level. So right click and new hierarchy. So create a hierarchy quickly. Multiple dimensions will be clubbed together in a group called as hierarchy. I will name it as TDL start. Okay, in this TDL, I mean for drop down list. So in this TDL hierarchy, I do have 1 year of data. Okay, now I will just add multiple data, like I've created order quarter, right click and add to hierarchy, TDL timestamp. And then month, I can select same way, right click, add to hierarchy, timestamp. After the month, I do have a week, then weekdays, then days. Week, add to hierarchy, timestamp, and finally order date. I will add this with the hierarchy. So you would see the data would be represented from higher level to lower level. Okay, first is year, the quarter, month, week, weekdays, and date. Same way, I have also created one hierarchy in the customer table, that is demographic hierarchy, division, country, state, city, postal code, address, and customer. So let me create one chart by using this hierarchy. I'll simply add a bar chart. This is not a single dimensional chart we can treat. It is going to be a multi-dimensional chart with hierarchy. So I will use this demography in the axis. First of all, I'm able to see the division over here, and then I should be able to see the values. So customers, I'll take the sales again. Okay, so it tried to represent that the data is, the label is on, and going forward to this legend. In the legend, I will add multiple this demography again, so that according to the dimension, the data color should be changed. So according to the dimension, the data color has been changed. So you can see this is a data which is having the hierarchical information. So first of all, I do have a dimension which is division. So it's showing three divisions of data. I will go to the next level here. You can see whenever I have added a hierarchy in the chart, you would get this type of options. What is that? Drill up, drill down, turn, click to turn on the drill down, then go to the next level in the hierarchy and expand all down to the level of hierarchy. Okay, so these informations are present here, whereas if you see any other simple chart, you would not get any that type of information in the other dashboards. Like this is a bar chart. Are you getting such information like drill down or drill up or anything? No, that's not possible, because it's just a single dimensional bar chart, right? There is no drill down available over here. Same way, you will not get those features in any other chart as long as there is no hierarchy over there. So we are here, we are playing with the drill down chart. This chart is having the options of drill down. So I should be giving the name appropriately so that non layman user should be able to understand that there is a hierarchy over here. So sales by demography, click here, click to drill down. Okay, all right. Now I would like to enable the hierarchy, so I'll just click this one, click to turn on the drill down. So if I'll just click here, the drill down is not available right now. I have to switch on the drill down property so that I can get into it. So before we click on this, you should have to click on this button, click to turn on the drill down. This is a button which will enable you to go to the next level of the hierarchy when you click on any dimension data. So switch on this. I have switched on this drill down property. Now I'm about to start the drill down. Click on this. So when I just clicked it, I could easily go to the next level, that is hierarchical data. So I was on the first level. If I want to go back, I am on the divisions, right? These are three divisions, kind of a continent also. So when I click on this EMEA, it is taking me to the different countries which is showing over here. I feel it is Germany which has the highest sale. So I'm curious to see the cities of the Germany which contributes the highest sale. Click on this. Okay, it's directly going to the state level. Okay, Germany has a state, and then inside that there is cities. So normally US has multiple states. We can just go to the US. So this is North America division. I'll just click on this. In the America, I can get three countries: USA, Mexico, and Canada. When I click on this USA, I should be able to see the states of USA. In Germany, you could have noticed that there was only one state called other. But here in US, I do have the data in such a way that US of the states are populating over here. So this is one of the state. I'll go inside to see what are the cities available in this state. So I can see there are two cities inside the states. I'll go to this city, and there is one postal code. In the postal code, I may have one or more than one address. Okay, so I am getting one address over here. Click on this, and finally I should be getting one customer. So this is the customer whose our account is 336. So it depicting that right click to drill through. Okay, so it's a customer. If you want to drill through, right click to drill through order summary. Next to this customer, if you want to show the data in the order summary, because I have applied the drill through over here in the order summary, wherever in any chart you have the customer, it will show you to drill through to that level. To this customer, I will use, and I can see this data considering this customer's data. Alright, so this was all about how we can create the hierarchy and how we can perform multi-dimensional analysis by using hierarchy. So I'm here in the bottom level. I will go to the top level. So going back and forward. So I'm here the top level. Okay. This is what we call as a hierarchy in Power BI, and just to repeat, hierarchy is a phenomenon for performing the multi-dimensional analysis in Power BI. Alright. Okay. So with this, we have finished up the introduction to all the visual objects of the Power BI, the standard objects. Now moving on to the next, I would cover up some of the DAX functions of Power BI. Now, what is the DAX? DAX means Dimension Access Script of the Power BI. So DAX is a collection of multiple or various functions. There are different set of functions available in the Power BI. So let me focus on put some light on those areas. So I'll take you through the different type of functions available in the Power BI are the logical functions, date and time functions, string functions, time intelligent functions, mathematical functions, statistical functions, and so on. Okay, so in the training, I would like to cover some of the functions like our text functions, which are very frequently used, or time intelligent function, date time functions, whichever the functions are frequently needed or more often needed to create any chart or any analysis page. So that we will be covering in the uh, you know session. So some of the string functions I would like to show. For example, here in our customer table, so this is customer. Like I would like to just capitalize this address of each customer. Okay, so for that I have to use a function called as hopper lower, and like that we have the multiple functions available here, like in the text functions. So I will create a new column. Hopper is a function, and you can use address, customer tables address, and here we go. So let's see the output. I have created an additional column called as a U address, which I mean as hopper address. Now you see the same column, right? The column has been converted to a hopper character, right? Those characters are converted to the capitalized characters data. So these are by default a small or unit cap, but now after using this hopper function, I could just capitalize all this data. Okay. Now, what if the data is in capital and you want to make it, into the lowercase? Likewise, we have the customer, right, which is in already in capital format. So I will create one more DAX function, column with the DAX function is lower. I name it as L customer, and I would get all the customers with the small character. Okay, the customer name which was in capital is now being changed to small. Okay, okay, so this is how the capital and small function work. There's a function called as a trim. What is the use of the trim? Suppose there are some space in the left side or right side of this character. So in that case, it is a best practice to use a trim function. Suppose in the customer name in the left side there are some space. Customer is not starting from the first index, right? So you can use the function called as trim. Trim will just cut down or remove the space in either side of the character or the word. Both sides, from the left side or right side, wherever there is a space found, so this will be replaced or removed. Okay, so this was all about the trim function. So I'll just copy this one, say I'll keep this in trim. I have deployed the dashboard into the Power BI server. So right from here my activity is finished. So let me just do this deployment once again. I'll just have to publish it, and since my session is active here and I can see my name is over here, I do not need to have the further login to the Power BI service. So I have created two workspaces. I'll choose this Amit workspace and select it. So whatever the changes I have done, that will be replaced with the existing dashboard which we have already uploaded into the Power BI server. So replace it. Now after it get replaced in the Power BI service, it will enable a link through which we can click and open the dashboard from the server. So this is the link. I'll click on this. So it will open up the Power BI service environment. Since I have already logged into the Power BI service yesterday, the session in the browser is also active and I can see my dashboard online. These are the previews full screen. If you make it full screen, you can pretty well navigate to the multiple pages of the Power BI dashboard, and I can go back. If I click on go back, it should take me to the page from where I came here. I can go to the landing page again. I'll try to navigate to various pages. Marketplace. In these two pages, I have created the custom controls which I have collected from the Power BI Marketplace. Matrix report. So it's taking me to all the pages. Alright, see how beautifully these data are populating over here. It's looking even better than the Power BI desktop. The service is looking much better as my experience. So fine. So click on this button so that the full screen will be removed. Now the next activity I have to see, let us just explore the various pages and various features available over here. Now there is an option called refresh visual. When the data model has been uploaded, refreshing will update all visuals with the latest data. So it is not a scheduled refresh, it is, we can say, a forceful or manual refresh. I'll click on this. So the data which is uploaded to the Power BI, it is just refreshing the existing data. Power BI has a data set inbuilt. When you upload the data set, the Power BI dashboard to Power BI server, along with your dashboard, your data set would also have been uploaded. To check it, click on this data set. You see, in Amit workspace, there is one data set already being uploaded. Okay, so this is just a kind of offline data source of Power BI. Whenever you create a data model, the complete data model is become an offline data source, and along with your dashboard, this offline data source is also uploaded to Power BI service. Now when you just schedule refresh of your dashboard, this database is actually get replaced with the latest data, or get populated with the latest data of the database. Now after that, the Power BI front end with the dashboard takes the latest data, or gets the latest data from this data source. So this is how this server architecture is. I'll go to this recent. This button will help you to go to the dashboard again. Recent. In the home, you have various dashboards, whichever has been uploaded. And in the favorite, if you are making one dashboard as a favorite, my workspace is a favorite, and this little dashboard as a favorite, this will be appear on the extreme top of the page. Recent means it was recent dashboard, and this retail data dashboard has a data set. There are two components of this dashboard which is uploaded. One is Power BI data set. The type is data set. Another is a report. So this particular dashboard, the PBIX file, has two different components which get segregated in the Power BI service. Okay. So the next activity is, we do have the data. We have to schedule refresh of the dashboard. So this has been uploaded to my workspace. Now what next? I have to go for the deployment. So in the deployment part, basically we have deployed the dashboard. If you would have multiple users, you can give access to multiple users. Now in my workspace, basically the dashboard will be given access to particular workspace. In my workspace, I have two components. One is a dashboard and one is a data. So since the deployment has been done, like it is available here, you can basically give access to multiple users. How the access will be given? Access will be given to the workspace. So the number of dashboard you want to create and give access to multiple users, you can create a workspace and give apply access to the particular workspace. So like this. So user, like I have multiple users. Suppose this is a user, right? This is the admin user. I can make it viewer, I can make it contributor, I can remove also. So since I am a admin user, I do have the access to this, and it reports another corporate ID or official email address to whom it will be given access. So in that case, I have to give one more email address and invite user we will just join with this portfolio and access to my dashboard. So I have to give the email address, and then I have to give the type of user, whether it is an admin, whether he is a member, contributor, or a viewer. Okay, so this way I have to give access. I do have to just make the automation of the data flow, because we have uploaded this dashboard and user can able to see their dashboard, but unless until we do not make this dashboard dynamic, there is no worth for this, right? Because every day the data of my database will keep on changing, but here in this dashboard the data will be remain unchanged. This should not happen. The data in our Power BI datasheet should be changing time to time based on the particular schedule. So how the Power BI will be refreshing, how the data of the Power BI will be refreshing based on the schedule. This is the approach. There is a manual approach and there is an automated approach. So if I want to refresh it for now, I'll refresh it. This is refreshed. Okay. Now this refresh action has been set. I've just refreshed it, but action has been taken on this. But what happened? It is showing one alert. You can see this is an error also. There was an error with your dataset. Select the warning icon to view the details. What is the issue? The issue is because the Power BI server is available in the cloud. It is not able to access. It not able to access to my database server, which is in my local machine. Right. This is my database server, which is in my local machine. So then, how my Power BI server would able to access the data from the on-premises database? Actually, the Power BI is in the cloud server and my database server is in the on-premises. So from on-premises to cloud, I can connect through internet. But from cloud to my on-premises system, which is a private system, there cannot be a connection possible, right? So as a result, the connection cannot be possible. So how it would be possible then? It will be possible by using the Power BI data gateway or on-premises gateway. I'll show you subsequently how the Power BI gateway is installed. But for now, it is not able to connect because on the cloud server there is no connectivity to the on-premises system. Alright, so what we will do, the next activity is we could not just refresh it since it is in cloud. Now we will try to refresh, schedule refresh. We'll try to schedule the refresh. Now what is scheduled refresh? Scheduled refresh is basically to define some specific timeline through which on which the dashboard refresh will happen. It will not refresh on demand, or it will not refresh manually. It should be automatically refreshed so that the dashboard would get the data from the local system. So this is possible by using the gateway connectivity. So I'll show you how the data connectivity will happen by using the Power BI gateway. So data set setting to the detail dashboard. If you want to view the data set, click on this. Your data set is, this is the report, basically report, and yeah, this is the data set. It is not being refreshed. Okay. Now last refresh failed on this because I tried it just before some time. So that's why it is showing the last refresh and the action was failed. Refresh history is the activity. Here this is the refresh history, which shows me the log of the refresh. So I'll just create a new file over here and try to consume that. So I'll create a new file in order to create a live connection in the Power BI. Since I have connected to Power BI service, so my session is active and that is available throughout the Power BI environment. So I will just create a new live connection, and the connection which I will make to the Power BI file, that is the retail dashboard. That is basically treated as a SSAS, SQL Server Analysis Service. Okay, because the file which is being created, it is not a file itself, it's not a database or a table, it is basically a complete schema. So there is a new file I've created. So I'll go to Power BI dataset in order to create a new live connection to the dataset in the Power BI service. So what I'll do, I'll just connect this. This is what we call as a live connection. Now this will allow me. Now since I have already connected to the Power BI server, so it is able to show me this Power BI file, the data set. So I can be able to select it and create a connections. So you see, before I get connected, three interfaces. What is that? One is a data interface, where I can change the data, I can transform the data, I can do the change, modification of the fields, I can create the tables. But if I will create a live database connections, I won't be able to do anything because this is a data set which is already being created and centrally located. So I can simply connect it, and if I'll connect it, it will just disable my this data modeling window. I won't be having the privileges to update this data model. See, this has been disappeared. I can only use the data source as a central data source. See, these are the tables. Now I have this another window here. You can see the data model. See, the data model look and feel is something different, right? Like this, like a classic look here. But if you see my this new window where I have created a live connection, I can go to this data model and I can see this preview is something different. This is the differentiation you'll get. This blue color, tables are looking blue color, and the tables are not local. And you see the icon. Icon means there are two arrows are populating over here. Plus go on up, go on up. That means it is live. Any changes happens to this Power BI data set which is available in the service, that will be immediately reflected in this Power BI desktop application which I have used this here. Now when I hovering this data set, what type of data source is this? What's the type of the data source you can able to see? It is a SQL Server Analysis Service. When I say SQL Server Analysis Service, it is basically kind of a data source, data basically a schema, what you can say, or it is a schema where multiple tables are connected to each other and a relationship has been formed. So this is what we call as a analysis service. The output of the analysis service is a fine set of data model. This is what the data model is. So the type of this file is basically, by type of this data source is SQL Server Analysis Service, which we are complying to this thing, like connecting directly to SQL Server Analysis Service. So this is the point basically from our content which I have shown you for connecting to Power BI live connection, as well as the connection type which we have used is a SQL Server Analysis Service. Now I don't have any options to change this data. This is a live connections. I will only have to use this data. So if I'll do any changes over here, if because this Power BI service is getting refreshed every day uh, on the specific threshold. So when the changes will happen to the Power BI service, that is the retail dashboard or analysis service, retail dashboard, that data set, the immediate reflection of this data will be here. You can be able to see this data, which will be immediately reflecting here. So this is the data has been created. If there would be any changes in that Power BI service over here, because this is going to be changing based on the schedule, so that will be automatically reflecting over here. That's a live connection. So you see there is no option for transforming the data. I don't have a privilege to transform the data, and since I make the live connection to the Power BI over here, I don't have the privilege to connect to any other type of data which I can make a direct query or a import mode. Import and direct query is basically a kind of offline data source connections, but since this is a live and online connection, it is the only option which we have to use across this dashboard. I don't have this option to change this. Okay, so this is how this 2 point is being complied, like connecting, exploring the live connection to data with the Power BI, and connecting directly to the SQL Server analysis service. This is what about we call as a SQL Server connection to the SQL Server analysis service with a live connection mode in Power BI. So, what do we mean by the Power BI publisher to Excel? So, this is something like creating an offline dashboard which can be used and open in Excel. Okay, so my dashboard which I have hosted in the Power BI service, which is a Power BI server. Here, this is my dashboard. Okay, now I want to make this dashboard. This is very interactive dashboard. Suppose this is a summary report. I'll go to a particular dashboard and I can see the various data is available over here, and this is completely interactive. But I want this dashboard should be easily viewable or openable in Excel. So how it could be possible? Because Excel is a editor which shows the spreadsheet data. Basically, how we can open this the dashboard in the Excel. So for this we have two choices here. Go to File, number one, and then here I can go to the Export option, and then the same report I just want to make it analyze in Excel. So this is basically certifying this topic which is there in my content is a Power BI publisher for Excel. Or else I can go here in this right corner in the second option in the triple dot. I can just download this and analyze in Excel updates. Okay, so this is one option. Otherwise I can just export this and analyze in Excel. There are two approach. This is one and then this is one. So I just want to analyze this in Excel. So I'll click on this. So when I click on this, it is asking me to download something. What is this? First, you need to have some Excel updates. To analyze in Excel, you need to do a one-time download and installation of a latest version of the Excel libraries. So what is this library? This is what the option is. And I can go here, export and analyze in Excel. Otherwise, I can go and here download, analyze in Excel updates. So what do we mean by Excel updates? Excel is a tool, but in order to analyze this dashboard and get the complete feel of the analytics, Power BI analytics in Excel, we should have some Excel plugins or some of the dynamic plugins for Excel. So that is why it is asking for this Excel updates. So this will give us a feel of a Power BI dashboard. So just I have to download that. Click on this, analyze in Excel. I'll just download this one. Now I got this option, right? This is basically a Microsoft analysis. Also, I can just try it once again. Analyze in Excel, download. So this is going to download this one actually, the data which is already there in my system. So here the component which is going to be downloaded, it is a Microsoft Analysis Service OLTP provider. So this is basically a provider. Now install. Next. So let's install this. It will take a while to get it installed. So it may take several time for the installation. So by the time it is getting installed, let us have some understanding of some other topics. Like there was the option for exporting to Excel. Okay, so it is asking me for giving a permission. So here we go. It is completed. Now we should be able to analyze our Power BI dashboard. The necessary component has been installed. So what we can do now, export this and again analyze in Excel. So I can say I have already installed these updates. Click on this. So now, since the updates of the Power BI Excel component has been installed in my system, now this time I have just agreed that my components for Excel has been updated. Now it is getting the dashboard is getting downloaded in form of a Excel. Now let's see and what if the feature is getting available. We will try to see it. Now see, this is the retail dashboard which has been downloaded from the Power BI server. So it is asking me to open up this, making the connection to the Windows Azure where our databases and all those, backend stuff is exist. It is going to send me the OTP. So I have also get it authenticated from my Azure account. Now the data which has been connected with the Excel, and you can see there is no data in my local system, but the entire data with the dimensions and measure are got selected over here. The customer table, date island, employee table, So complete data set of this Power BI has been downloaded to my local system. It has the list of the dimensions and the measure which I have already created in that Power BI server. Complete set of the tables are there with me now. I can do the necessary changes whatever it is needed over here. So this is a pivot table, and here you can do, say for example, I just want to take customer. So list of the customers are available. By the way, where this data has received to me, this data has been connected from the Power BI server, and once I just get into my Azure account, this is synced from the Power BI server, because the Azure account is also embedded with the Power BI. Whatever the data I have uploaded, that is stored in the Azure only. The list of the customers are available. If you want to see the customer wise number of orders, I'm having the list of the customers. I can just choose the order table, and then here you can take the customer ID into account, order ID, and then the values. I'll just choose this. So the analysis will be generated from here. Complete set of the data is getting synced from the Power BI server to my Excel data source. Now I can just drag this to so basically this option whatever I am showing you is approach for getting the complete dashboard data model to the Excel and do the further analysis in the Excel. So that's why it show me that analyze in the Excel. The data is too huge, so that's why it is taking time to update in Excel, and this is basically a live view since the data is getting a reading from the Power BI server. In case of doing any changes, it is just taking time. Alright, so these are the list of the customers, and I can something different like the countries of the customer, division, so just try to show this kind of a matrix. Here is showing the customer, and this is showing the country on the right side. There are three divisions showing on the right side. So this way the data can be analyzed. It's up to us like how we do, how competent we are in Excel. The major purpose is to get the entire data model of the Power BI dashboard, and creating further analysis on this, and to do some visualizations or some analysis on this. So I'll just take up a bar chart over here. Simple bar chart over here. So in this, it is having the division. I'll just remove this division. and here I have this list of the customers. This is basically the pivot table field, and this is pivot chart. So this way, by getting the data from the Power BI server, I'm also able to create the pivot chart here. So this is basically a dynamic. Whatever the changes will be done in the Power BI server, since I have connected to the Azure cloud of the Power BI server. So this data will also be synced over here. So I do have list of customers, and try to connect something like against customer. So it's depend upon the one who is creating the charts, and whoever is competent in Excel, they can be using this data. They can be created various charts in the Power BI. It's taking time. Why? Because it is reading the data from the Power BI server. Here the data source is basically OLAP, means online analytical processing. So the data which is being used over here is being fetched from the OLAP data server. So I can just able to create some of the analysis where I can see the list of the months, and the data are showing over here. So this way the Power Pivot and Power Charts will be used in the Power BI, the Excel, and this type of analysis will be done in the Excel by taking the data from the Power BI server. Now, whenever if you want to download the Power BI dashboard to the Power BI mobile, this is the option like Power BI mobile, introducing Power BI mobile. So this choice we can say introducing Power BI mobile. How we are going to introduce, how you can get the Power BI app to your mobile, so that you can play around with this dashboard. So just go to this dashboard, and in the view you have these choices. So here in the triple dot you have these choices. Go to download, and then click here this like Power BI for mobile. When you click on this Power BI for mobile, it is asking me to send me the link. It is suggesting that the link will be sent to me. Stay connected to your data at anywhere, anytime with the Power BI mobile app. Oh, okay, sure. So now this will send me a download link. Click on this. It is going to email me the download link. An email with the download link was sent to this my registered email address, from where I can get the app. So open the link from your mobile device to download the app. So I can simply open up my mobile, and in my mobile my email has been configured. The email account has been configured. Yes, I can see I have got the email, and from here I can open up the link which will download the Power BI app to my mobile. So this way I can be able to open the dashboard. Like this is my email address. I will see that whether I have received this email or not. Yes, I have received this Power BI link. So there are three choices over here for the more Windows operating system App Store for Apple users and for Android users. So whenever I'm clicking on any app, it will be downloaded to my system. So I have to open this mail through my mobile, and I have to download this link, and then thereafter I will be able to see my dashboard. So this is how the Power BI mobile work. So the next topic we are going to cover is RLS security in Power BI. Now, what is RLS? It is one of the most important topic here. What is RLS? RLS is row level security. When I say security, security could be on various type, like security restricts the unethical user or anonymous user to log in, or security is restricting the data to see, or security is restricting the portion of a data. Security is restricting the objects to be visible or invisible. But here, when I say a row level security in Power BI, it is all about restricting user to see a particular level of data. So this is very important topic, row level security. So now, what type of row level security we will implement? Suppose I do have three different type of users who is going to use our dashboard in Power BI service. Okay. Currently, I have just one user, say me, I join as an admin, but in order to make it applicable to other user, I have to onboard other user, or I have to, log in as other user to see the various type of data. Now, this is, if you see as a layman term, it is a kind of a restricting particular user to see a respective division data, respective countries data, respective branches data, respective data from the respective business area. So here, suppose, as you can see in my screen, I do have a chart where I have added a division, and in division I have three level of data, three different datas from three different divisions. One is EMEA, another is North America, third is South America. According to this, if I will just restrict, I'll try to use the filter over here. Then this particular object and the will be getting filtered. But if I will apply row level security in Power BI, then it will restrict the entire dashboard's data. Basically, the user would not be able to see any other divisions data across this dashboard. Wherever he goes, all the data will be visible with respect to his division only. So let's start, and let's jump into the practical how we can apply the row level security. We are here normally, but we have to go to this data modeling tab. Here, this is a modeling tab, and in this modeling tab, there is an option called manage role. I don't have any particular role for this. That means it is generic, or it is open now. I have to create, say for example, I'll create three different roles for three different divisions. Okay. When South America user will be logging to the dashboard, he should be able to see the data of only South America, and so was applicable for other users also. North America user will be able to see North America data, not other data will be visible to him. So it is a kind of a global filter which will be applied, and will filter out the data of that particular territory, and that user will be able to see his only data. Objects, all the objects, all the sheets will be visible to him, but only data respective to his division will be visible to him. So let's create, this is what we call as a manage role. You have to create a role for row level security. I'll just make it North America user. Now, when I say North America, when I added North America as a role, all the tables used in my data model has been visible over here. So these are the tables. I'll go to the customer table, I have to click on this triple dot, click here, and there's option called as add filter. If you add the filter, all the attributes of this table will be visible. So this is attribute division. Here in the division, instead of value, you have to replace North America as a input. Okay, this is the parameter. North America is the parameter which will be taken as input to the division to receive the data of the North America only. So now once you added it, just to ensure whether this script is correct or not, you have to click on this tick mark. If you just add something different, like I'll just add this will throw you error. Okay, because this is the DAX script and this is going to verify the DAX expression whether it is correct or not. So every time you add any script, just ensure to verify the DAX expression and get it corrected. Get it a confirmation that it is correct. Now I have to verify again and see this is correct. There is no errors available. Now same way I have to add one more role for South America. South America user. So when I add this South America, I have got separate a list of the tables. If I select the North America, I can see there is a filter out here. South America, there is no filter. I'll click again on the customer and choose the division again. South America, I'll put this as an input parameter. Then go to add one more filter here. This is one of our different division. I'll click it once again and then go to customer table again. If I want to copy something like from other tables, other filters, I can just copy from North America like this. If you don't want to, add something, if you want to write something from the scratch and not from the scratch, you just want to copy it. Then instead of writing it again, you can just copy that. Suppose you have applied multiple conditions, not only division, there are multiple conditions you have applied. In that case, we can just copy the filters being taken in this North America user or South America user. Then you can just simply modify it. So instead of adding this value, I'll just put it this one and save. So very simple DAX expression I have created. Just save the dashboard. Now it's time to verify whether the data which we have said in the row level security is correct or not. So at the development end also we can check it. So there's an option called as a view as. Click on this view as, see what is visible to people with different security rules and permissions. This is the option here. Click on this view as. Now we are here in the none level, like there is no security applied, no user or defined algorithm is specified. Here I'll click on this EMEA user only. Now click OK. See, it will start showing me only EMEA user data. This particular division is showing the count is 4240 and the list of the customer in the EMEA is here. You can just notice that it is the last customer is Rap AG. First customer is starting from Alice. This is the list of the customers available in this division. Then I'll go and see another divisions data, North America. You would see, just look into this, there is no customer starting from A alphabet. So the list of the customers are already being changed. And here you would notice there is no filtration applied on any of these objects. There is no filter. It is completely globally applied to particular user. So same way, if you'll use to see a different user which is South America, you should be able to see a different data 980, and it is also not starting from neither A or nor B. It is having the customers whose name starting from C. So completely different set of customers here. I just wanted to see that if the row level security is applied here, whether it is getting applicable to other tables or not, other reports or not. So I do have this summary report. If you'll go there, you see the customers names are starting from C. So this is completely different from the customer those are in EMEA. The list of the data across the dashboard is going to be changed. You see this quantity which is 1,08,665. This is the quantity. If I will try to see this data on a different user, for a different user, then you see the quantity of this entire data will be changed. Everything is changed. Okay, so it's absolutely a global filter. Now this different data is also reflecting to here. Year-wise sales, if you try to see in this, South America, you see the year-wise sales value is different. So all the tables are interrelated. According to this, the data is also changing. And this is how it works. Everything is changing across the dashboard. See this data also. This also varying customer to customer. Now one thing here, if you want not to show the customer wise division wise customers, then you can simply show all the data. There is no filtration available which you can clear. This is showing in the developer level. Now viewing as North America user. This is basically the user or the roles which we have created. Now I'm viewing as North America user. So when you stop viewing, it will start showing you the entire data of all the divisions. Okay, the data has increased, right? The data is perfectly increased. If I will change it, then it will change. Now here you will stop viewing it. It will just try to show the entire data of the entire dashboard, all the divisions. Now, so this was all about the rollable security, how we did in the Power BI desktop. Now, how we will implement this in the real-time scenario for user to see. There should be multiple user. In order to make it, I should be having 3 different users. So now I have only one user. I will try to show this. Okay, I'll go to the Power BI server. I have to publish this row level security to the Power BI server in order to make it enabled. So I'm going to publish it. Here, this is my workspace. I have created for it. Then select. So it is asking me to replace this dashboard because my dashboard is already there in the server. So I'm here to replace it. Okay. Now it has been replaced and I can open the dashboard from the Power BI server. My dashboard is open and I can see this all the data centered on analysis. Here it will be showing you three different data now because I have not set the row level security in the server itself. Yeah, it is showing all this data. So in order to make it applicable in the server as well, we have to make some necessary configurations in the server. So go to the apps. I do have these apps. So I'll just go to the respective space. It is in my space. I have to go to the other workspace, which is Amit workspace. Now here is my Power BI dashboard and the dataset. So since it is applicable on the database and the data is getting filtered out, data is getting restricted, I do have to change this security in this database only in the dataset, not here. You see, there is no option for the security on this dashboard level. I do have the security over here in the dataset level. So this option is a security. So from the database level, here you see this is on my dashboard content. If you go for the content, it is the dashboard. There is no option for the security over here. You have to go to the data sheet. Here in the data sheet, I do have these options like refreshing, scheduled refreshing, and security. When I click on this security, it will show you the row level security, that is RLS. So here, in order to make it applicable, we have to give access to different users. So right now I don't have multiple users, but I can just select, just for an instance, you select one user role, select another user role, and give the email address of the users. So here different users are there. I have to give multiple users access. This is the user who will be able to see this EMEA user data. Just select this and save. This has been applied on this particular user, that Pradeep Tishutar is going to see this EMEA data only, North America user. So likewise, I have to add multiple users over here and save them. Here one user is added, and this is second user is added, and like that I have to do one save it. So when I will just log into this particular dashboard as this particular user email address, then I should be able to see the data over here. Detail dashboard, I'll open up it. Since I my session is on, so it is showing all this thing, and I also act as admin. I joined as admin. Pradeep Tashutar, which is the email address, is logged in as this particular admin user. So it is showing all these three different data. But if I will give access to different user and their email address, I will set it over there. Then they should be able to see the individual data only. This is what the conclusion is. So this was all about the row level security, which is shown in the Power BI desktop and the Power BI server to restrict the data on a dashboard. So as you know, Tableau and Power BI are two market leaders or we can say the visualization giant in the market. But the question is arising, who is the topmost, Power BI business analysis platform in the market? Whether it is Power BI or Tableau? Well, that's a debatable question. So in this tutorial, I'll drive you through some of the comparisons between Power BI and Tableau. So let's see. So overall, Power BI and Tableau are two important business intelligence technology in this current market, and they are supporting most of the facilities which is common, like integration, analysis, and presentation for business informations. So they also both the tools also help you to make the data analysis, data manipulations, data visualizations, and make sense of business data and drawing the business analysis. So most of the features are common in terms of the handling the data, handling the visualizations, creating solutions for making business decisions. So if you see about the OEM, the manufacturer, or the company, Power BI is a business analytics platform which is provided by Microsoft, which is of course is a market leader, and Tableau is developed by the Tableau software, which is a company. So these are the proprietors, or we can say the providers of these two business analysis platform. Power BI is from Microsoft and Tableau is from Tableau software. Okay, so let us look back to the history of Power BI and Tableau. So in this tutorial, I have prepared a handbook or kind of a presentation for considering different aspects like performance, visualizations, language support, integration support, cost of operations. So all these key factors we will subsequently see one by one. So now we are looking back to the history of the Power BI and Tableau. Which one is new to the market? Of course, Power BI is so new in the market. However, Tableau is pretty old and pretty experienced in the market. It has completed more than 20 years in the market. Tableau is being introduced since 1993. Back in 1993 to 1994, in that period, the Tableau has been created. However, as compared to Tableau, Power BI is new. So if we compare some of the major differences, like Power BI has an easy drag and drop functionality, which features that you can copy the object and paste the object, and designing in terms of in Power BI is pretty easy, where Tableau has the feature of drag and drop, which allows the user to create interactive visual quickly. It can also support built-in interactive dashboards with just a few clicks. So both the tools are quite easy to handle. They are interactive. They are having the drag and drop console. But if we see like in terms of the easiness, I would say Power BI is more easy for creating a dashboard by using the drag and drop functionalities. In Power BI, we have to first create a dashboard or a sheet where I can add multiple objects one by one and I can easily align them. However, in Tableau, we have to create first sheets, and individual sheets in Power BI are considered as individual objects. Now then, we have to create a dashboard which is act as a frame where we have to compose the individual sheets to create a dashboard. So just like reverse, like in Power BI, we have to first create a dashboard where we can simply drag and drop the objects. That's simple. But in Tableau, we have to create the objects initially, then we have to create the dashboard, which is just act as a frame, and then we have to compose the sheets to the dashboard. the approach is little different. Okay, so the critical component of Power BI are Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, which is basically the Power BI, so a cloud-based server. Then Power BI Mobile App, Power BI Data Gateway, and Power BI Report Server, which is a Power BI Enterprise server also. Whereas in Tableau, there are various products as well. Tableau has the Tableau Desktop, which is a development platform, then Tableau Server, which is an enterprise server, and enterprise or on-premises server, and Tableau Online, which is a cloud-based server. Okay, most features of Tableau Server and Tableau Online are common except the environment. The Tableau Online is a cloud one, and Tableau Server is an installable component which can be installed in your on-premises environment. Then Tableau Visible, Tableau Public, which is a public deployment platform, and Tableau Reader. So these are the different products available in Tableau, and these are the different products available in the Power BI. Now coming to the cost, which is a major factor for consideration of any BI tool. So in terms of the cost, Power BI and Tableau, let's see, Power BI is cheaper than Tableau. Okay, this is the factor, the positive factor where Power BI may taken into consideration, that Power BI is cheaper than Tableau software. Power BI software version less cost than $10 per month per user. The yearly subscription comes around $100. Power BI Premium is licensed by dedicated cloud compute and storage resource, and it priced at 4,995 per month. Whereas as compared to Power BI, Tableau is more expensive, where the pro version of the Tableau comes more than 35 users per month. So this is the major difference. Here it is $10 per month. Here it is Power BI is Tableau is $35 per month. The yearly subscription is $1,000. So which is definitely costly. And going forward to the performance, that's also a major USP or unique selling point of either Power BI or Tableau. So Power BI is easy to use, it is faster and perform better when the volume of data is limited. I repeat, Power BI perform faster when the volume of data is limited. Power BI trained to drag slowly well while handling the bulk data. So basically, you handle bulk amount of data, Power BI experience a little bit of slow, drag and drop features or drag and drop of the objects. So you may experience a little, slow of the objects while moving, while we have the huge data. Whereas the positive point here is Tableau can handle large volume of data quickly. It is faster and provides extensive features for visualizing the data. Tableau does not limit the user the number of data points. In Tableau is $35 per month. The yearly subscription is $1,000, which is definitely costly. And going forward to the performance, that's also a major USP or unique selling point of either Power BI or Tableau. So Power BI is easy to use, it is faster and perform better when the volume of data is limited. I repeat, Power BI perform faster when the volume of data is limited. Power BI trained to drag slowly well while handling the bulk data. So basically, while you handle bulk amount of data, Power BI experience a little bit of slow, drag and drop features or drag and drop of the objects. So you may experience a little slow the objects while moving while we have the huge data. Whereas the positive point here is Tableau can handle large volume of data quickly. It is faster and provides extensive features for visualizing the data. Tableau does not limit the user the number of data points in visualization or enforce the row of size limitations, giving you a 360-degree view of your data. So when we just see the perspective of the performance, you can say performance of the Tableau may be a little better than Power BI. Whereas in terms of the cost, Power BI is better than Tableau or cheaper than Tableau. Now coming into one more key area, which is user interface of Power BI and Tableau. It's all about beauty. It's all about visualizations, or it's all about how the interface is. The Power BI interface is more intuitive, more easy to understand, and can easily be integrated with other Microsoft products. Power BI interface is easy to learn and understand. It is also user friendly and allows you to operate better. Power BI desktop provides three view of your data that you can see, like you can select on the left side of the canvas. That is report view, data view, and data model view. In the report view, you can basically see the visualizations, the objects, the front end basically, and the data view is the kind of a data model you can visualize. Data, you can see the data, kind of a data manager, where you can see the table and their data, each table and their data in the data view. And the data model view is the pictorial or the graphical view, which will let you to see the relations between the tables as schema. Just like a star schema, snowflake schema, you can see the table pictorially, and how these tables are interconnected to each other in this model view. Where if you see the same perspective in Tableau, Tableau has an intelligent interface that enable you to create and customize the dashboard according to your requirement. It has an inviting workspace that encourages you to experience experiment with the data and smart result. So the interface is basically the workspace area has different cards and slates, toolbars, side bars, data source page, status bar, and sheet tab. If I say personally, and as per my experience from Power BI and Tableau, if I would treat myself as a layman, or if I would treat myself as a beginner, then I must say the Power BI is more intuitive to understand. The Power BI is more easy to create dashboards quicker and faster than Tableau here, because it is very straightforward. Of course, Microsoft, that's Microsoft. So it is straightforward. You have to simply create a sheet which is a dashboard and then simply drag and drop the objects. While on the other hand, the Tableau, you have to individually create the sheet. You have to create individual sheet which is treated as an object. Then you have to create the dashboard, which just act as a frame, where you have to compose of the individual sheets to create a dashboard. And for designing, for arranging the objects in a UI is also quite difficult in Power BI. They have a different layout, like floating layout or tile layout in Power BI. So it is a little bit not that much clumsy, but I would say as compared to Power BI, I would rate Power BI more than Tableau over here. Alright, so the next the USP of Power BI and Tableau is the data source support or ability to connect with various data sources. Power BI support almost all the data sources available in our conventional market, our conventional industry like SQL Server, MS Access, IBM DB2, Oracle, SAP HANA, all those type of cloud database, as well as all type of RDBMS, as well as all type of flat file. At the same time, Tableau is also support all flat files, analytics platform like Google Analytics and web services and your RDBMS as well. So in that case, I would say the more both the tools are you know supporting this type of data. So let us have a look into this. The description like Power BI is that it supports various data sources but has a limited access to other databases and servers as compared to Tableau. Some of the example like Excel, CSV, SQL Server, Access, Oracle, DB2, MySQL, PostgreSQL, etc., which supported by the Power BI. On the other hand, Tableau software has access to numerous of data sources such as Excel, text file, PDF, JSON, statistical file, Amazon Redshift, Cloud Data Hadoop, Google Analytics, Dropbox, Google Sheet, Google Drive, etc. So some of the cloud-based, other database which is supported by Tableau, we can say this is the add-on point of Tableau. Okay. Now the next point is easy to use, the easiness, the user friendliness, the end user compatibility, and the developer compatibility is matters. So ease of using Power BI and Tableau. Power BI has a ease because of its easy of use since it is based on a user interface that has its root in Microsoft Office, which most end users are already familiar with. Tableau provides some essential advantages for exploring and visualizing the data in detail. Tableau is also incorporating natural language capability into its software. This helps in finding soft solutions to complex problems by understanding the data better. But it is all about the developer features. But when I say the easiness, I would say Power BI is more easy to use because there is no such trick. Simply, you can drag and drop, create the columns, create the DAX fields, calculated fields, and create the visualizations. So in this case, my voting is go to Power BI for easy to use features. Then coming up to next, programming support for Power BI and Tableau. Tableau and Power BI both support statistical programming languages. In Power BI, we can also add R and Python, and we can create a customized visualizations by using this statistical programming language R and Python. In Tableau as well, it supports R, Python, and C++. So in this comparison, both the tools are come up with the equal ratings. Since Tableau is little older, so it supports in addition to R and Python, C, C++, Java is also supported by Tableau, but in Power BI it supports Python and R and AIM language for data manipulation. So in a nutshell, both the tools are supporting the popular statistical programming language like R, Python for creating data manipulation, data modeling, and statistical analysis. Then data visualization in Power BI and Tableau. How the data is being visualized. Moreover, Tableau and Power BI has similar type of objects: bar chart, pie chart, line chart, radar chart, bullet chart. All those charts are available in Power BI and Tableau as well. Power BI is also provides a Power BI object gallery from where you can download additional objects which is not in build available in Power BI. So like radar chart, like word cloud, so many charts which is not in build available neither in Power BI nor in Tableau. It can also be added additionally. So Power BI provides easy to use drag and drop functionality. It provides features that make data visually appealing. Power BI offers a wide range of detail and attractive visualizations to create reports and dashboard. Using Power BI service, you can also ask questions about your data and it will give you a meaningful insight. So this is all about the visualizations. So as I said, Tableau Power BI has certain counts of the visualization, but in addition to that, whichever the objects are not available in Power BI in build, that can also be downloaded from the Power BI App Store, which is a cloud-based repository, and from there the visualizations can be added to Power BI development environment, by using which you can create a various type of newly created objects. And Tableau also support and allow users to customize dashboards specifically for a device. It delivers interactive visuals that supports insights on the fly. Okay, so this is all about the visualizations in Power BI and Tableau. Now coming up to next, another factor which is machine learning in Power BI. So Power BI enjoys the advantages of the Microsoft Business Analysis that include perform such as Azure Machine Learning, SQL Server Based Analysis Service, data streaming in real time, and many Azure database offers. It helps to understand the data and analyze the trends and patterns in the data. Tableau supports the features of the Python machine learning. This allows us perform a machine learning operation over the data sets and forecast the data. So moreover, both of these tools has the inbuilt forecasting option, which has the inbuilt predictive modeling and forecasting data sets and algorithms. If you provide the data and which has the timestamps, then in that case, in both the tools, you can create the predictive analysis and forecasting reports. Customer support, which is one of the most crucial feature functionality, crucial point for choosing either Tableau or Power BI. So Microsoft Power BI is relatively younger in the market. As I said, yes, Power BI is younger or new as compared to Tableau. Hence, it has a smaller community because the developers available in Power BI across the world, obviously it is smaller than Tableau because the list or the number is smaller than Tableau because Power BI is younger or newer, whereas Tableau is has wide range of customers across the world and number of active users 1,60,000 active users participating in over 500 global user groups. So Power in this case Tableau is providing more advantages because it's older and experienced in the market, so its market capitalization is more as compared to Power BI. Hence, the customers are more, the user using the Power BI is more, and ultimately the community is also bigger. Then Google Trend. What the trend says about Power BI and Tableau. If you compare Power BI and Tableau over here or a timely trend, where blue color is Power BI and red color is Tableau software. You see the trend. The Google trend for Power BI and Tableau suggests Power BI is more popular and widely searched for the internet. Even on YouTube, Tableau is more popular and widely searched in the internet. Even on YouTube, Tableau is more popular as compared to Power BI in terms of search volumes. And 2020 Gartner Magic Quadrant. It's a statistical analysis. So if we see the statistical analysis by using Gartner Magic Quadrant, in that case, you see, among other tools like ClickView, SAS, Salesforce, you know, Pentaho, and other tools, we have Tableau and Power BI are the leaders, market leaders. Of course, ClickView is also there, but as compared to Tableau and Power BI, ClickView is far behind. So Power BI is also seems to be a market leader nowadays. But you see the pace of growing in the market. Tableau is too older as compared to Power BI, and Power BI is too younger. It's very new in the market, but still it capitalized the market substantially. So if you see the future of the Power BI professional in a due course of time will be higher as compared to Tableau. So the outcome is, of course, there are many advantages or many positive points are with Power BI as well as many positive points with Tableau. So for 13 consecutive years of analysis, in Gartner has recognized Microsoft Power BI as a market leader in analysis and business intelligence platform. It has recognized Tableau as a leader in business intelligence after Microsoft Power BI. So the conclusion of this presentation is to find out which is the market leader or the topmost BI product in terms of Power BI and Tableau. There are many positive points with Tableau as compared to Power BI, and there are many positive points Power BI over Tableau. But overall, if what we made the Gartner analysis from last 13 years of consecutive data, it is understood that Microsoft Power BI is the market leader and Tableau is coming behind the Power BI. It may be the second topmost product. So this was all about the gist of this presentation in terms of the comparison. Now it's up to you to choose which one is the best technology and choose the career path according to this comparative analysis shown between Power BI and Tableau. So Power BI provides powerful, feature for integrating programming language R and Python in Power BI. So basically, R is a powerful language by using which you can create visualization, import and create a data, and create advanced statistical analysis. You can also create pre-built visualizations created in R, and you can also create the data model or data structure in the R by using the R library. So without creating the data model or data visualization from the scratch, we can use the classes of the R programming language and create beautiful advanced visualizations. So R is a open source software used for statistical programming supported by the R Foundation. It is a useful programming language widely used by the data miners, data analytics professionals, and data scientists. So, in order to leverage R and Python features in Power BI, we have to ensure our programming language is installed in our laptop. So to ensure that, you can go to File and go to this option called Options and Settings. When you go here, you can see these options, and right here you will get to know these two features. One is R scripting and Python scripting. So you have to see whether your R and Python is installed in your system or not. For my system, there is no R installed as of now. I'll show you how to install that as well in this session. So if your R is installed in your system, you can locate to that directory, or Power BI can locate or detect the R home directories. So since Power BI is not able to detect the R home directory, that means the R is not pre-installed in my system. So we have to follow these steps to install the R. So it's Power BI facilitating like how to install Python and how to install R. So I'll go with it and install the R software in my system. Then I will locate the R home directory from the Power BI, so that we can say that the integration between R engine and Power BI is completed. Then we can leverage the features of R in the Power BI desktop here. So let's begin with it. How to install R? When I click that button, I will be landed on the screen that depicts and guiding me how to install R in my system. These are the following steps. I have to install R. Revolution open download page, and I'll install the R and enable R visuals in the Power BI. So in order to enable the R visuals in the Power BI, I have to go to this section, and in the R scripting section, I'll have to locate the R directory. It says this is how the location would be. Now after that, you can create R visuals in the Power BI. You have to enable it. We do have the R visuals over here as well, like in the Power BI. Here it is R and Python. I have to click so that this will be enabled for creating the visualizations. I have to follow the further steps to install it. Now the next step I do have is download and use R Power BI visuals. So in this section, this tutorial is guiding us to install R in your system. In order to leverage the visualizations of the R, we must install the R programming language or framework in our system. So click on this link, Revolution Open Download page. It will take me to the respective page. I have to choose my respective operating system in the in my laptop. So my system is Windows 10, so I can definitely choose this download button, and here we go. So it's taking a while to getting download in my system. The size of this R environment is about 133 MB. It will take download. Now this is downloaded. Let me drive you through the installation of the R in my system. I have to run as administrator. So I have downloaded, and let me install the R programming language in my machine. Next. So this is the path basically. I'll just copy this one and keep it in a notepad so that I can cross check whether it is locating to my this repository or not. So next. So I'll not do any changes over here. Simply select 32-bit installation, 64-bit installation. So I do have a 64-bit user. I mean my operating system. Since my system is a 64-bit system and operating system software, is 64-bit, I can choose the 64-bit installation. Go next. Okay, I'll have to choose here the accept default. So let me go ahead. Alright, so this is the name R which will be created in my start menu folder. Create a desktop shortcut. Create a quick launch shortcut. So all these options I've chosen, and then go next. It will take a while to install the R programming language in my system. So the installation is come to an end. Now finish startup. So finish the setup. Alright. Now R is successfully installed in my system. Now it's time to go to the Power BI, and there I will just detect the path. Go to option, then setting. See. So when I chosen this R scripting, earlier it was other directory, now by default is detected and located to the R home directory, because the R was installed in this folder only, programming program files, and then R, and then R, this is the home directory of this. Okay, so now my R environment integration with the Power BI is done. This is what the process where we have locating to the R from the Power BI, and the Power BI is start located to the R environment. So in this process we can integrate the R with Power BI. Now the next process we will see how to leverage the R features in the Power BI. So with this data, I'm just going to create an amazing chart in Power BI by using the R script. So now it's time to create the R script for visualizations. By using the R script, we have already created the data set. So simply double click on this R visual over here. Now on this, I have to add the data which I have collected from here by the R data frames here. Okay, so let me take these two fields like this one. This is the R visual we have collected, and one more field I'll take this as CYL. Okay, with this sample data, I have to create the visuals. Now, once I'm adding this field, you see in the right side, the R functions, R statements are already being created, but we don't need to worry about these because these are the command lines. Now we have to ensure that these two attributes should not be summarized. So just click on this do not summarize, and same thing to be applicable on this as well. Do not summarize. These are the two attributes I have. So R has numerous different type of inbuilt functions to call different type of visualizations as well. So through R, we can also create various type of beautiful visualizations by passing these attributes. So I'll just write one R script to create a visualizations with this data. Box plot data set. Then I have to write this syntax data set and then $MPG is a field, and the second attribute I have to also pass like this. Now this is a simple script which you can see. By using this script, I can create a box plot chart over here in the Power BI. So selected this and execute this script, which will call the R studio behind the scenes. In this R studio environment, this will be executed and the output will be generated in form of a chart in the Power BI in my Power BI editor over here. So here we go. Once I'm clicking it, you see the beautifully a box plot chart is being created by using this R script. This is a beautiful data which I have got in my data set. By using this data, I could simply create a statistical data statistical visualizations over here in the Power BI, which is being generated in the R. Further, with this script, I have created this chart. Further, with this chart, I can do the necessary, edit or modification of the properties on this in the property format window over here. I can do the necessary formatting on this, like box plot chart by R. Okay, whatever the data I can do, I will just do it here. So I can do the necessary customization to this chart in the property of this. I can enable the border of this visualization. Whatever the necessary transformation I could do here, I will do it by using this uh, property or the format of this visualization. So this is all about the Power BI with integration of R programming language or the statistical programming language R, and I have created the sample data model by using the R script by taking the reference from the online dataset packages, and then by using the R script I have created a R visual chart, which is a box plot chart in the Power BI here. So this way I can create a various type of numerous statistical object in Power BI. So I think it will be helpful for you also while creating the R visuals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We are here to cover up the interview question series from MindMajix designed for Power BI. And this is an exclusive questionnaire which is typically asked in the industry, 50 question sets, which will be covered in detail for you to understand how the industry function and what are the expectations from a Power BI expert. So, quickly jumping over to the questions and giving you an understanding of what is that the interviewer would expect you to know. Starting with the first one, which is a very basic one. What is Power BI used for? So, basically, we all know that there are a lot of BI tools which are available in the market. When I talk about BI tool, I'm specifically focusing at the front end tool which is used for a visualization. And one of the biggest competitors that we all know is Tableau. So why do we actually use, what is Power BI used for? So in a very simple layman language, Power BI is an visualization tool which is used to do any sort of a simple and a fast capable creating quick insights from your excels, from your data source, from any of your data engine into a front end visual, which could be in your mobile device or could be in your laptop that you want to view. So the purpose of Power BI is to give intelligent view of what is happening in your business, the current output of your business, and what are the important points you need to take care of while your operations are running. So that is what primarily interviewer would expect you to know, that what is the purpose of Power BI. Now, the second question comes in as to what is the difference between self-service BI and a managed enterprise BI. So typically we would know that one thing that you must know, what is an enterprise BI. So basically enterprise BI is governed data which is with the IT department of any organization, and they provide a thorough information about data governance on it. So anything that you are doing should be with the help of the IT team, and any of the platform that you're using will be on an enterprise account, which means that you would have a little less flexibility there and will have lesser control than what your organization IT department would have. But what is self-service BI? Self-service BI is something that you are capable of doing any of your insights with any of the data set which is given, where data set can be governed either by the IT or by you. It could be your specific departmental analysis, or it could be any of the analysis that you are working for a specific manager or for a department for. You don't have to be dependent on any of your IT professional for that. So that's the main difference between the enterprise BI and self-service BI. And Power BI is one of the finest tool, I must say, that anyone can start working upon without being less dependent on your IT team, because it's completely on cloud. And there is also a version where you can just start viewing your data at least on a free version itself, which is a desktop version, right? So these are the two main differences between the self-service BI and a managed enterprise BI account. Okay, now the third one, which is again combination of the both that we covered right now, as to how does Power BI actually work. Okay, so well, the main purpose of this software is to scale your business growth by putting information together in an efficient way, as we discussed earlier. So, what does it actually do? It combines all your data at the backend, which is coming from all the data sources, and it gives you a capability to transform into an intelligent report by creating charts and diagrams which you think will be fit for the user who is viewing the dashboard and will make sense to them. So it has to be creating an operational efficiency. That is what the entire dashboard would focus on, and triggers the outliers. That is what the main purpose and the main task of Power BI is. Moving on to the fourth question, which says, in what formats does Power BI available? So we all might be aware of it, and I'll give you a little deeper insight of this. Power BI is available in three segments. One is Power BI Desktop, the second one is Power BI Service, and then you have Power BI Apps, which is for a mobile device. Now, typically, Power BI Desktop is a free version of Office 365, wherein you are doing all your analysis on a desktop version in your own system by connecting with various data sources. Power BI Service gives you a capability to share it with any of the external user. You can also share it internally as well, but extensively Power BI Service is used when you want to share a dashboard outside your organization. So typically that is a pro version that you have, and there are many segments in pro, right? So whether you want to go for a pro account, you want to go for a premium account, it depends upon the use case that you have and the data that you want to support at the back end. So it really depends upon that. Now, third comes is a mobile Power BI apps, which is basically downloaded on a mobile phone, which has a Windows, iOS, and Android series. You can download it any of the version and view the dashboard accordingly. In fact, in a desktop version, you can design, or in a service version, you can also design a dashboard, which typically could be used for only mobile application. So because you all understand, the mobile app will have a limited view capabilities in terms of the length and the width of the size. So the canvas is designed accordingly so that you are able to navigate through it easily, and you're able to understand the report in your phone easily. Now, the fifth question, and guys, this is a very important question and a very basic one. If you are a Power BI expert, this is something that is natural and you should know. When you are talking to any Power BI expert, these are the typical of languages which you would be, talking in with any of the users. So you know the technical building blocks which is there for Power BI are the three building blocks, which is the visualization, the data set, and the reports. Now let's understand what does each mean. So typically I will start with the data set, wherein data set is nothing but whatever data that you extract from your data source will come on in under Power BI, and that particular pane where you're able to view your data set is one of the building block, right? And you can see in the canvas of your Power BI desktop that a data set is completely visible to whatever that you have connected with from your data source. Now comes your visualization. Visualization is a combination of all the charts that you can see on your desktop or you want to extract from an app source. So visualization gives you a building block of building up your canvas. That is very, very important for you to be able to analyze your data in an efficient manner. And reports is the combination of all your visualization. So it could be in different tabs for different viewing purposes. The entire report may be consisting of one organization, and this report is nothing but a combination of various visuals that you would put across on a Power BI tool. Right. So these are the three main building blocks of Power BI. One should always be aware of it. And as we know that two more Power BI building blocks which will be used when you start using this Power BI service account is the dashboard and tiles added to the above three. So what does dashboard do? Dashboard typically combines few of your visuals into one page. So whatever that you generate as a report will come together on a dashboard, right? So you may not be needing the entire report from all the departments. You may just need one specific visual for a user. So you would going to pin all the visuals which is there on the certain reports into a dashboard. So that is going to be one other building block which is typically used in a Power BI service account. And the other one that you use quite often in your Power BI service account would be the tiles. The tiles is a single visualization on a report or a dashboard. It's a rectangular box that holds on one individual visual which you want to focus at, right? And if somebody is viewing a data or a dashboard, you want somebody to pay their attention on a specific KPI which is being very, very closely monitored. You can simply just go ahead and put a tile to it, and that will be highlighting the entire canvas altogether separately. So that is also one of the building block in Power BI service account. So here we covered the question 5, coming on to the question number 6, which says about and which talks about what are the major components of Power BI toolkit and what do they do. So let's understand what is a toolkit, right? So toolkit is something that will help your canvas and which will help Power BI to put everything into one reporting structure. Why do you do that? It's for a very simple reason that there are a lot of type of data sources which is available in the market, right? And in your organization. So you typically want to do an analysis from on top of what is available at your backend as your state data set, right? Now to use those data set efficiently, these are the 6 components which will combine together into a toolkit. Power BI query, Power Query, which is basically data used for a data mashup and a transformation tool. So for an example, if you see there are a lot of errors in your data which you've uploaded, or there are a lot of foreign elements that you want to take it out from the data set, then you will use a Power Query in your desktop version, right? That will help you to clean your data very efficiently. Power Pivot, it's in memory tabular data modeling tool, which will help your data to create models in an efficient manner. Now, what is Power View? Power View is also one of the element which was available in Excel, Microsoft Excel, if you have heard of. So this helps your canvas to give meaningful insights through visualization. So Power View is basically a data visualization tool. It helps you to view your data in any of the chart forms that you see typically, which is available in Power BI desktop, right? So that is one of the toolkit which is available at a backend. Power Maps. Now, understand, if you're doing any of the geographical analysis, you would typically need a map to do it efficiently. In fact, to highlight the outliers, it is important that you have a effective map chart available in your Power BI analysis. So therefore, Power Map is also one of the toolkit which is added at the backend to be able to give you meaningful insights. Now let's understand this Power QA. which is a very interesting one. It gives you an ability of creating a natural language question and answering engine. So what you do is you create some synonyms at the back end of what are the typical question could be asked from basis or your data set that you have uploaded on Power BI desktop. So it basically helps you to define your data set and also be able to give a capability to the viewer to ask a question from the Power BI, which may not be typically covered on your front end. So this really helps you to actually define your entire canvas pretty well. So these are the 6 main pointers that you will see is major component that holds this Power BI toolkit, right? All right, let's switch on to the 7th question, which is what is a current version of Power BI? This could be typically asked in if you are sitting in front of a technical person, because they should have that confidence that you know whether you have that technical knowledge or not. So as you see on the screen, Power BI desktop is available for 32-bit and 64-bit platform. Download the version of Power BI Desktop that matches the architecture of x86 or x64 of your Windows OS. So nowadays, whichever laptops that you have, which is 7 and 10, Windows 7 and 10, they typically support Power BI Desktop in all scenarios, and because their configuration is in 32-bit or either 64-bit. So both of them will work for Power BI Desktop, right? Okay. This is something that you should know and it should be on your fingertips, which is the 8th question coming in. Is Power BI free to use? There are 2 versions of it. Both have their own characteristics and features. There is a free version and there is a pro version. There is a free version which can be a Power BI desktop and Power BI free version, but your free version will not support you in when you want to create some workspaces and share it with the external user, and typically when you want to publish your dashboard to an external user. So, and in fact internally also, if you're creating a dashboard and you want to share, you can't share Power BI on a service account until and unless you hold a pro license. So in a way it's partially yes, you can use a free version, but that's for your own use only, or if you want to circulate it amongst yourself, that's for your own view purposes. But if you want to share it with somebody with the features which you want to showcase, then you will need a pro license for sure. Now, okay, let's understand what is this 9th question is all about. Some top features of Power BI, and this is typically asked in your interview, which they want to understand whether you actually know how does Power BI works and what could be the features of it. So some of the features which is there listed in front of you, which is quick insights, acquiring data, real-time information, natural language questions, content the way you want, quick decision, few reports on the go, freedom for integration, sharing. These are typical of features which is available in Power BI, which has made Power BI so popular. And because of the ease of use of Power BI, all the firms have started adopting this quite extensively, to the extent that there are organizations who are willing to have their resources learn Power BI to even a low from lowest to highest level, because this makes your data so clean that you start addressing your concerns and addressing your actionables on time. So it's very important that everyone should understand how to develop any of the dashboards, so that there is a rhythm of maintaining this reporting efficiently in an organization. So that's what it is all about. And top features which is listed in front of you is something that you should know for sure in your interview question. Okay, now let's understand what is the difference between Power BI and Excel. You may come up with this question that Power BI seems to have typical of features which is there in Excel. Then why Power BI? So it is a very good question, and we should understand why we actually use Power BI and not Excel. So the distinct features that you can see on the screen is very, very required any of the organization these days. So what does Power BI actually do? Power BI, which is not there in Excel, by the way. So Power BI will give you a integration with any of your ETL tool which is available. It has an extensive list where you can do the collaboration from your data and pull the information and do some quick insights out of it, which is difficult in Excel because Excel can hold your data to some extent, not completely. Number one. Number two is your reporting becomes very easier because the charts are already available in Power BI desktop, and you just need to go ahead and place it right. So you, even if you pick certain parameters in quick insights, you have the capability to see what are the good charts which you can actually showcase in your data sets, right? So that is the second one. The third one is giving that feature of an Q&A, asking question and answer, giving the answer is one of the feature which is definitely not available in Excel, and doing some predictive analytics. So we all know that the Power BI can now be, collaborated with Python, R, and everything which as an AI tool is using. Now that coming into Power BI gives a very, very good hold to this particular tool to come up with some meaningful insights and actionables for the stakeholders, which can actually predict the future sales. So this is really impactful for any of the organization. That this is the main feature and this is the main difference between Power BI and versus Excel. Okay, now the 11th question is something that we've already covered above, but I'm going to cover this a little bit deeper as to where, it is asked, name some important tools of Power BI. Okay, so some important tools on which the Power BI functions is the Power BI desktop, Power BI service, Power BI data gateway, Power BI report server, and Power BI mobile apps. These are the 5 typical tools on which Power BI will function. Depending upon your organizational IT structure, any of the tool is used. So if you are using something on premises, you will rather go for a Power BI report server. If your data is too sensitive and cannot be put on the cloud, then you start using Power BI report server, and rather than going to a Power BI service account. So that's what the main important tools and the difference between them. Okay. Coming on to the 12th question, which says, what are the content packs in Power BI and why would you use one? Let's understand what is a contact pack. So content pack is a self-explanatory name, as you see, and it means a package of Power BI content, which can be a dashboard or a report and a data set, right? So content packs is basically created when you are working with too many departments in an organization, and to maintain that different groups, you start preparing content pack, right? So that you can publish the dashboard or you can give the access to a group to that particular content. This is basically defined in your an administrator would define this for a user or for your group who is working on that data set. How do we do that is obviously covered in the detailed training that we give, but typically packs is very, very useful when it comes to various groups working on developing the dashboard, and you see there are various groups where you want to share with whom you want to share the dashboard. So this really becomes very important to maintain as in your dashboard in a content pack, right? Okay, now this is a question which will definitely be asked and which you should know to the deeper extent, because this is something will help you to develop your correct answers to your canvas, your questions which is there in your mind when you view the when you view the data set, and that answer to those questions will only come when your DAX is correct. So what is DAX basically? DAX is a data analysis expression. It is a library of function and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI's analysis service and Power Pivot in Excel data models. was the appropriate definition for DAX. And as the definition defines, it helps you to build up the formulas to get your output on your canvas, right? Typical of your DAX, which are used, just could be asked in your interview, and such DAX you should know. Basically, what is the difference between sum and the sum x? As the formula you perform in Excel, right? You place an icon and you just sum up the column together, will give you the total of that particular column is sum function used at. Similarly, sum x is a situation where you are giving a unit price and you give it unit price and the quantity. So when you want to take out the total sales, you will just use sum x formula with that individual prices. Sum is used on a total value. So these are the typical of differences you should know between DAX function. They can ask you some of the DAX function which is used in your day-to-day analysis. And obviously in detail we have already covered it in our session, so you will have a better view of what are the DAX which you should be knowing when you perform any of analysis on your canvas. Switching to the 15th question, which we have is list the benefits of using variables in DAX. So using variable in your DAX formulas helps you to write complex and efficient calculation. Variables can improve performance, improve readability, simply debugging, and reduce complexity. So this is what variables will be used for, and you should know how you have to use it in your canvas. 16th question, which is of what is Power Maps. Now let's understand we have many maps as in visualization available in the desktop version. Now let's understand what Power Map does. So typically, one of the key features in this visualization that it presents the data and insights using, appealing visuals, which we can see right now. So in your screen, you can see how this particular map has highlighted the red or the orange section. So where, just by viewing, you're able to understand that the red could be the data where there is a matter of concern, and orange is the part where you are doing that analysis. Where you see the green, which is a slight green, is of course the area where you don't have to bother about it. So this is what the power of map is, and typical of maps which are built in Power BI is these four, which is already available. So depending upon the use cases, you can pick any of the charts. Just to give you an highlight is if you see a globe visual here, it typically would highlight the bubbles. You can use it by creating bubbles where you want to focus, like for an example, if you want to do some coronavirus analysis, you can simply select the total number of cases into the highlighting point where you want the bubbles to show where the cases are appearing. So the bigger the bubble is, the more concerned area is that, and more impacted area is that. So and therefore, there are 3 4 more map structure which is just next to the globe. So you can actually use that, which will highlight the filled map, which is basically going to cover the data set which you will see in your data set at a backend. So if any of the parameter that you will choose, the highlighted section will give you where your data is covering, which part of the country or which part of the state it is covering. And so similarly, you can see the shape map and the arches map. Arches map is typically, used when you are actually deploying heavy sort of a visualization on top of a tool or on top of an application, majorly a paid version. So more than this, I would advise you to use a globe map, because majorly arches map is going to be your paid version. And if you want to have a very, very great view of this, and if you want to take the advantage of arches map, so that is used under the paid version. As I have explained above, 18 question would be covering in detail of what the features of how about filled map is. So I've already covered it before. Okay, now let's understand what data sources you can connect to in Power BI. So, well, these are the files, not only the files, I'm just giving you an example. So All the flat files and data sources can be covered, and the list is pretty long. But typically, which are the most used one is the flat files, which would come from the Excel, text, XML, JSN, any of your folder, PDF. You can also use SharePoint if you have. Then obviously you have your SAP, your Azure database, data factory. Any of the data sources where your data is lying, you can connect it to Power BI. And Power BI is a very flexible tool where you can do any of your integration with and any of your collaboration with your data set. So it's quite supportive tool when it comes to the collaboration. This question, as you know, I've answered above. These are typically supported, and you will see your universe of your data source at a backend will be of this only. There is hardly that you will see out of this particular information. Majorly, which is majorly the database which is used in the industry is SQL Server, and now they are switching over to SAP HANA, Azure Data Factory, Snowflake, Oracle. But other than this list, I will find very rare of them which is being used in the market, right? So you can see the list is pretty long, and this is not the end. We also have the connectors in place if in case your data is typical of the data source which you think is not supportive in any of your self-developed kind of a data warehouse, then a connector will help you to connect it at a backend with your Power BI. All right, so let's jump over to one of the tool, which is Power BI Desktop. What does Power BI Desktop do? Power BI Desktop, as we all know, it's a free application which is available for Power BI. You can do that analysis on your system itself, and then you have to publish it on your Power BI service account. So anything that you want to do, your rough canvas, everything is your drawing canvas is basically Power BI Desktop. What is the use of get data icon in Power BI? So basically, the moment you will click to get data, you will be able to get an option to choose your data source which you want to pull into Power BI. It's as simple as that. 22nd question, which we see on the screen, is how to perform query task in Power BI Desktop. So when you pull your data into the Power BI Desktop version, you can go ahead and transform the data into a meaningful data set, which is done through Power Query. And that basically is available on the Home tab. That ribbon is available where you go ahead and click onto transform data. There you can just do whatever you want to do at your data set, whether you want to transform the column, you want to remove any elements that you don't want them to be present in your data set, whether there is a foreign element, you can do anything with the help of Power Query. Okay, 23rd question, which is, can we store data in Power BI? If so, then where does it get stored? So Power BI stores data in a few different locations. All the data stays secure through measures such as encryption and password protection. It mostly depends on the channel that you are used to import that data. Data is stored in a few places, but it all boils down to one or two main locations, the cloud and your desktop. So the main source will be from where you're picking up the data, but anything which is going inside Power BI desktop and your desktop or the cloud version, it is 100% encrypted. How do you create a group in Power BI? So if somebody asks you, can you create a group? Now, please understand what are we trying to do here. To perform grouping in Power BI, what you need to do is you need to go to that visual and you do a right click to that particular visual. And that right click, once you do, it will give you the option to group your particular visual. So as you see in my screen here, there is a pie, and there is a pie. You will see once you do a right click, you will see an option of going ahead and grouping the data, right? So that's where you can actually go ahead and create that group, right? When you create that group, what happens? Once you click on the group option, Power BI will automatically group those items as shown below. That's it. We did the grouping. If you observe closely, legend section is replaced by color group and the color is placed in the detail section, right? You can see the difference on your screen here. Okay, coming on to the 25th question, which is of name some of the popular types of filters available in Power BI. This is quite frequently asked question. You must know what are the typical kinds of filtering which is available in your Power BI. So as you see on the screen, there is a drill down feature. There is also a cross drill filter. There's a drill through filter. There is a URL filter. You have a manual filter. You have then automatic filter. You have more advanced filter. And then you have an include and exclude filter. How do we do that to an extent is obviously covered in our detailed, training which we give. But remember these 8 names. These are typical of filtering which are available in your Power BI, right? Okay, now this is something which basically is asked in the interview question, but this is not the world at the back end of Power BI. So basically, M language is introduced in Power BI, especially in a Power Query. You use this M function and this M language basically when you want to do some data mashup and you want to do some data modeling. So not much that we've seen the use case, but it is always an advantage to learn this. So MA language is basically used under Power Query and used to do a data mashup or a data cleanup, right? Okay, now 27th question which comes up is, can you explain a few ways of how a Power Query can transform the data? See, and on your screen, as you can see, that typical of 2 ways how you can transform the data is when you load the data, it automatically gives you an option of transforming. So you click there and you straight away reach to Power Query page. Or else what you can do is just go under Power Query, which you can see on the home tab of your canvas. And once you open it, it will give you the option of changing your data or transforming your data in any of the types that you're willing to do that for. So for an example, in this canvas, you can see you wanted to change maybe a date format, a format of your column to a date format, right? So you simply go ahead and select change type, and then you select any of thing that you think is efficiently showing your data set, right? So once you do that, once you do the changes, please remember to go ahead and select close and apply. Once you go ahead and do that, your data changes are reflecting in your canvas. Okay, so the 28th question which we have is, which data sets are used to create a dashboard with streaming data tiles? Streaming data sets, let's talk about what does that exactly mean. So basically, it is a continuously and a real-time data which transport to Power BI. Power BI stored this data in temporary cache for a little time. The streaming data set can visualize data in your dashboard tiles. A tile is a snapshot of your data pinned to a dashboard. We have already seen this before, we've learned this before. Now this is what the use case of streaming data set is, data tiles is. All right, so you could be asked this question that what are the different views that Power BI desktop contain? So you always see when you open your Power BI desktop, you will see on a left hand side, these are the 3 icons that you can see just on the left of your canvas. So what is this? And you should know these names, because when you're talking to a Power BI person, you will tell that, okay, go to the report pane, go to the report view, go to the data view and relationship view. So these are the 3 different views which is available on your Power BI desktop. And this, how does it help you to navigate is a relationship view will be giving you a capability of doing the modeling at a backend of your data, which is there, which has been uploaded to desktop version. Data view is something that any of your table you will click, you will be able to view what kind of a data is residing in that data set. Report view will give you the capability to view your canvas and how you have created your report. So these are the 3 views which are available in your desktop. Okay, something very important, and many of the organizations have started using this because they want to maintain the security of the data. So, what do you know about row level security and how do you implement it? Could be your question. So, what you all need to do is to understand what does a row level security does. So, low level security will enable the user to access a table without accessing all rows on that table, right? So this type of security is typically applied to tables that hold sensitive data. As I said, it is typically used when you know that the data is sensitive and you don't want to showcase that to a group. How do we do that in detail is covered in our training session, but you should know when somebody is asking is what is row level security, so you should be able to let the person know what is the main purpose of doing this. Something which you should know that defining roles and rules in Power BI desktop. You can define the roles and rules within Power BI desktop itself when you publish it to the service version, and this typically will be used for how you want to add the member, how you want to change which other email addresses you want to put in for viewing the dashboard, what level of user should have what typical sort of a security, disabled or enabled. All this comes under row level security, right? And this helps you to maintain your data, your sensitive data, in an efficient manner with a secured way. Okay, now let's understand what do we mean by cross filtering, bidirectional cross filtering in Power BI. So as you can see in the screen here, how we actually create a bi-directional cross filtering in Power BI. So basically, it is exactly the way it is sounding as I've written here. Filtering that works in both directions. So it will going to work in both the direction. The features allow user to apply filters to both sides of the table relationship. So here you're using two tables, as you can see in my screen here. One was the article table and the other one was the category table. You can use this bi-directional by in both on both the sides. Just highlight the column where you want to use this relationship, where you want to set up this relationship. You have to choose both and apply the security filter when you go ahead and do it. That's how you establish a bidirectional cross filtering in Power BI. How do you create and manage relationship in Power BI desktop? It's very simple. Though in Power BI desktop, once you push the data, by default, Power BI desktop starts understanding the data and creates the relationship at a packet on its own. But if you want to change it, you can also change manually the relationship, or you can build up a relationship if it is not built yet. So you will go ahead and form this, pick up the tables that you want to go ahead and create the relationship for, select the two columns where you want to create those relationship, and just remember guys, for an efficient way to and the way that your data will understand the information from the other table, you have to build up a relationship of one to many. Many to many doesn't work here. One to many is something that Power BI will understand. If there is many to many relationship, then likely your output will not be correct, and therefore in a situation where you see the many to many option is only available, you have to create a bridge table between that, so that you have a many to one relationship. Now, you may be asked that tell me something more about edit query. So edit query, basically editor will help you. It is the function where you go ahead and transform your data. So this you should know throughout. What does a Power Query or a Power Query editor will help you with? So it plays a very important role in transforming your data set from by selecting the rows and the columns, or splitting it into various sections that you want to pivot and unpivot. All those features that you typically have used in Excel can be done in Power Query editor. Okay, Power BI Designer. Power BI Designer is a new tool available from Microsoft which consolidates many of the current Microsoft BI tools under one application. The tool allows user to connect to a whole sundry of data sources, then to clean and model the data, and finally to create reports and dashboards, right? So this is something that you will be able to understand if you've gone through the training with MindMajix in detail. But you should know fairly, and you should be able to describe what is the main difference when it comes to Power BI desktop or a designer. What are the different type of gateways available in Power BI, and why would you use them? We have heard of this quite often, but let's understand in detail what are the typical ways of the gateways you connect to the data source. So, one is on-premises data gateway, and the other one is on-premises data gateway in a personal mode. As the name suggests, the personal mode allows one user to connect to sources and can't be shared with others because it's a personal mode. But the on-premises data set allows multiple user to connect to multiple users on-premises data source because of the fact that you want to go ahead and let the other one also build the canvas or build the a visualization. So data gateway is typically done and used when there is a large users or creators of that canvas. So this gateway is well suited to complex scenarios with multiple people accessing multiple data sources. Okay, so coming on to the 36th question, as we have understood the maps and the functions, as I was talking about the bubble chart, you can see in the screen the difference between the geographical map when used from Power BI and the type of charts that we have covered earlier. This chart will give you a capability to draw your attention right away when you want to highlight some concerning areas in your performance. So, for an example, in this canvas, you can see the bigger the circle is where you need to draw your attention and see whether corrective action has been taken or not. And that's why we use this kind of a chart available in Power BI. Okay, now this could be a rare question to be asked, but since we are covering, I never wanted to leave this also. Explain a Z order in Power BI. Now, what is Z order? It is a design strategy which is used for arranging visual over shapes. You can see here. So this is how it is being used. It can be defined as an implementation method which can be applied whenever reports have multiple elements. Right? This is how you actually go ahead and have an X order, Z order. What is the primary requirement of a table to be used in Power Maps? So typical of the things that you would need when you are trying to build anything on a geographical standpoint or any of the maps that you're using is first and foremost you need to have city, state, zip code and street address to be able to pick your circles efficiently, pairing up your latitude and longitude. This is something that you should and must have in your data set when you are doing any of your Power Map analysis. Okay, let's see what is the difference between Power BI, Power Query, and Power Pivot. Though we have covered it in previous slides, but let me just a quick glimpse of it, of what Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power BI is. So Power Query will connect, will fetch the data, set up filters, merge, combine, change the data set in the way that you want to, reshape the data, and publish it. Power Pivot will model the data, set up relationship, calculations, and set up the KPIs, make a cubes out of your data set. And therefore, you're able to transform anything into a visualization on a Power BI, which is the front end, to the AI on top of it. Go ahead and ask questions. Go ahead and create the forecast. Use Python or R. That's what the main difference between all of them is. Okay, now let's understand our Power Query and Power View and Power Query is the same. So the answer to this is actually no. Power Query, what will it do? As we've covered earlier also in many of our questions, Power Query will simply helps you to transform that data set in a correct way. let's say if you have an Excel and if you have some foreign elements to it, it will not give you the correct sum. So Power Query will help you to do that, nicely transform your data and give you the correct calculation. But when it comes to the Power View, it gives you and it enables you to create some nice reports containing images and maps. So that is the main difference between Power View and Power Query. Okay, next question comes up: is it possible to refresh a Power BI report after uploading it to the cloud? The answer is 100% yes. Gateways can be used to do so. For SharePoint, Data Management Gateway; for PowerBI.com, Power BI Personal Gateway. So, these are typical of questions which will be asked in your interview, because you should know how to refresh your data set. Okay, the next question is, can you tell me what is the difference between Data Management Gateway and Power BI Personal Gateway? We've covered it earlier, but let me just cover it again in little detail. So what is this Data Management Gateway do? It is nothing but it will going to give you ability to transform your data from your SharePoint Online to Power BI. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, this data management gateway was the gateway used for the first release of Power BI when it was part of SharePoint Online. Power BI for Office 365. That is when it was used for. For Power BI, use either the personal or a on-premises data gateway, which we covered earlier in my previous question. And that's where you now start using Power BI gateways, either in a personal mode or into a gateway mode. Okay, so we have already covered what is data security, implement the data security in Power BI, but just giving a highlight again as to Power BI can apply row level security roles to models. When somebody asks you this question that how do you implement data security in your Power BI, the first answer which should be coming is by giving the row level security roles. Right, so what does it do majorly? A DAX expression is applied on a table, filtering its rows at query time. Right, so you give some understanding to the data set that you only need to be able to give this data set when somebody is with the name of so and so. So dynamic security involves the use of the username function in security role definition, as I said. And typically a table is created in which in the model that relates users to specific dimensions and the roles. So you give them what kind of a role you want to give and what kind of access you want to give to that particular user. The next question comes up: what do you know about many-to-many relationships in Power BI and how do you avoid them? Okay, so many-to-many relationship involves, as I said earlier also, when you see there is a table which has a many-to-many relationship, to be able to give you the answer of any of your question which is going in your mind that you want to showcase in your data set will only come up when you create that bridge table. How do we do that is covered in our training session, but to build up a relationship between them, you have to create that bridge table to avoid that relationship. Okay, the next question is, well, this is, of course, anyone who's working on Power BI would know, and just covering a little bit more into a drilled manner so that you remember it quickly. That what are the key differences between a Power BI data set, a report, and a dashboard? So as we all know, data set is something that you have gathered from your various data sources. Reports will give you the capability to put it all together in your canvas, and dashboard is something that you create as a one pager for a viewer to view and pin the tables, pin your reports into one visual, one data set and dashboard for a user. Right, so it makes them comfortable and well versed with all this putting together into the dashboard. So these are the main typical of differences, and in detail we have already covered for you to know in our training session. Now the next one comes up is to list some edit interaction options in Power BI. Let me make you understand what are the edit interaction, though we have covered this in our training session, but something which you must know, and it's a beneficial for the users when they are viewing it. The way that you want to create your canvas is by doing some edit interaction. For an example, in a scenario where you see a total sales, you want on the page to be reflecting the same as total sales of the entire organization, but What you may want to do is you want the interaction of the other visual to not be impacted if you're doing some certain specific filtration or selection on your canvas. So for an example, if you select a geography which is basically of northern side of your country, your total sales should reflect as it is. In this scenario, you will be typically using edit interaction to be able to do it successfully, and there is message which you want to send across remains on that page. So edit interaction helps you do that. Okay. The next one is how can you convert SSRS to Power BI? How do we actually do that? Is certain SSRS report items such as charts can be pinched to Power BI dashboard. You have the capability of basically collaborating your Power BI to your SSRS directly, and you just pin the dashboard to your service account from there. Clicking the tile in Power BI dashboard will bring the user to the SSRS report. So you go back to that particular report. A subscription is created to keep the dashboard tile refreshed. So you can go ahead and create a subscription once you do that. Whenever you refresh, the data gets refreshed on the dashboard, and Power BI reports will soon be able to publish to SSRS portal, right? So that's how you actually can convert your SSRS to your Power BI. Okay, what is a real time or a time intelligence function? So when you are doing an analysis where you want to compare fiscal year's data, which is like the current year to the previous year, you use certain functions which is through DAX, and you use a time intelligence function to be able to do so. So there, it gives you a capability to go ahead and analyze your data for over the years. This is what you actually call a time intelligence function. Okay, now once you're done with all this, guys, so I think the first and the foremost question which comes in your mind is to how do I prepare for Power BI certification? So the first thing, of course, is when we have concentrated on this 50 question, which is typically asked in the industry. The second, which is very obvious, is MindMajix instructors-led training completely prepares you for this certification. We provide you 2 industry-specific project training in the course, which helps you have hands-on experience on all possible scenarios, which is part of your certification. And what we will also do is we give you a certain set of questions, a link to that particular questionnaire, I will say, which will help you to understand how this exam is structured from Microsoft perspective, and how can you easily go ahead and get that certification, so which is recommended by Microsoft, right? So this is something which we actually make sure that all our students and the trainees get well versed of, and we really focus on getting that certification from Microsoft itself, because that holds value in the market. But once you complete both the projects which we give, we do go ahead and give some certificate of completion on Power BI course from MindMajix as well. I think this is the question with everybody in everybody's mind: is Power BI a good career? Well, you can just simply start looking on the highest demanding skills or highest demanding resources in any of the country and the market. You will find BI going on the top. And when I talk about BI, everybody who is looking at is, which is listed here on the screen, which is a Power BI analyst. Power BI is so much in demand is because of the way it can be used. It is so easy to use it, and plus it is so interactive, it is so cheap in the market, that all the organization are completely moving from their traditional way of reporting to Power BI reporting. So everyone is more focusing on doing this, and you've seen the magic quadrant which is there from the Gartner for 2020, Microsoft topping the chart, which has come to the leadership quadrant already. So there is no question and there should not be any question in your mind which is coming as whether Power BI would be a good career or not. We can specifically share kind of a pay scale which is actually given in typical of top 5-6 countries in the world for a Power BI analyst, but this is the most demanding tool and a skill to be added specifically for any manager and above group. all the organization are actually ensuring that their managers and above group go through Power BI training and start visualizing and start taking decision on the basis of the dashboard which is developed on Power BI. So I hope, guys, this training session has been this training of 50 questionnaire session has been good and beneficial for all of you, and get in touch with us for a detailed course from MindMajix. We'll be happy to assist. Thank you so much and have a nice time.